hopefully, this is all working. But it's been an interesting day trying to get this all set up. As you can tell that we have no opening logo. Okay, can I get an audio check from the chat? Okay, so, yeah, let me fix that because I know it's wrong. So the entire streaming setup kind of blew up on me, and I only found this out about an hour ago. So that's why. So this is going to be the fastest rebuild I have ever done. I'm not sure why the audio is stuck on mono. I can't easily fix that. I think we're going to just have to live with that. So, how's that sound, folks? Music is too loud. Alright, about as low as it goes. Hold on. Testing 1, 2, 3. Okay. Like I said, I think that's about as good as it's going to get. Okay, so I'm just going to switch to the BMD card. Okay, so apparently that is going to be a problem. Louder. Okay, get closer to the mic. Yeah, so like I said, my entire streaming setup decided to completely fall apart on me. So this is how it's going today. Left channel only. I don't know why it's doing that. Let me take one more look at the streaming computer and see if I can figure out what's going on. I have a fix for the camera. I just am really frustrated that I need it. Okay, hold on. One more check before we actually try and get this underway. So you're not supposed to be. Yeah, see, there's the problem. Noise gate, compression, advanced audio. If I move the balance, no, that won't help. Yeah, see, it's seeing this as a stereo input device, which it's not, and that's why it's having problems. Latency output, configuration. Ah, here we go, hold on. Testing? I think that's better. I think it's probably the best I'm going to get it. Alright, I think we're just going to go with that. Unfortunately, not the best way to start a stream. If we I'm going to try the webcam again. If that doesn't work, I'm going to have to move to the backup plan. Okay, let's see here. How's the lag? Lag is not good. I had this working all 5 minutes ago. Still left channel. Okay. I think we're just going to have to live with the left channel only. Let me fix the camera. This literally fell apart on me a minute before I went live, and there was it went well. As you can see, we do have I'm going to just do the introduction for the stream. So this is my Thinkpad 380D, which is currently a slideshow, but right now okay, We've got 40 floppy disks here that I'm going to try and write with the Windows 98 media, and hopefully it all works. There were a lot of issues trying to figure this out because Microsoft does not use a standard floppy format, and I actually have a Novell NetWare boot disk, which we are going to need to use. So I'm actually going to reboot this laptop while I get the other camera problem sorted. Let me see if we can get this all working. Although, yeah, it's complete slideshow. So let me switch to the other camera, and if that doesn't work, then so be it. Alright, so the other camera, hopefully you can still all hear me, is plugged in over there. So this is just going to get unplugged. I'm going to use it. This gets... Come on. You get plugged in here. I don't... Oh yeah, that I can plug. Okay, that's in. This goes away. Video capture device. Okay, resolution. Yeah, okay, that's all good. Okay, that should do it, hopefully. Alright, hopefully that's better. Okay. Yeah, so the entire problem is DroidCam has been having a lot of issues. And as we just saw, it literally just blew up my entire streaming setup. I almost canceled the stream over it. I figured I could probably fix it right at the start. So let's do the introduction properly this time. So this is my Thinkpad 380D. I have shown this before on camera. We also have 40 floppy disks. And slightly out of the frame, you can see I have it plugged into Ethernet. So hopefully we will be able to successfully write all the basic Windows 98 disks and then successfully install it. There's a lot of hope and faith going on this one. I am not convinced that this is actually going to work. I did some testing of it last night, but you know, yeah. What I was planning to do originally was I was going to shoot a time lapse with my main camera and use DroidCam, which is normally how I do the face cam on my streams, and it just didn't work, so that's fine. So first thing we gotta do is I actually need to log into my Novell NetWare server, which isn't running because I had... This is fine. I should have noticed that. There should be a line here that Novell NetWare is connected to Odyssey 2. The VM is not running. Because, again, my entire streaming setup decided to collapse like an accordion. So you're literally seeing stream recovery. Let me fire that up. Okay. That's booting up on the desktop. Okay, mounting volume system. Mounting volume data. Okay, cool. So if we put the network boot disk back in, we go back to A, VML unload, VML load, and hopefully it will see the note in the NetWare server. Yes, attached to server Odyssey 2. I'm NCommander on this server. Password. Yes! Okay, we have files, we have data. Oh look, manic laughter. Alright, so the next thing we're going to need is, so before the stream, I did a full reformat of this hard drive. It's just a standard MS-DOS 6 install. There is nothing else on this drive. All the other utilities are currently on the NetWare server. I think I put them here. Yeah, I did. I have N format. I have 3 DOS copies. So I need to actually put this. Is this already in my path? I don't remember.
It is already in my path. So here's an interesting little story that most people probably do not know. Microsoft from about 1993 until they stopped using floppies, maybe closer to 94, actually did not use standard floppy disks. They used what was called the Distribution Media Format, or DMF, which puts 1.7 megabytes on a floppy disk. As it turns out, these disks are notoriously difficult to write. I had a lot of problems getting this to work. At a minimum, you have to be using a real floppy drive, and it has to be a floppy drive that will accept a higher number of tracks. I actually have a mistake in that file, so I mean it worked because I tested this last night. But let's fix the mistake. Oh, I may not be able to. This may give me an access denied, or maybe it will let me. Let me see here. Did that actually save? That did actually save. So okay. What I learned here is that the ACLs on my NetWare server are completely broken. So the first things we need to write, we need to write 2 floppy disks to begin with. This is the boot disk for Windows 98 and the first disk. These are actually standard floppies. They are not DMF format, so I'm going to take out the net boot disk. We are going to put the first disk in, and this install process is fun, and I have to do low-level formats on these because I don't actually know what the media type is. I did a lot of this last night. So that's why I'm doing format A/U, which tells it just to format it, and I'm explicitly telling it that it's a high-density floppy because it needs to be low-level formatted. I'm also going to need a pen because we have 39 floppy disks and a lot of pain and suffering. So, okay. I've got a pen. Hopefully it works. I've got 3 more where it comes. So I do have a MacBook Pro. It's out of frame to the left. The reason I bought the MacBook Pro is I'm going to be doing a lot of biking and traveling in the next 3 months. And I've been essentially tethered to my apartment because the only way I can make videos is with the big monster desktop that is currently running the stream. My old laptop, if you've been following on Twitter, decided to magic smoke about 3 weeks ago. So I decided, when I decided to replace it, to go with the MacBook Pro M2, and my wallet is still hurting from this decision. But all in all, it lets me run DaVinci Resolve, it lets me run Fusion, and I'm actually doing video editing for what will be the end of Season 1 because I'm going to take a fairly long break. I am burning out on doing the long-form content, so I'm going to take a break, and then I'm going to come back. So the next video is going to be the Season 1 finale, and then there'll probably be a lot of streams and shorter content, and then we'll be back with Season 2 probably in December. So, okay. So we just got this disk formatted. I'm not going to format another right now. Hopefully, I've actually got to map this. I put it in Data OS. Yeah, I did, 98 floppy. Okay. Who knew that having a Novell NetWare server in 2022 was a useful thing? So what I discovered next is that the FreeDAWs disk copy command, which I have here as fdaws dcp, can write a disk image, and it can actually write DMF disks if you have formatted them with a low-level formatter. And it also does verification, which will help a lot. I tried like 6 other utilities, and they all had trouble formatting the disks. So, cool. Okay, so this is the first one down, and this is a relatively fast system. This is I think it's a 100 megahertz Pentium. It was just an easy setup. It says right there. With 48 megabytes of RAM. I've never actually run 98 on this machine, so this is going to be interesting. Let's see here, 98, and wow, NCommander's brain just completely lost his train of thought. But the long and short of it is that 98 should work fine. I have all the drivers that are for 95 that should be compatible. If not, we're going to see some really interesting things. And if we have some time left over, I might even try installing Millennium Edition, upgrading to 2nd Edition or Millennium Edition. This is actually Windows 98 First Edition. This was a retail product, but it was only available through mail order. So I have never actually seen anyone even try this on real hardware. I know the disk dumps are good. I've installed them in a VM, but I've never actually seen someone write the disks out and confirm that this actually works. So this is kind of a preservation thing to make sure these images are all good. And I already discovered a couple interesting quirks about these. So, okay. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, so now this is doing the verification step. So the magic trick here is that because these disks are actually running, we're formatting these disks to have more sectors than a normal disk, we are exponentially increasing our chance for media failure. I am expecting we're going to have a couple of dead floppies before the end of this. I've got spares, but I've only got so many spares, so this is going to be interesting. So 95, let's see here, yeah, so I only want one copy of this. So this is the boot disk, so I'm going to put 0 on this one. Because it actually asks you to put all the floppies in different orders. So that's the boot disk down, so this is disk 1. And then this is the last one we're going to format with the normal format command. So 95 was available in CD-ROM, 3.5-inch retail, and there was a mail order 5.5-inch, 5.25 version of it. The cabinet file format, I mean, if you've been following my Twitter for a while, I tried to make a floppy disk version of Millennium Edition, and I could make a 360 kilobyte double density 5.25-inch version of Windows. So I've chosen. Zeles, thank you for the $5 Canadian super chat. And yes, it will go to replenish my Diet Coke supply. Where did that? Oh, there it is. Because I can't live stream about Diet Coke. Yeah. NJ Roadfan, it will actually let you do the upgrade as far as I know. This prompted to do an upgrade install when I tested it, because I had the remnants of a Windows install on the hard drive. So what I know is different about the floppy disk version is it's missing a bunch of utilities. I know Active Desktop is there, but like a lot of the wallpapers are there missing, and other odds and ends. I haven't had a chance to explore it in depth, but the install system size is only, I think for a full install was only 100 megabytes or 120. So they cut a lot out. I know 95 was missing stuff like, hold on, let me get this started. Disk 01V. I know with 95 it was missing, it had drive space, but it was missing things like the CD player, it was missing Windows Media Player, and more. So, iHeartMax, thank you for the $20 super chat. Thank you, Jacob Teese, for the $5. And wow, I got called out on that last one. It's because Curse Computing needs a quality source of caffeine, and I just happen to like Diet Coke. I mean, you know, in a pinch, I'll drink Pepsi, I'll even drink coffee, but I know what I like. All right, so, yeah, so I'm hoping, I had hoped, and I might still do this with the recording of this video, although I'm not certain, because as you can see, I've got the capture card and the camera overlaid with each other. I was going to do a time lapse of this entire setup, but I might still be able to make that work, or I might just refilm it and do it as a time lapse if I just have a really lazy day, because there are days where it's hard to do anything. Like, I've been doing a lot of cycling as of late. I've been getting back into ham radio. You know, a lot of relatively, just a lot of personal care things. I mean, I'm hoping to do some long distance bike touring, and that's going to be videos on my second channel, Restless Yankee. Again, that's something I'm going to talk about in the season finale in a few weeks. As far as I know, the only version of NT that was available on floppy disks was the original NT 3.1. The installer for 3.5 and 3.5.1 probably could be modified to do a floppy install, but they were only available on CD-ROM because that was meant for servers. I know NT4 it wasn't available, nor with 2000 or XP. Obviously, there's probably ways to do it. Okay. I mean, I wouldn't mind looking into it. The problem I ran into Millennium Edition is, and we'll get into this a little further into the install process. So we are now 2 disks in, 37 to go. All right, so there's the 1. So now this is disk 2. And this one we've got to do a little format, a little differently. I'm going to do this one interactively. So I found this utility called NFormat, and it didn't save its config file. But NFormat can do a low-level format of a disk and specifically change the sector and data amounts on the disk. And I've got a script that has the right settings, which I showed earlier. So I'm just going to do DMF format. And then you can see it's saying format 1.6 megabytes. And then it's going to do a full verify to make sure that actually worked. And then we're actually verifying each image twice as it is being written. So I'm relatively confident that once we get all the disks written, we're not going to have any real problems, but who knows? I mean, these disks, a lot of them are 20 to 25 years old. I mean, they've already have gone off to college, and now they're reliving the glory days. So, I have considered doing a video on running Windows 95 without a hard drive. It was the only version of, the only 32-bit version of Windows you can actually do that with. And I discussed that in passing in the diskless DAWs and Windows 3.1 video. The problem with that one is you need what's called an RPL or Ripple firmware. And the only Ripple firmware I have that works is on a token ring card. So to do that video, I would literally have to build a token ring network. And I have most of the hardware to do it, but I really don't want to build a token ring network. Who in their right mind builds a token ring network? This is fine. So the diskless Windows 95 was really meant for thin clients. Microsoft has really tried to capture that market multiple times with relatively little success. I mean, they had Terminal Services, which was a rebranded Citrix, but they've never been, you know, their true diskless solution has never really taken off. Like, these days you can run Windows PE or I guess Windows IoT diskless, but you don't see it super often as thin clients anymore. Not like you did in the early 2000s. So, if I had some ArcNet stuff, I would play with ArcNet. The biggest problem is, okay, so this disk is done. So what disk are we on? We are on 2. So F, decopy, disk. Yeah, disk O2. You know what, let me enable DAWs key because that's going to make things easier. Okay, so decopy, disk O2. There we go. And if you look carefully, you can see writing image size is now larger. It's 3,360 clusters instead of 2,880. I will tell you, I had a lot of fun trying to get my NextStation going again. Because if I want to install the correct version of NextStep that it came with, it needs an extended density 2.8 megabyte floppy. And the floppy drive on that system's having issues. So instead of, doing something sane and rational, I just been modifying NextStep to be able to install it off the network. Because, that's just how we do it. Apparently when I started jump-starting Sunboxes, I acquired strange and unusual powers. So, okay. The thing with Token Ring is it comes up really cheaply on eBay, and you don't even pay an eBay tax. It's more like, please take this off my hands. Because I think I've gotten all the Token Ring equipment I got for $50 in total plus shipping. Now, granted, my main MAU for Token Ring is a 52-port MAU, which hopefully will not explode the moment I turn it on. I haven't even tried to power it on. I'm going to have to figure out how to get into the admin interface on that. Yeah. I mean, I even have an ESA Token Ring card that I could put in the cursed 486, but there is a limit to how much cursed I can put into a single project. Because, I mean, I know I live in New Jersey, but there's only so much you can do. So, alright. So this is verified. Did we lose the music, or is it still going? I think it's still going? Yeah. Yeah. When I reboot this machine, I will take us into Easy Setup, or as I like to call it, Easy Bake, just to show you how completely useless this is. This is the first time I've actually managed to get live streaming off vintage hardware working. For people who don't watch my streams regularly, I normally use VMs when I do this sort of thing, but this type of project, I really wanted to do on real hardware. And I was either going to do it on this or the cursed 486, but I feel like trying to install Windows 98 from Floppies on that machine is just tempting fate. Yes, so for those who don't know, most Ethernet cards have an open socket for a ROM chip. They're most commonly used these days for the XT IDE Universal BIOS, but the intent was that you could install a boot ROM. The problem is that those boot ROMs were not very common, and there's only a handful of them dumped. I know that there's a Ripple one dumped for the AMD PCNet card, although that one has problems. There's a couple of Freecom cards that have been dumped and a couple of D-Links, but it's really hit or miss if they work, and I'd still have to get a bunch of EPROMs, I'd have to get the programmer, and then I'd have to set them up and see if they actually work. Meanwhile, I have a Token Ring card that I know works because it's actually identified by this laptop when it's installed, and it will show boot from Token Ring in the boot menu. Okay, so we don't want to make another copy of this disk. This is disk number 2. Yeah, so this is going to take a while, but I'm here for it. This is a good way to kill a weekend. So disk number 3, we are going to DMF format. And chat, I am depending on you to hopefully make sure that I don't accidentally write the same disk 3 times. Because that is entirely a thing that might happen. I'm taking odds on how many times I'm going to have to rerun this install. So, okay. The problem is that if you've Dungeon Seeker, if you've seen the diskless DAWs in Windows video, you'll see that there are problems with doing this because most emulators do not actually emulate all the network card behavior correctly. In that case, I actually do think it's a problem with the boot ROM, but it's a giant pain in the butt, really. So, but I would really like to do it. I'd also like to do diskless OS 2. I've done Linux a bunch of times. I did Solaris in the Jumpstart video, or I should say the Sun PCI video. I mean, if I really want to run Linux in the Sun PCI, and I'm having a bad idea thinking about this, the network adapter actually works without stupidity. So I could do an NFS root if I really wanted to run, like, say, Red Hat Linux on that AMD K6-2. But there is a limit to how much pain I'm willing to put myself through. Yeah. I don't know how long the stream this is going to be. If everything goes as planned, this will probably be a 4-hour stream. If everything goes up in flames, because let's be honest, this is an NCommander project, we might be here for a lot longer. I mean, you know, just say. So, I will say that I was inspired to do this by, I think Tech Tangents has done this, but Durango 1 did the Office 97 from Floppies, and that was the inspiration for the SLS Linux, where I had the literal stack of floppies, and I had to write a blasted kernel patch to make that work. That was not a fun project. That was like my 5th video. That was do not challenge the internet to do something, because you may very much end up regretting that. So this is disk 3. Okay. Okay, so that is writing nicely. HP Unix machines will actually, they act very strangely, but they essentially need a copy of HP Unix on what they call the LSL, or Loadable System something. I think it's LSI, Loadable System Interface. I don't mind the PA RISC HP systems that much. I don't like the Itanium ones. Yeah. So, music too loud. Okay, I can fix that. I can't hear the stream audio as is, so if it's not good, you folks need to let me know. Okay. I just lowered the audio. I have a volume slider, but I can't hear the direct feed off the stream easily with this setup. So, it's fine. This is fine. Why is it whenever I say Itanium, all the name, everyone, all the regulars show up at once? Like, is there like a flashing red light on the internet that goes, oh man, NCommander is talking about Itanium? Yeah. So, the Itanium rig came out recently because an extremely cursed piece of software recently got dumped and archived. But I am not ready to do another video on AIX. I'm especially not ready to do another video on AIX on Itanium. Because what'll happen, and I know this is what's going to happen, because it happens whenever I get into a vintage Unix project, is I will get it working, I will end up compiling GCC for it, I will then port Doom for it, and then I will have an hour and 10-minute long video explaining how I did it. This is fine. This is fine. Now that I have this setup working, we could... No. Just leave that idea where you had it. That we don't need that type of thing. Why does my phone beeping? Is it really, like... Yeah, I'm not even gonna look at it. This is fine. There are some things about Itanium I actually do like, but it is on my topic list, and I don't know when I'm going to get to it to document the entire disaster. What I will say is that watching Intel's problems with their new ARC graphics card is nothing was learned from Itanium. at Intel. That is about the best description I can give of how that story went. Well, a lot of it isn't. You see, I branded. So I'll give you a little behind the scenes here. A lot of it, when I do cursed computing, isn't so much that it's cursed. It's to do actual software preservation and show how these systems were really used back in the day. Like, granted, no one was actually running Doom on an RS. Well, you know what? I'm not going to say that because IBM had an official port of Quake to the RS-6000 done by their Austin group and done at id Software. Let me get the next disk out and then I'll continue the story. So that's 3. So that is the 4th disk down. So we are officially 10% of the way there. Okay. So people did actually. Why is this saying put a new disk in the drive? Okay, no, that's fine. Did run Quake and such on RS-6000s. It obviously was not the main use for them, but it's hard to talk about things like, old IBM Unix systems without making it more generally accessible. Like, LGR did a video, it was quite a while ago, I think it was an SGI Indigo 2, and really he was only able to show IREX and a couple of source ports. So what I learned is if I want to cover the more esoteric parts of vintage computing, which is the Unixes, the mainframes, I have to do it in such a way that people stay interested in. So if that means an hour-long documentary to put Doom on the damn thing, that's what I'm going to end up doing. Solaris was actually easy because all I have to say is Internet Explorer for Unix, and people are going to be looking at it. Dan Coleman, thank you for the $20 super chat. For those who want to support the channel, if you look in the description, I really hope I put it in there. I have a Patreon and I have Coffee. If you want to ongoing support that or support the channel more directly. So to answer, the problem with Intel Arc is it has some really incredible software issues. Gamer Nexus has been covering it pretty in depth, but I've also been reading a lot of that from Ars Technica and a few other news sites. It will probably get better with time, but GPUs run on Magic on a good day, and it's pretty clear that there are some quality assurance issues that have not been resolved yet. I would love to have an ARC card just to try it for myself, and it would probably be fine for my workflows, which are almost all encoding and computes. I actually do have I have an SGI Indie that I actually picked up for $200. Like, it was a real steal. It does work, although I've never actually done much with it. Mostly because covering IREX is not trivial. Like, if I want to do that justice, I would have to not only install IREX, I'd have to track down like Autodesk Flame or the other real famous software. And the Indie is not a great machine for showcasing that. You can run Flame on an Indie. There are guides on how to do it. But the Indie was the entry-level SGI box, and IREX itself is not actually that interesting. It really is a port of Solaris to the MIPS architecture. I've had the same bugs between Solaris and IREX because they're both System 5 Release 4. So, yeah. I mean, I would actually, like, as a charity drive, I would actually try to do the 3,000 disk Windows 10 install. Although I would almost certainly cut a lot of that out. Like, I'm pretty sure I could cut it down to 1,000 disks. And we would probably do it as a multi-streamer live stream. This is not a charity stream, that should be obvious, but the problem with doing the charity streams is there's a lot of pressure to make sure it doesn't go wrong, and this has all the makings of something that can go wrong. So once I get a little bit more confident live streaming off vintage equipment, will probably do more charity streams with vintage equipment. Like, I might get the Ultra 10 out. I don't think I've ever used this workstation on stream. I know I've talked about it. The Ultra one's the basket case. I really don't want to try using that one on a stream, because the last time I tried using it on a stream, it was exciting for all the wrong reasons. So, there was actually a port of Solaris to Titanium. As far as I know, it never escaped Sun, but Sun Microsystems did confirm that they had at least an in-house port of Solaris to Titanium, and I believe there are some references in the Illumos code. That's the current open source one, but you can still find bits of the old PowerPC and even a few bits and pieces of the old Motorola 680 Exo stuff. No, because the IRIX Interactive Desktop was a modification of Motif. So the way Unix was generally done through the mid to late 90s is to compete with 95. All the Unix vendors got together to create what was called the Common Desktop Environment, or CDE. X was brought in from MIT. HP contributed VUE, the Visual User Interface or Environment. Sun ported TNT to it. That was the old Sun OS UI. And that's why AIX, Solaris, and HP Unix all look very similar. SGI was the exception to this rule. They made their own Motif-based environment called the Interactive Desktop. It's actually a really cool environment, and there is a version of CDE available for that machine, but SGI machines were much more appliances than they were traditional Unix workstations. I'd actually hesitate to call it a Unix workstation in the traditional sense, although Silicon Graphics did sell modified versions of the machine. Like, there was a modified version of the Indy called the Challenger, which they specifically sold as a web server device. And what was the name of that website? Like, it was such a meme on Slashdot. Like, but IRIX for a long time had about 1% to 2% of the internet market share up until about, I don't know, the .com bubble burst. So that is disk 4. That is 4 down. Now we are down onto 5. Like, sometimes I feel like I should host a podcast. And honestly, I might even explore that possibility at some point. Nope, that was not what I wanted. But I've been doing just a lot of infrastructure work behind the scenes. If you're a patron, I dropped a document yesterday that describes some of the things that we're going to be doing in the near future. So, yeah. Okay. I am very pleased that the Open Group actually did make Motif and CDE under a free and open source license. It was stuck. They had Motif under a open source but not free software license for a very long time because it got stuck in rights limbo. And then when they got that resolved, they also got the source code to CDE out there. I think that happened in like 2011. I remember when it happened. And that's a really big thing because having CDE available is a really good way to preserve the user experience of vintage Unix without actually having to use vintage Unix. Because let's be honest, vintage Unix is not user-friendly. unless you're running AUX or Mac OS X, but those don't run CDE. Yeah. There were more. The thing is that there was more to Motif than just a window manager. Historically, programming for X Windows is a giant pile of obscenities. I really don't have a better way to put that. And you basically had a bunch of drawing commands, and that was it. There was what's known as the Athena widget set, or XAW, which could ease the pain, but it wasn't very powerful. So I want to say it was Sun, HP, and Microsoft, of all people, got together to create Motif, which created a unified look and feel for doing UI programming under X. But because it was proprietary, it never made it to Unix, and in the Unix land, we adopted GTK and Qt eventually. It took a while for that to come to fruition. A lot of because X did not have what I call a great time in the early 90s. Okay, so we have another disk done, so this will be disk 5. And there we go. Cool. So when we get to the 10 disk point, I'm going to put them all through the drive and make sure I've actually ran the right image to each disk. So, fingers crossed. Whew. I will say that I'm actually quite happy with the overlay of my desk, of the work desk and the video capture card. That worked out a lot better. I need to get a third camera. I used to have a GoPro that I used to do for long shots. I don't know what happened to it. But that will probably be one of my next purchases. Will be getting a new GoPro. And I might do some work streams this week. I'm currently porting a bunch of amateur radio software to Alpine Linux on a Raspberry Pi. And I've really been doing that as an off-time project, so that might be some more midweek stuff that I start doing. Because I'm kind of stuck with my current video editing. I'm working on it, it's just not going quickly. But you never know. CDE's been getting better under modern Linux. I daily drove it for a while, but I will say that based off my experiences with Ubuntu 22.04 and trying Fedora, I have pretty much lost all faith with using Linux on the desktop for the foreseeable future. When I get around to it, I'm going to reinstall Windows on Absolution for doing video editing, but I can't recommend it. I can't even say it's good. Like, I've had so many problems that, and it's all stupid stuff that isn't specific to one distribution, that I've basically washed my hands of it. And I've been using Linux as my daily driver for about between 10 and 15 years. So for me to throw in the towel really just shows how badly it's gone. And a lot of this is because the people, this is a rant for another day, but it really has just shown me how much no one cares anymore, and it's impacting my ability to make good content, so be it. I mean, when I replace the desktop, it will almost certainly be with a Mac, but we'll see. I'm still waiting for them to release an M2 version of the Mac Pro, because I do need those expansion slots. Yeah. The problem is that even if I can't deal with a moving target. OpenCL and CUDA, which are the main ways you do accelerated video rendering, especially for Blender, do not work well on rolling releases. I've tried it on Gentoo, I've tried it on Arch. It's great when it works, but you're just in Emerge World or Pac-Man SYU from an all-going Kaflooey, and you lose 2 days trying to fix the setup. That's why I've kept the desktop on LTS releases. It will not be a cheap, but it is a work expense for me at this point. I earn most of my livelihood off YouTube and some freelance work, so I can justify that as a work expense. Like, the camera is a work expense. Most of the stuff I do, because I would like to be able to live, I like to be able to build my channel to the point that I could fully live off it alone. I mean, I'm getting there. Still got a while to go, but I am getting there. Okay, so that's disk 5. So now we're on to disk 6. So when I tested this last night, I only did the first 5 disks. So now we are in unknown territory. So, whew. It is definitely coming along nicely. All right, so let's take a hydration moment. Yeah, so one of the things that I'm going to be testing is I'm going to see how well I could actually live stream from while I'm biking. This is all going to be stuff on Restless Yankee. I actually should drop a link to that channel in chat. YouTube.com Restless Yankee. And what I'd like to do, and I don't know when I'm going to actually get to doing this, once I have my ham radio stuff rebuilt and working again, I actually want to establish two-way communication with the International Space Station, which will probably be digipeating, although if I get very lucky, I could get a voice call. And I want to do a video about the intricacies of talking to satellites as an amateur operator. So, yeah. Because you can do some really cool stuff with an amateur license, and they're not hard to get in at least in the United States. Other countries is different. I know Canada's, I believe that it's their the CBTC up there. They don't make it hard to get a license in Canada, but it's very hard to become an instructor. I know in the UK, the foundation license has a lot of limitations. But at least in the US, getting a FCC technician license is just a relatively simple exam. The general and the amateur extra is a lot harder. I have a general class. I just haven't been bothered to upgrade to the extra. But, I mean, if I really want to, I have literally done data transmissions point to point over 50 miles on 2 meter. If I was doing that on HF, I have successfully done point-to-point communication with Europe, and I've heard Japan. I've never gotten a two-way with Japan. Not in the United States. The Morse code requirement was dropped in the early 2000s. It used to be. So let me start the next right, and I'll explain this. So in the United States, amateur radio is covered by international treaties, so it doesn't change very quickly. But in the United States, we used to have what was called the novice class, which was very limited, but did not have a CW requirement. At the ITU meeting in 2005, I believe, they dropped the international requirement to know Morse code above, I believe it's above 2 meters, but it might be higher than that. So the novice class was retired, and the entry level became the technician license. No U.S. license requires you to know Morse code. Some countries do still require you to know 4 and 20 words per minute Morse. I know for a fact, I'm pretty sure that's usually in places where you can't even, trying to think, when I looked at getting a reciprocity permit for Mexico, they wanted Morse code proficiency, but that was in 13, so I don't actually know if that's true anymore. There are a few countries that still require it. Why is my phone beeping? Like, what is this doing? Oh, it's because it's on battery and it's complaining. Okay, you go on silent. And then you're just gonna sit at my desk. So, CW is the radio term for Morse code. Stands for continuous wave. It's the most simplest form of radio communication. So I may start doing some amateur radio content on this channel. I've got some mixed feelings going into that, which I don't really want to talk about on air, but there's a lot of really cool stuff you can do in amateur radio. So, yeah. For the United States, and this is just the United States, to get the technician license, you have to sit the exam. The exam can be administered digitally. I believe the ARRL is still doing complete online examinations. You need a webcam, and you have to be able to show your testing environment. It's a 35-question exam, and the test pool is public, so you, although I highly recommend reading the technician book. Once you pass it, you have to get what's called an FRN number. It's just a form with the FCC, doesn't cost anything. Once you pass the exam, it's I think I paid $20. It's not expensive. The FCC will issue you a call sign, and then you're good to go on air. That's really all there is to it. The problem I have with using Debian isn't with the selection of packages in Debian. I need to be able to interface with GPS and Bluetooth devices, and what I quickly learned, especially on Raspbian, is it doesn't work. Like, BlueZ has always been problematic, but it's just flat out broken. The only way I got it to work was directly interfacing with dbus. I had to write systemd unit files to load things in the correct order. It was a disaster. So the reason I'm putting a bunch of stuff, ham radio stuff on Alpine, is because at least I have considerably more control on how it behaves, and I don't have to worry about systemd loading things in the wrong order because, oh, it has to be fast. That was driving me up a wall. So, all right, so that is disk 6 done. Cool. So that is 6. Let's go to 7. I will say it's really nice having DAWs key installed. I always forget that as a thing. So, I've been really impressed with running Alpine. I can't use it as a daily driver, mostly because DaVinci Resolve, you just need glibc. There's no way around that. But I've really been taking into running it on my Raspberry Pi. I've been experimenting it with a VM. And obviously it works great in containers. I'm really quite impressed with it to the point that I can realistically see it displacing. I believe Ubuntu is still the most commonly used operating system in the cloud, or a Linux operating system. But I could see that being the place changing in the next few years. Yeah. So there's just honestly, if I wasn't going to use Alpine, I'd probably roll my own from scratch. But Alpine basically does everything I need. The only way I could get a more customized install is to use something like Octal or Buildroot. But that has its own set of problems, and so I'm pretty happy with Alpine. One of the things I've had on the topic list it's been there for at least 6 months, is I wanted to talk about what it takes to port an Ubuntu distribution to a new architecture. And I was considering doing Ubuntu to DEC Alpha, but I might more realistically do Alpine Linux to Motorola 680XO, mostly because I have a lot of 680XO hardware, and it's a fun vintage computing platform. So I really, so that might be a good educational project I do at some point. That, and I still haven't managed to get a working Alpha system. I have a friend who has an Alpha Server 2000. It turns on and then dies, which means either the Alpha chip itself has gone kaput, it's got a bad flash, or it's got bad capacitors. But it's not going to be a trivial to diagnose problem. And I've had one offer as a donation. The shipping was absurd. So I don't know if and when I will get an Alpha system. I've been on the lookout for over a year at this point. Is the audio? Hold on, I can make the audio a bit better. Hold on, I didn't realize it was that bad. Let's see here. Hold on. All right, let me see here. Is that better? I just turned off the fan in here because it's actually not that hot today. I haven't had a usable living room in about 2 months, which is why I haven't been streaming. But it's actually cool enough today that I don't need the fan on. So, yeah. So background-wise, I changed majors a lot of times in college. I went to Rochester Institute of Technology. I was originally in computer engineering. I moved to IT, and then I actually moved to criminal justice with the intent that I was planning to go to law school, and then I got a job offer at a major Linux company, and that's kind of how it goes. Because I was doing a lot of volunteer development work, and I essentially got headhunted, and I really hated my time in college. So, yeah. Okay, so there's that. So verifying. Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't realize the audio was that bad. Folks need to tell me when it's not good, and I can try and do something about it. So there's that. Okay, so, alright, so that's disk 7. So if we really wanted to speed this up, I could get rid of the /v, but I think we'd be tempting fate if we tried doing this without verifying each disk as we wrote it. But the rate we're going, it's going to take a while. Because it's 4 p.m. now, we are 9 disks in, although we had a late start. You know, I'm going to take off the verify option on the disk formatter. That should speed this up considerably. I will leave it on for the disk write, because I don't want to get to disk 39 and discover I have a corrupted image. Because, you know, that's just going to be sad, but I think we're being a little bit too paranoid. So, there's that. Realistically, it is possible to pivot careers. It's not trivial, but really the truth of the matter is most people don't believe it's possible, so they will do everything possible to make it harder for you. If you are determined to switch to a different career, you need to build the experience and essentially sell yourself in that job. Because effectively I migrated from doing full-time Linux work to working in low latency video streaming when I was working at Mixer. And now I'm working in content creation. Granted, I'm doing content creation showcasing ancient computers, but this wasn't actually the YouTube channel I had expected to make. I had actually been planning to do a travel channel. That was actually what Restless Yankee was. Let me get this next disc started, and then we'll continue the story time. So that was not. Let's see here. Utilities. Start up that. DMF format. I'm going to just get rid of the /v on this one. So we don't. I think we're being a little bit too paranoid. File save. I just wrote disk 7. Right. You have to eject the disk and put it back in. Yeah. I do like how this is apparently disk 11 internally, but as long as the numbers are incrementing, it'll be fine. Disk 7. I will tell you that when I took the installer apart to figure out how it works, it is a mess. Let's see here. 0, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. Yep. Okay, so we are currently on track. So that's 8, and that's 9 right there. And format, let's see here. Okay. There we go. So, alright, so what was I saying before we got there? Yeah. Yeah, so NCommander was not actually... NCommander is the handle I've used since my teenage years. It was like 18 years old when Freenode went up in smoke, and I know I'd been using it well before that point. But I had actually been cycling across the United States. I had a GoPro, and I had a laptop, and I started in Jacksonville with the intent of going all the way to San Diego. And there's some weird announcement thing going on outside. I don't know if that's being picked up on my mic. And I had made the declaration I was going to start this trip in December of 2019. And I had actually gotten it fully provisioned in February of 2020. If you're going to start a long duration trip, that was about the worst possible timing you could have had. So when I pulled the plug in March, when the pandemic was really, when the full severity of the pandemic was becoming obvious, I was staying with my parents, and I decided I was going a little bit mad because, you know, you're day in, day out during the pandemic. So I decided to do a vintage computer project, and I did some research into the Windows 1.0 Hello World. And I had the notion of making a video about it, and that's really how the channel got started. And it quickly became evident that I could make something of this. So I've been putting a lot of effort in making every video, every stream be better than the previous one, but there is an upper limit to this. It's how you get a lot of content. How do I put this? It's why you see a lot of cheating scandals or really half-baked content for clicks, because you get to the point where you're always trying to top yourself, and that's why I'm marking the end of season 1. I'm not leaving YouTube or vintage computing, but if I keep going as I am, I'm either going to burn out or I'm just going to start hating it. So that's why when I come back for season 2, we're probably going to talk about more subjective topics. Like, I'm probably going to explore the early internet, like the origins of Usenet, instead of any one specific system. Although there'll be plenty of cursed computing along the way. Like, I will almost certainly be building a full PBX and running CPM to do a dial-up into a Unix system. Like, but I won't be covering a specific system like I have been up until this point. Well, the Hoovy, to be more specific, that is the nature of the YouTube beast. It's why a lot of channels really top themselves. You see this a lot with gaming channels, like the ones that do these absurd challenges that very quickly become evident they're staged. I'm not going to name any, but if you've ever seen certain, it's really evident in some of the Minecraft community channels that it's that's what I'm trying to avoid. So yeah, I would say I've actually hit that groove, which is extreme, long form explanations with soft background music and 3D animations. Because the first video I did with animation, well, I actually did some as early, even before I used Resolve. I remember doing, I want to say one of the Netware videos was the first one I did actual animations in, and that learned to do compositing properly with with Blackmagic Fusion, and now I've been using Blender for that. Although Blender sucks if you have to do complex compositing. I blew a foot off trying to do that with the last video. It can be done, but it doesn't act in any way that you would expect. That is a program that you need the book. But I'm not at the point that I want to shell out for Nuke or Maya. And Blender is very powerful if you are aware of its sharp edges. Yeah, the thing with Usenet is I have to do a lot of prep work for that video. I would actually need to set up UUCP. I'd actually need, the way I would do it is I'd create a micro ARPANET, probably with my next station and the Spark station running Sun OS, and possibly a machine or two in emulation. and then I'd probably set up UUCP feeds between all of them. But that's going to be a massive project. But I also want to do a much more in-depth video about Unix, specifically starting with the research Unixes, the System 5 BSD split, the mock kernel. There are a lot of things I could say about the mock kernel. So I'm currently working on a topic list for season 2. It's probably going to be 10 topics, 12 videos, and then we'll mark a good endpoint. I'll take a break, and then we'll come back for season 3. And I think that's largely how this is going to play out, because the YouTube channel has always been me as a person. I don't really act on channel, although I will make a lot of bad puns. But that's because I like puns. Puns are fun. Especially when everyone starts groaning. So that is disk 8. That is disk 9. Imagine how many puns you can hold in 9 floppy disks. The Amiga is on that list. Oh god. I've actually considered combining the Amiga with the Alpine Linux port project. I don't know if I'm really that insane. I mean, I should be honest about this. I probably am. But I actually have the toaster working. I've gotten it to boot into Workbench. The built-in hard drive has problems. I don't know if it's failing or if Workbench screwed the pooch. I've heard that Workbench is not actually very good with hard drives. Like, it can suffer corruption issues. So I've got to dump that drive out. I've got to find a Zorro Ethernet card, which is like freaking unobtainium. Like, anything for Amiga has an extra 0 on its price tag. It's absurd. So I don't even know if the CD-ROM drive on that system works. And that case, like the 4000 case, is so miserable to work on. And that's even before we have to, the high flyer modifications. I want to get that system fully working. At this point, what I really need for it is I need an actual Amiga monitor. And I just need to get it going. The amount of motivation I have to work on it is low. But Amiga of Rochester did recap that system and even replaced all the SIM slots. So it is fully working. Yeah. I've been meaning to go through the old Computer Chronicle stuff. I actually do want to document the CPM history because there's no real good documentation on CPM. Even the Wikipedia article is kind of like, this is a thing. Because there's a lot of really weird and strange stuff that would not be out of place with a barely sociable or like Next Pro video. Like, it gets pretty conspiracy theory at points, just from the stuff that I can verify. So I would like to do a video on the long history of CPM, but I have a K Pro. I actually got, if you ever watch Action Retro, I actually got my K Pro at roughly the same time he got his. We were both at VCF when that happened. But he made the video and I'm like, I don't feel the need to make a video on mine, so it's been sitting on the shelf next to the Compact Portable. The only other CPM machine I have is a Commodore 128, and that's not so much a good machine for talking about CPM. That's a good machine to autopsy, because that is not how you build a computer. And Commodore should have known this, but it's Commodore. Yeah, I will say that Next Pro has been one of my biggest inspirations on video editing and style. It was the one that really helped though was Bobby Broccoli? He was the guy that did the entire documentary on the person that nearly faked their way to a Nobel Prize and a lot of other really awesome videos. And he posted a video that talked about how he was animating with Google Earth. which I can appreciate, but I don't want to animate my videos with Google Earth. But that was what actually got me to sit down and learn how to use Blender. Yes. Yeah. Bobby Broccoli does, according to his Twitter, he now uses Blender. But his video talking about how to do animations on Google Earth was pretty much, I think I saw that video, it was before I did the AIX one, but that video was lodged in my brain. So I must have saw it in April, because I know that's when I finally got around to installing Blender. And I really got to learning how you do compositing, how you do a dope sheet, and all that. CPM is documented. Oh, excuse me. CPM is documented, but a lot of the history is not. Especially how it was originally designed for use with teleprinters. A lot of, in fact, CPM has no concept of display. It was never meant to be used with glass terminals. MS-DOS is actually very similar, but because DOS was built for the IBM PC, which did have a terminal, no one ever really took advantage of that. But that's why Ed and Edlin were the default editors in CPM and DOS, respectively. And that's the part of the story I really want to document. I also want to talk a fair bit about how digital research and IBM basically that entire story, because there's a lot of misinformation in there that I've been trying to sort out. So, all right. So we are now 10 discs in. We are now 25% of the way there. So there's that. Well, CPM's Ed, I believe I don't know if it's based around the Unix one. It honestly reminds me of the Multics line editor, but I don't know what the original inspiration is. So right now, I'm going to go for all these disks and make sure I haven't written any duplicates. So that's the boot disk. That looks correct. So that's one. Oh. Helps if you put this in places where you can see it. So that's one. Okay, yep, that's the setup program. Okay, so the next one should be pre-copy 2. And it is. Okay. I will say that I bought like this 50 pack of discs off eBay for like 20 bucks, and I have not had any problems with these. And I rewrite these discs whenever I need a bunch of them. Like, they work way better than the discs I bought from Amazon to do the SLS video, because I had like 3 failures when I did that video, and I've lost another 6 or so since then. I'm just hoping none of these fail, because I don't have a lot of spares from this set. I have a few. Okay, so disc 8. Alright, so disc 6. That was 5, this is 6. Okay. So far, so good. Like, I've had eBay search alert for this disc set for a while, and it still hasn't shown up, which shows how rare it actually is. Like, there was probably only a handful of these ever sold. Because in '98, I can't imagine that many people not having a CD-ROM drive. I mean, CD-ROM drives were becoming common when '95 came out. Like, the only computer I remember as a kid that didn't have a CD-ROM drive built in was my dad's. The first computer I ever owned was a Packard Bell Legend of some sort. I don't know what the model number was. And that had a CD-ROM drive built in. And Creative used to have like those CD-ROM enablement packs. So by time 98 dropped, which was late 98, there could not have been a lot of floppy disk only systems. Like, it would have been, and even if you had a floppy disk only system, you were probably not even running 95. Like, I've always wondered who this product was meant for. So We just did, what was the last disk I just did? So, oh, well, you know, it's a good thing I checked because I forgot to write a label on that disk. That was disk 9. So, 9. So now we're on to disk 10. So, 10. What's going to suck is that next time I have to use these disks, I'm going to have to get an actual floppy drive out. I'm going to have to reformat them all. It's worth it. Okay, music is too loud. I can fix that. I don't see how it's too loud. Wow, it's like only at 30%. Let's find some different music. Let's see if the remote player actually works. So stream beats. Let's see here. Yeah, let's go for the lo-fi folder. That sounds good. Okay. Well, it probably didn't actually cost a lot to make. Windows, the Windows installer is built around the Diamond cabinet format. It's actually pretty trivial to create a floppy disk version of 98. I mean, I was experimenting this with Millennium Edition. I think for someone who has none of Microsoft's internal tools, I could probably do it with about a week of effort. For someone inside Microsoft who knew exactly what components were optional and which weren't, and this was probably only like a couple hundred units ever made, I have to imagine this was like, you know, the junior guy's first assignment. And then, because when we install this, and you'll see this when we install it, it has problems. There has been some noise that I've seen that there may have been a floppy disk edition of 2nd edition. I haven't actually no, if it has existed, it's never cropped up, and it may have just been a marketing mistake, but apparently it did exist, or it could have been easily made, because I was able to convince the ME installer that it's installing from floppies, but that ran into problems. But I could completely believe that 2nd edition had a could have had a floppy disk version. And if I ever try again to make a floppy disk version of Millennium Edition, I will start by trying to make a floppy disk version of 2nd edition. It probably won't even be that hard. Like I wrote a couple of tools to make it easier. Yeah. Yeah, we're still writing out all the disks. Like I said, this is just a really real chillax stream. Like I'm not trying to do real curse computing. I haven't done a live stream since the beginning of July. I tried to do one in July and that failed due to technical reasons, so it's been a while. And I really do like to stream. I find this incredibly relaxing when it works, not when I turn the stream on and it all goes ha ha ha, I'm broken. So I actually had pretty good experiences with Millennium Edition myself. I know a lot of people had issues with it, and I remember fixing computers that had problems with me, but I never personally remember all that much issues with it. I never even felt compelled to make a video on it because LGR's Windows Millennium Edition experience basically sums up everything I have to say on the subject. Like, I couldn't think of anything I would want to add to that. Like, enough to justify making a video, anyway. Beyond LGR, Michael MJD has done a lot of stuff exploring the Neptune builds and the early Whistler builds, which was because Neptune was supposed to be the follow-up to Millennium, and then that got merged together to form XP, which was Whistler. So there's that. 98 can run Minecraft, although not the most recent versions anymore. We're not going to successfully do it on this laptop. It's just a little bit too pathetic. And I don't think it will run on 1st edition, because that is what we are installing. Although I could be convinced to try, although it won't be this stream. This is a one. This is not a fast Pentium. Do I have a machine that would even be fast enough? I do have a socket 775, but I don't think it works. I found it on the side of the street, and it was gutted when I got it, so that machine is probably trash. At some point, I want to pick up a Prescott or another Pentium 4, not because they're good machines, but I can do stuff with them. Either a Pentium 4 or one of the very early Core series. Yeah. It won't run on this machine. If you watch the Sun PCI video, there's a very brief clip where I actually did try to run Minecraft on the Sun PCI. The long and short of it is you need a Pentium Pro. This is a Pentium, not a Pentium Pro. Is this one a Pentium? Yeah, this one's just a Pentium. So, because you need the C move instruction, so you need a Pentium Pro or I think a K63 will do it. First edition did have Internet Explorer. I don't remember what version was on there. Yeah. A Pentium 2 is the absolute minimum because that's what Java requires. There is a way to do it with older Java, but then you have GL issues. I would say as far as performance goes, you need a Pentium Pro just to get that far. That said, sorry, this is disk 10, not 11. That said, I do kind of want to try installing Windows 2000 on a 486. Alright, we are on to disk 11. Ooh, this is fine. This is absolutely fine. I will say that since we turned Verify off, it is going a fair bit faster. Yep. I vaguely have heard that there were, in fact, AT form factor Pentium Pros. I mean, I can completely believe that for, like, industrial chassis where you want to upgrade it, but you don't want to replace the housing. Because I could easily see industrial stuff. I forgot who did the video on that. Was it, I think it was Matt KC did the video on the Ultimate Windows 98 machine. And the motherboard they found was one of those industrial compatibility boards, which is absurd. You know, it had like audio AC97 support. It would have been a board that was been like at home in 1997, but it supported a Pentium 4 and a lot of other high-end processors. Yeah. Yeah. I don't think I had. The last PC I had was probably a Pentium 2, and then I was in the Apple camp for quite a while because of school, and I only came back to PCs after the Intel migration because I was running Linux more than I was running Mac OS X. And at that point, paying the Apple Premium did not make sense because I was not a big fan of what was 10.5 Lion. I just felt that it wasn't going in a good direction, and I really got involved with originally Debian development, and then moved on from there. So that's kind of how that played out. So I've kind of gone full circle by having a MacBook Pro. So let's see here. I will say that I have picked up some other hardware that I might show in a live stream. I've actually gotten a second RS6000 since I did the AIX video. This is an RS6000 43P model 140, and the main difference is that will actually run Windows NT for PowerPC. And someone is shouting outside. So I might do a live stream just exploring that. There's very little content about the RISC versions of Windows NT. I know Adrian Black, Adrian Digital Basement, has a video about the MIPS version because he had a Jazz system. I know there's a couple of videos about the Alpha series and that running NT. I don't think MJD has done a video. I know there's a few on YouTube. I haven't seen any about the PowerPC version, especially because that is a notoriously difficult version to run. So that's on my short list, but that system has issues. I got it working last time I had it out, but I'm not completely convinced it's going to work. I did get it to install the prep bootloader, and I also was able to reinstall AIX, so it's not completely dead. Well, I have the correct hardware for it. Like, it successfully goes into prep bootloader prepare system for NT4 installation. Yeah. The MIPS version is, I've actually run the MIPS version in a stream. There's a video on my channel about porting a Windows 1.0 application to Windows 11, and the latter half of that stream became a hostage negotiation between me and my chat, and I eventually installed Windows NT MIPS in emulation. It's the only RISC version you can install in emulation. The reason I haven't done a video on it is the Windows RISC story is a sad, and how do you make things that look identical interesting? Like, I have a couple of ideas, but I'd have to go all the way back to like NT3.1 and more or less storyboard the apocalypse. That's literally what it would take to make that video. It's why I haven't done a proper video on OS2 yet, because that particular train wreck is, well, it's a train wreck. I don't know what else to say. I actually picked up a 286 for doing an eventual video on that, but I need an XMS board for it. It's an IBM Model 30 286. Yeah, that was a fun stream. It was actually the real time. I recut that stream into a video. I was going to do that with this one, but given I don't have good source footage, I probably won't. So yeah. I've actually compiled Darwin from source code, including the lost version, which was Darwin 01 and 03, which was still much closer to Next Step than it was to macOS 10. It was still very much the mock kernel and not XNU, and it still had the Objective-C driver kit. You actually can use that kernel on ancient versions of Next Step successfully. I've done that. So, okay. So that's disk 11. Cool. 11. So let's get disk 12. So far, so good. I'm almost wondering if I should tempt fate and remove the verify flag, but that's probably a bad idea. Anyway, I'm gonna just step away from the keyboard for a moment, so I'll be back. Okay, and I have returned. I mean, if I really wanted to, I could extract all the CAD files from each floppy disk and do it that way. But one of the things that a lot of people don't understand with content creation, and especially YouTube, is there needs to be what I call, showmanship. You have to make it interesting. And the fact of the matter is, going through all the trouble of writing out every floppy disk to explore something that really doesn't need to be explored. Why am I writing a label on this one? I haven't actually written the disk out yet. Oh, this is going to go well. I'm going to like have 6 copies of like disk 20. I just know it. Okay. Yeah. Like, if I really want to, I've got copies of first and second edition. If you really want to get a bunch of Microsoft stuff all at once, just look on eBay for copies of the MSDN CDs, and you'll get everything in like one binder. I've been on the lookout for some of the more later ones, but the binders I have have all the platform builder and Windows CE stuff, like everything you could want as far as development tools and evaluation copies of Windows. And if I really wanted to, I could convert one of those into a floppy disk install. But this is more fun, because I had to figure out how to make DMF media, I had to figure out the tools, and then show it. Yep. Well, we'll make one giant stack when it comes time to install. But there's a reason why I've split this into 4 piles of 10. Oh, you know what I should have done? I should have made it 4 piles of 13. And I'm curious how many people are going to get that reference. Oh, that's a sad. Chat, can I get some Fs? That's a sad. One person got that reference. Also, the chat latency is high. You know what? Look, I'm paying for it, literally. I'm out of Diet Coke. There's another bottle in the fridge, but I'm not getting up for it. I like how I say that, and then I just ramble for a minute, and then suddenly I see the Fs. So I have this in normal latency mode for the closed captions. So there's that. Okay. One of these days I do need to reread that. It's been so long. That was like a major part of me living in Oregon. I'm sorry, I've been fairly nostalgic as of late, and today I just seem to be really nostalgic. But whenever I get this ThinkPad out, I always am, because this is the one vintage computer that I actually had as a kid. This is my original ThinkPad 380D that I actually found in the trash at my mom's office, and I saved it when it was sheer happenstance that I got this machine back. And MBI1, thank you for the €20 super chat. Okay. Office 97 would not have been HD floppies. It would have been DMF formatted. Or it should have been. I mean, I should really invest in getting a SodaStream, or doing your own. There are ways to make your own cola. There's the Open Cola project, and I should try that. It's just whenever I cook, I'm just imagining my kitchen on fire, and nothing good will come of that. Okay, so there we go. Okay, so that's 12, so that's another 3 discs down. We are getting there. I might start living dangerously and turn off the verify option, the second verify option, but I also know it's going to take over an hour. It's going to take almost 2 hours to install Windows 98 when we get there, and I still have to do all the drivers and such. Okay, so yes, I do know a lot about, I was a firefighter. I know how to cook, and I know how to deal with it when it goes wrong. But no, there are some things in life that you hope to never have to use the training for. Oh wow, Terry. I've had a search alert on eBay for the floppy disk version for a while. My guess is when it does show up, it doesn't get labeled as such, which is why my search alerts never bring it up. But it's not common. Yeah. Single stepping means that, no, that's actually correct. Single stepping means that the disk motor is only moving one track at a time. When you do double density or low density disks in a high density drive, you have to double step. But there are it's not a problem with 3.5 inch disks, but 5 1/4, that can be a real problem. So yeah. Look, I like my soda, and you know that is the price you have for watching an NCommander stream. Is I drink soda. I am actually hold on. I'm actually curious about this. I'm going to run this poll. Carbonated, normal. Because I am actually curious. Because I almost never see carbonated water in the States. It's very rare. Like, I don't think I encountered it regularly. Why is this disc not coming out? Come on. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Come on, come out. Oh, there we go. There we go. What did that get stuck on? The slider's a little rough. Let me see. Yeah. This is probably okay. I'm going to put a question mark on this disk because I may not want to use it again. Okay. The stream latency is normal. If you're really far behind, hold on. If you're really far behind, refresh or play at 2x speed. Okay, 12, 11, 10. I might rewrite this disk. This was disk 30. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I think I made a mistake somewhere. Because my disk numbers and the disks do not match. Because I just wrote disk 12, but I already have a disk 12. So the label, because the label I put on this one is 13. So what went wrong? Hold on. Hold on. So here's 9, 8, 7, 6. Here, 0, 1. Did I skip a number? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And I checked all these. I know these are good. So let's check here and see what I did wrong. Did I write the wrong disk at one point? So disk 9, which I just put in. Okay, so disk 9 has driver 13 on it, so let's put that aside. So disk 10 should have 14 on it. And it does, so that one's correct. So 14, so disk 10 is correct. Disk 11 should have 15 on it. And it does. Okay, so that's correct. So disk 12 is in fact disk 12. Did I just write the wrong image on this one? This one didn't even get the, I think I just formatted it. I don't think I even put the, Yeah. Okay. So that's what happened. I'm a genius. Okay. So coming back here. So it's about a 50-50 split, which is not what I would have expected. I would have really expected it to be like 20% carbonated, 40% normal. Instead, it's like 55 carbonated. Can I see what the country breakdown is? No, I can't see it while I'm live. I won't be able to see that until analytics happen. Isn't it like real late in Europe right now? Oh, maybe not. Or no, maybe. Yeah, no, because like the British Isles would be like 4 hours ahead, and it's 4:40 p.m. Eastern time. So, okay, I'm surprised. I'm not a big fan of just like plain carbonated water, but with a little bit of lemon, I can get behind it. Like when I first started backpacking, I did a lot of travel in Europe, and what I learned is that if you don't know if the water can be, it wasn't so much Europe, but it was when I was traveling a lot through the Balkans. I think it was in Bosnia where I finally picked up this trick from another traveler, is if you don't know if the water is safe to drink, you're always better off going with carbonated water because you know that at least it's been likely distilled. So that's where I learned to drink it. And while I don't really love it, I will drink it because I know at least I know it's safe to drink. So. Let me see here. Because I've had, one of the biggest culture shocks I ever had. I was assigned to liaison for a company in China, and I was sent on extremely short notice, like to the point that I didn't even have like any ground support. I literally landed in Shanghai and had to get to the hotel by myself. Usually when you do like a big corporate visit, someone's going to meet you, there's the usual meet and greet, so forth and so on. But this was so short notice they couldn't arrange it in time. And I went out to so the guy that, the local rep finally meets me at my hotel, and he takes me to a dumpling place. And I've been on a flight for probably 16 hours. Another 2 hours in Shanghai traffic. I had just taken a shower, and fortunately it was in business class. I got the upgrade on that flight because I think I would have gone mad had I... No, I did that. No, that one was in economy. It was the second trip to China I got the upgrade. So I probably did go mad. He takes me out to a dumpling place, and I wasn't super hungry, but it would have been rude not to have something. So I got a small pile of like shrimp. Shrimp. It was some sort of shrimp dumpling. It wasn't buns. I don't actually remember what it is, but I also ordered a glass of water, and they served the water hot, and I hadn't expected this. So I go to take a sip of water, and the look on my face would have probably been sheer unadulterated shock, because I don't think I've ever been served hot water before. And they told me that's how you know it's safe to drink. So yeah, so that's my Chinese. That was one of my few real times of culture shock, was getting a glass of water in Shanghai. So that's disc 13. There are other ones, but that's the one that I tend to tell because it's such a weird moment. Okay, and then 14. Here. I do like how we I do like how the entire topic has been talking about water and water accessories. No, God, I just said that, and now I'm imagining it in Hank Hill's voice. Why has my life come to this? but I'm talking about water and water accessories. Okay. Okay. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. I'm gonna go get the other bottle of soda from the fridge. Okay. You know, the way it goes is you learn to embrace the madness or you will go mad. You know, there's very little in life that can faze me anymore. So, you know, I take that as a good thing. I'm drinking a water-based product with other things in it. And life is good. Life... You know, at least this is not like when I was trying to upgrade to every version of OS 2 and... You know, because that was like a 16 or 20 hour marathon when all was said and done. And I'm pretty sure, like, my brain checked out like at the 3 hour mark of that, because the first stream went right up. The first stream was only 8 hours long. The second one went right to the YouTube mark. I've never gone past the 12 hour mark because at that point you lose the VOD. So there's that. Well, you know, I am trying to make writing 40 floppy disks interesting. I mean, I could sit here and start reading from the phone book, but I'm pretty sure AT&T would take objection to that. Maybe if I used a really old phone book, like, the problem is if I used a really old phone book that isn't copyrighted, it probably only has, like, what, 50 numbers in it? Like, you know, here's John Smith at number 10. So, you know. Let's see here. Let's see here. So I was saying something about numbers. Probably something about prime numbers. Oh yeah, so that was something I've been on the lookout for. Is I've been wanting to do a video on Multics, and I've also been looking for Apollo and Domain OS. Someone recently told me you can actually run it in emulation these days, and it's like, that will probably be something I do a stream on at some point. I gotta do, like, for me to actually do it, you don't see it, but almost every time I've done a live stream, I have to do a massive amount of prep work, sometimes days worth of prep work, so I'm ready to present it live on stream. It's sort of like I'm about to go to a conference and, you know, dawn of the first day, 72 hours remained, and your slide deck is incomplete. And my pen is literally disintegrating. Okay. So, now I'm really tempted to go to the shower, get the shampoo bottle, and start reading it. Like, that, I almost feel like that's going to be in a charity stream, like, contribute $500 and I will read the back of the shampoo bottle. My brain just... I'm going to leave the thought that my brain just had. Oh, are we really making Itanium and shampoo jokes? Is this where life has gone? I feel like I feel like the problem with liking puns and also being a content creator is you can clearly see what you've become responsible for. So, Stereo Bucket, I've actually heard that carbonated shampoo is in fact a thing. Apparently it's supposed to be like all tingly. I never tried it, but I know I've heard of it, and I can completely believe it exists. Because you could definitely carbonate a gel, and it would probably hold that carbonation for a really long time. Okay, so that's disk 14. All right, so we are more than halfway done. This disk is the halfway point. I like the fact that it's hard to tell what people are reacting to because of the chat delay. I should have really set it on low latency, but this is fine. This is actually more fun for me because it literally means that my chat suffers from quantum uncertainty. I would actually consider live streaming on Twitch. It's just, there's a lot of reasons I don't really want to, but I might start doing it in addition to YouTube streaming. The problem is if I ever become partnered on Twitch, I can't post the VODs to YouTube until 24 hours after the fact. It's actually a massive problem that has made doing like collaborative streams borderline impossible, and it's why I really don't. It's like, ugh. Yeah. Let's see here. I thought Twitch was still 1080p, but I also know that I know the amount of duct tape that held Mixer together because I implemented a lot of that duct tape, and I can't imagine that Twitch is much better. Then again, I almost could believe that YouTube, being like the origin of video streaming, is held together by a hope and dream, powered by Google Dreams. That's a sentence that makes complete sense to me. I mean, I can't, YouTube, I actually think I could do 4K streaming of YouTube, but I've never tried. Because YouTube has some support for, I know like a couple of the really big content creators, like National Geographic, can upload in 8K. Like the platform supports it, it's just not generally available. Because we got 4K, I want to say 4K became generally available a few years ago, but most people don't have the ability to actually. All right, I have to actually write the disk before I put it in the done pile. I think the biggest problem with this project is not that I'm going to write or not write a disk. It's going to be that I forgot to do. Yeah. Well, you don't have to be. So the thing is that Partner is opt-in on Twitch, and for someone like Linus Tech Tips, the vast majority of his revenue is going to be sponsorship deals and not in-stream advertising. If anything, I would actually, in that particular case, stream advertising actually works against you, because every time you run an ad, you do lose engagement. Like, I have a button on YouTube to insert ads whenever I want. I've only done that when I step away from the desk, because every time I do, my engagement actually goes down. So for someone like LTT, it would actually make a lot of sense not to run advertisements during live streams. Because you got because all those are sponsored deals. Like if he's doing a computer build, like it's almost certainly sponsored by like Intel or AMD. And most creators are generally upfront about that. Like Gamer Nexus is very clear when they are sponsored versus something they are doing in-house. And I have a lot of respect for that. I don't really watch Linus Tech Tips, so I don't know how upfront he is about it. But that's pretty par of the course for how the content creation industry works. Yeah. Yeah. So the thing with YouTube, and it's something I really do appreciate about the streaming platform, is unlike Twitch, which forces you to watch an ad even just to watch a stream, YouTube doesn't. And if you've got YouTube Premium, you actually still give revenue to the creator, even if you aren't seeing ads. Because when I go into my breakdown, I can see revenue from ads, revenue from Super Chat, and revenue from premium watch time. And the premium watch time actually adds up to be quite a bit, because I do like half an hour to hour long videos, and my live streams are literal hours long. So people that with premium that watch add up a pretty good chunk of my revenue. I mean, most of the stuff that I've bought for streaming have all been funded off Patreon, Coffee, and YouTube ad revenue, because I've been monetized. The first video that went viral, quote unquote, was the graphical file system, which got me from about 800 subscribers to 5,000. And that was late 2020. And now I think the channel's we're just short of 35,000. So it's been a lot of growth, but I am going to hit an upper limit because the vintage computer scene is not that big. I mean, the two largest channels, I believe, are LGR and 8-Bit Guy, because they're both over 1 million. Michael NJD is, I think he was about 300,000, and then it gets smaller past that point. Yeah. I'm not really. I'm going to say I understand people that use ad blockers, and I'm not going to, and I won't hold it against them. But that's. But I also know that, between ads make up a fairly large, significant portion of what makes this channel possible. A lot of the things that I have picked up were only possible because of the what I've done as a content creator. So it's unfortunately the price. I would love to have ad-free content, but I can't. Maybe someday, like if I ever have like a few $1,000s worth of monthly revenue. Oh, this disc is a. Do folks see what I see? I see a bad sector. Track 7, head 1, sector 7. Oh, that's our first bad disk. I'm going to reformat this one manually and see if it actually is dead. This might just be a problem with formatting it as DMF. Yeah. If you want to buy me coffee, I literally have a link in the description, or I really should, which I'm going to check right now, because if I don't, then past me is going to be annoyed at present me. Let's see here. My live streams. Yes, I know I'm live streaming. Yeah, it's there. Okay. No, collectively, I make a lot more from YouTube ad revenue than I do from either Patreon or Coffee. It's about 60 to, I would say it's about 60%, with Patreon and Coffee combined being about 40. There are months where it is different, but on average, it's more than half. I've posted breakdowns of my revenue on Twitter before, but I will say the most recent video of the Sun PCI, I took in about, over July, I took in about $1,000 of ad revenue. Coffee and Patreon were just over 600. Okay, so I'm going to manually format this disk. I want to see if this is actually dead. Because this will error out if there's a dead... Well, it won't error out, there will be a message if there's a dead sector. Because if this is only having a bad sector because it's DMF formatted, then I'll keep it and I'll just put a note. Yeah. Yeah. No, and yeah, an individual person is not going to make a big difference that way, one way or another. But it's why I have to run ads in the channel. I really wish I didn't. I know for a lot of content creators that is the dream, but it's the unfortunate nature of content creation. So yeah. So Patreon is currently where I get most of, the tier and regular supporters. I'm probably going to set up tiers on Coffee and pay for a gold subscription from them. I actually just got approved for Discord subscriptions because there is a fairly active Discord community for my channel, but that's been becoming its own thing that is doing a lot of stuff that isn't directly tied. So the stuff that I get from, say, subscriptions is going to be different there. Yeah, see, I got no bad sectors on this one, so I'm going to just put a question mark on this disk, but we're not going to use it. Because if there was bad sectors, there would have been a line of X bytes have been lost to bad sectors. So I'm going to put DMF questionable. And we will try a different disk. I've got spares, so I'm not too worried about it. I was actually surprised, and we went more than halfway before the first problem with the disks. So, okay. Hi, C. So, okay. So far, so good. All right, more than halfway. I'm feeling it. We're going to manage this, or I'm going to go mad. It's really an either or sort of thing. But madness is fun. Madness is how you come up with ideas like this. Oh, I think there was a super chat I missed. I just noticed. H. Michael. I'm not even going to try. Thank you for the $25 super chat. I don't even know what that is. Crot, I think is how you say that. So. Yes, that's a purple disk and you can see that I've written DMF questionable on it. I'm going to hold on to this one because I don't usually have to DMF format disks. So if it works as a regular floppy, there's no reason to bin it, but I do want to at least keep a note on it. Okay. I don't usually get this machine out. Like, this will sit on the shelf for months before I bring it out, but I don't do a lot with vintage PCs. I mean, if I'm going to play with OS 2, sure, I'll get this out, but a lot of times I'll do all my research on emulators, and I will only get out the physical hardware when it's time to do the video. Like, I enjoy making vintage content, but I don't tend to do a lot with, playing with old computers in my downtime. There are exceptions, but I don't do it day in, day out. Well, how do you say it? Like, I was thinking like, I don't know. There's a challenge in pronouncing names. Okay. Well, I did see LGR's video about the floppy disk, and there was some. It's been a while since I've seen it, so LGR may have brought this up, but there is a concept in engineering known as the bathtub curve. Essentially, when you make something, you'll have a lot of failures right at the beginning, and then as the failed units pass out, the ones that are reliable will stay, and then over time, then the components will wear out, and then they start failing. This is a lot why you don't see a lot of zip drives click of death even 20 years later. But I remember that happening. Like that was a fairly common occurrence in the 90s, to the point that I remember it actually happening to my dad. It never happened to me, but it did happen to my dad. And I remember it happening to a lot of people. Like, it was a common topic on tech forums of the time. I don't remember where I would have read it. It probably would have been on Slashdot if I really had to guess, because I wasn't on Usenet at that time. So, yeah. I never use the I almost never use the download feature, and when I do, it's mostly because we don't have cell phone service on Path, and it's very spotty on the New York City subway. But I'd rather read a book when I'm on the train than watch a video. So I've really got to be in a certain mood to even try and download. I mostly have it to support creators because, even I'll admit it, ads are annoying. Yeah. Yeah, I remember when LGR... I'm actually surprised that that video did not require him to censor out the phone numbers, because YouTube can be questionable. Like, I've done that when I have, like, a phone number show up. I have censored it out. But I guess it's public record, so it's probably why he didn't have any problems. But YouTube can be really twitchy about that. Yeah, we're still ready, Floppies. We've only had one failure thus far, surprisingly. And I could even try formatting that disk again and seeing if it'll work. Like, we might try that for disk 39 if we don't have a second failure. No fail counter because I can't easily access OBS when I'm set up like this. You can't see it, but the desktop that's running OBS is 5 feet behind me, and I've got cables running all across the floor. And right now, my Canon PowerShot, which is my new main filming camera, I've got the HDMI running into a USB 2 capture stick, and then I've got the laptop is connected to a scaler. The scaler is actually right over here. The scaler is connected to a mini record, Blackmagic design mini recorder 4K. What I want to do is I want to pick up a relatively cheap board with a bunch of PCI 4X or 16X slots, and then I just want to load that thing up with recording cards. I know Blackmagic has something that can do like 4 streams at once, but it's really expensive for what it is. But I do want to like make a dedicated recording filming rig. Something relatively small and compact, but I don't need it at the moment. That's more like if I go down to InfoAge to film, because I've had a couple of long talks with them and other museums. Like, they have things that they would love to see videos made about, but I can't bring the systems home with me. So if I ever want to do like a video on a PDP 8 or a PDP 11, the filming rig has to go with me. And that's that's something I'm hoping to do in 2023 or 24, because I do have a standing offer from at least one computer museum. So it's mostly because I can. I've never actually installed 98 from floppy disks on real hardware. I have done it in the VM. The last version of Windows that I installed from floppy disks was 95. And honestly, it's not a bad way to kill a weekend. Especially because this will probably be one of the last Chillax streams I do for a while. I might do some work streams where I'm working on a project, but this is just for fun one. The way my apartment is going, it's becoming a museum. I mean, I've got... I'm actually, I don't really want to pan the camera, but if you've seen the apartment, I'm going to be replacing the bookcases with much taller ones, so I can fit more stuff. My bedroom has been growing shelving units at a rate of 1 every 3 months. At the rate, I'm going to have to get a storage unit for some of the vintage computers I'm collecting at this rate. So yes, no, my apartment is becoming a museum. And I have absolutely no problems with this because I'm actually not a huge materialistic person. I lived out of a backpack for many years and I could probably go back to that no problem. But I do like preserving these historical artifacts because no one really, only a handful of people are. And there are people that really get ticked at YouTubers because, oh, we've made it mainstream. But imagine vintage computing without an LGR. Like, do you realize how much things we would have probably lost if it wasn't for, him and other YouTubers characterizing it? Yes. I honestly would consider doing a Windows 11 from floppy disks as a charity thing. I probably wouldn't start with that. I'd probably start with installing it from zip disks. Because if I was to install Windows 11 from zip, that would only require probably 10 disks. And if I did it with a SCSI-based zip drive, it should just work. Because SCSI has a generic removable disk medium, so you don't need Omega tools to make it work. I just have to start into Windows PE, and I could run DISM, and it would work. I just need 10 to 20 zip disks and time. Like, that might be an end-of-the-year stream if I can find a way to put a SCSI port on a modern PC. Unfortunately, I don't have a spare system that can run Windows 11. Like, if someone wants to donate an early i7 to the channel, get in touch, because I will actually use that for a charity stream, especially if you've got a SCSI card. It might take a lot of adapters, but I could do it. WIM files can be spanned across multiple media. It's actually a holdover from when WIM files were for CD-ROMs. Most people don't remember this. I don't even think Michael MJD has covered this, but Vista was available as 1 DVD or 5 CD-ROMs. I remember that very clearly because I had to respin Vista as a multi-disc image when I was working in IT. We had to upgrade one machine because, and I had to respin our in-house media. It sucked. Yeah. So yeah, it is in fact possible to do it. So if I was to do Windows 11 from zip disks, I'd probably have to set up Server 2022. I'd probably have to set up Windows Deployment Services. I'd probably have to trim that thing to be really, really skinny. Like, I would have to get rid of most of the theming, almost all the built-ins. But you could do it. And WIM files compress pretty well. I don't remember what they're using. It's not Deflate. But they compress decently well, so you could span like 10 zip disks and it should work. Like, I can't think of a reason why it wouldn't. A USB zip drive might work, but USB under... So, the Windows installer runs under what's known as PE, pre-installation environment. I think Microsoft's changed the name, but that's what it used to be called. I've found that USB is really dodgy under that because, but it should theoretically work. I would have to start the system. I'd actually need 2 zip disks, or I'd have to netboot it. One to have the pre-boot environment disk in it, and the rest with the DISM disks. But it could be done. Like, I can easily see just sitting here how I would approach that. And if I have a spare i7, that would actually be a very good, like, charity auction. I didn't want to, you know, the fundraising takes a lot out of me. So that's why we're not doing it for this one. And I'm not going to do every stream as that. That's why when we looked at Amiga Unix, I didn't bother. Oh, it's pre-boot, not pre-installation. I think it was pre-installation back in the XP era because it used to be shipped as part of the Windows Automated Install Kit, and then it started becoming its own thing. Yeah. I literally just don't have a spare system with PCI slots. That's really the only reason why. The only one that I have is the desktop, is my current desktop, which I kind of need to stream from. But I could, you know, I've got someone I know who has a spare i7. I think it's like Haskell. It's like one of the real early ones. I could ask to borrow that system, and then all I gotta do is throw an SSD in it, and it should be fine. Oh no, that system doesn't have a TPM in it, so Windows would complain. It's, I mean, that's not hard to get around. I do KVM on the streaming machine all the time. It's just for something like that, where I'm going to install from zip disks, I need to do a setup like this, where the machine is physically sitting on the desk and you can see the media. Because imagine if I was doing this with just the camera capture. It would not be an interesting stream. I mean, the reason I have the external LCD out was because I was going to time-lapse this, but the face cam camera screwing up on me is why we're not going to do that. Although, if we raise another, I don't know, if I get like 100 or 200 comments on this stream, I might refilm this from scratch and make like an ASMR time-lapse video. Oh yeah, no, you know, it helps if I actually write the disk before I put the next one in. Like, that's not even like that bad of an idea. Like, I'm not a big fan of ASMR videos, but on occasion they can be a lot of fun, so maybe I'll actually do that. Yeah, no, I know that it doesn't require it, but the way I would actually install it is I'd probably pixie boot a PE image, which just goes to command line, and then from there I can run diskpart and then dism. Like, I wouldn't even bother trying to run the full installer because that will just be painful. But it could be done. Like, the way I would show that is I would boot the charity box into Linux. I would physically wipe the hard drive and show you doing that, and then I'd run the entire installer. It's why you can see right now that I'm writing every disk, and we're going to install from that, just to show that I've literally got nothing up my sleeve. Not that I have sleeves, but, you know, it's the point. Because, you know, let's be honest, there's a lot of fake content on the internet, and I define my channel by not doing that. Yeah, you can install. Yeah, the TPM check is in the installer. It's not in dism. It's been a while since I've done that. Like, I legitimately think you could get Windows 11 on some pretty old hardware. You could get to run on. You could probably get to run on an Operon, like the first generation 64-bit processors. I can't think of a reason why you couldn't, because the 64-bit instruction set has more or less been locked in stone for 20 years. So, yeah. Alright, so that is disk 18. So, yeah. So that means we've got 11 disks to go. Fingers crossed. The FDOS DCP is just the disk copy command from FreeDOS. I just didn't want to install FreeDOS because I need to run. If you weren't probably here at the start of the stream, but I actually don't have the disk images on this laptop. If you look carefully, I'm actually on a G drive. That's because we are connected to Novell NetWare. The disk images are on a NetWare image, and as soon as this is done reading, I'll actually show that. It's actually the same NetWare VM I set up 2 years ago. I've just been recycling it every time I need a network for vintage computers. I need to rebuild this as that NetWare VM as a Linux box, because there were some Linux distributions that could actually talk IPX, because that would let me put it in a VM, and then I could put that VM on my NAS, and then I wouldn't have to run Humpty Dumpty every time I need to do vintage networking, because running old SMB is a painful thing. Oh yeah, I would need something newer than that. But you could get pretty old. Okay. Come on, finish verifying. Alright, so what was I going to show? So if I do who am I? Yeah, so you can see that I am user NCommander attached to server Odyssey 2. And the server is running NetWare 3.12. Like, I don't think I have syscon. Like, is syscon? Oh, syscon is here. Yeah, so I can, like, load up syscon. I can see my login script. This is literally the same install that I did months ago to do the diskless Windows stuff. So I pull it out whenever I need it. So what disk did I just write? 18. So, oh, I forgot to put a label on this one. 16. So this is 17. And this is 18. Alright. 17, 18, and that's 19. Have a good night. Alright. Yeah, we're probably going to be going for a few more hours. Like, there's no way we're going to get... I only thought this was going to be like a 4-hour stream. I think it's going to be like a 6 to 8 hour, but it's fine. I wasn't planning on doing anything productive today. Once I'm done streaming, I'll order a pizza, and then I will sleep. And that will be my day. It's a perfectly fine way to spend a Sunday. Like, you could probably run, like, I know that people have, like, managed to run Windows 2000 on a 486. I have to imagine that if you had all the instructions, you could probably run, like, Windows 11 on, like, a 400 megahertz processor. Like, that would, like, be a really cursed video, like, underclocking an Intel i3 and seeing what you can do with, like, a 486 speed processor. So far, we are verifying each disk as we write it, so I'm less worried about it. If the install fails halfway through, I will replace the disk, and we will rerun the install. It might be very painful, but we can do it. Yeah, XP requires compare and exchange 8. Vista requires ACPI. The 64-bit ones shouldn't require much. I probably... Alright, so this is 19. Okay, and there we go. I mean, if you were really determined, there's nothing stopping you from implementing ACPI on an old computer. It's actually, I'm not insane enough to do it, but it really would be no different than like porting core boot and then putting ACPI on the image. It could be done. I'm just, I'm not, you know, yeah. I mean, you could now that I think about it, that's probably the easy way to do it, because there is an x86 port of U-boot. So if U-boot has a capacity to load in ACPI tables, it could be done. I mean, I know there are ways to patch ACPI from bootloaders, so there's no technical reason that I could think of that you couldn't do it. I just know from experience that doing ACPI hurts. You would probably, like, if you did an absolutely blank boilerplate install, it probably wouldn't be bad because you can no-op most of the opcodes. Let me see if I can remember this. For ACPI 1.0 and 2.0, you'd have to implement the S0 through S4 states. You need to implement brightness control. I don't think volume control was standardized at that point. It's something like 30-something functions in Intel's really horrible bytecode. But you could do it. In fact, I could probably take parts of CBIOS to do it, because you don't need a lot. Like, now I'm actually curious. Like, I don't think I have a Pentium 2 that doesn't have ACPI. But if I was to take the Sun PCI, no, I'm going to stop that fault before I have it. If you're an approved user or a moderator, you can post links. Like, I can do it. If you're on Discord, you can send the link to one of the moderators and they can repost it for you. But I already have enough spam problems in this when we stream. I'm actually surprised the bots haven't been here today. The Sun PCI is a Pentium compatible, not Pentium Pro, so I don't actually know if Vista or 7 requires CMove. I'm not even certain. It may or it may not. Approved user is, on YouTube, you can set someone as an approved user. They'll never get hit by the message filter. Their messages will always go through. It's not commonly used because I actually have to go into the studio panel to do it. Like, if I right-click someone, I can make them a channel moderator, but I can't approve them to post links without doing it. And yeah. I will say this, that Google is very good about keeping the spam on YouTube reasonable. Okay, so we are another 10 discs down. We are now, so we disc 19 of 39. Why did I think we were at the halfway point earlier? Now we're at the halfway point, so let's go through and check these. So that's 14. 15. So the file number in the cab will always be going up. And that's how I know I've done this correctly. 16. 17. I probably should rewrite this just because it keeps getting stuck, but which one was that? That was 13, 14. Okay. 15. Yep. Hey, look, there's the end of the drivers. The drivers only span 8 disks. Now we're actually to Windows. So there's 20. Which really says a lot about Windows 98. Okay. Yeah. The file names actually do have meaning. You can change them by changing the installer manifest. It's a process. 22. But I could completely believe that there was a second edition floppy disk version. It may have never been available for retail, but I could easily see it for like government contract stuff. Where second edition, because first edition, the 9X version of Windows didn't have like any real security updates. Windows Update was a thing, but there were no real service packs. Okay. All right, so those are disks 10 through 19 done. I'm not going to stack these because I don't need the falling tower of floppy disks. The discs are labeled. I'm just putting the number on them though because I will use these for other projects. And so when I do other projects, I will just start at disk 0 and go all the way up. Like if I ever did Slackware from floppy disks, I just reuse the set. Right, so we're on disk 20. There were some security fixes, like the one I remember was WinNuke, where it was possible to get a remote 95 machine to blue screen by sending a malformed network packet. That one had a good lifespan in middle school. And there were security fixes for it. I believe there was a formal Service Pack 1 for 95, but there were a bunch of versions of 95. There was the original RTN release, and then there were 2 OEM service releases. There was OSR 2.5, and I believe OSR 2.5 even had USB support. They were never released for retail, but they did exist. No, not yet. We're still writing disks. I'm going to stretch my legs once I start writing this disk. So that'll be an ad break in a minute or so. Yeah. Yeah, the 98, that was, let's see here, 95 was Chicago, 98 first edition was Memphis, and second edition was Nashville, if I remember correctly. Memphis had a really troubled development period. I'm actually surprised that no one has done a video on that, because 98 had some serious indigestion going through the door. That's why we got a second edition. Okay. Alright, so... Alright, 20. Alright, and I will be back in a moment. Okay, and I'm back. I feel considerably more human. I did not sleep particularly well last night, though. I don't know. Between the heat this summer has been miserable because I don't have good air conditioning in this apartment. And my living room, you can't see it due to the angle, but the fire escape is right there, so I can't put a window unit in the living room. And the rules of my building don't let me have one permanently. Like, I can do a temporary one with the super's approval, but it has to be removed in October, and that's like such a nightmare. So I have a portable unit, but it's garbage. It really is. So, yeah. Yeah, I don't know what went wrong with first edition. Like, it rather famously blue screened on Bill Gates during a CNN interview. I remember that clip. Like, that got a lot of mileage back in the day. My general impression from what I remember about 98 was a lot of that was to compete with IBM's Warp Connect. Because at that point, Microsoft was being sued by multiple parties. They were really deep in the antitrust suit. And I tend not to see bundling Internet Explorer. I have mixed feelings on that with the distance of 20 years. But Active Directory was very much an attempt to prevent IE from being unbundled from Windows. I don't think it was wrong that there was a web browser included with Windows, but Microsoft was very much trying to, well, the old embrace, extend, extinguish. Yeah, well, let me think about this. IBM officially sent the white flag up on OS2 in 2001 because that was when they pulled the plug on 452 and they sold the they licensed eComStation to basically take up that flag. That was early 2000s. So I do suspect a lot of what went wrong was that Active Desktop was just really half-baked. Like, that was the part that I remember breaking. It wasn't 98 in and of itself. It was that white and blue screen that Active Desktop has crashed, press this button to restore. That is what I actually remember. Although I don't have that, like, I remember you could install Active Desktop on NT4, and that's what I remember using both at my first job, and I installed it on my home system, and that's what 2000 had, and it was considerably less broken. My guess is that there were Active Desktop is implemented on something called the Component Object Model, or COM. And COM on Windows 9X is not what I call a paragon of stability. It's a lot better on NT. But that's because Windows 95, which was the first consumer version of COM, had to run, the memory requirements for 95 is 2 megabytes of memory. Which is absurd when you think about it, considering how much 95 did. You really needed 8 to do anything useful with the system, though. Didn't Michael MJD recently do a video on 98 Lite? Yeah. No, you didn't miss anything. We're just writing out disk 21. Oh, the end is almost like when I did this for Soft Landing Linux, because I didn't have to format the disks for that video. It was like, oh boy. I thought 95 could run on 2. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Well, no, actually that makes sense because the base 95 system would have had to been able to run on 2 megabytes with 2 megabytes available for an application. Because you can page part of the operating system, just not all the operating system. You know what? It helps if I write the disk before I put it in the den pile. Well, so 95 gets a lot of note for being really innovative, but in practice, 95 actually isn't that big of a leap forward from Windows for Workgroups, because the first version of Windows that could use protected mode was Windows 286 and 386. Windows 3.0 was the first to unify the 8088 port, the 286 port, and the 386 port. 3.1 was the Windows for Workgroups was the first one that had the full virtual memory manager, the VMM, and the VMD in kernel. It was present in 3.1 base, but that was the one that required a 386. And then 95 is an extension of that. Like if you have a kernel debugger hooked up to 3.1, it's very similar to 95. It's not a huge innovation. And if you ever look at the Chicago betas, that becomes a lot more evident on just how much window dressing Windows 95 really was. Yeah. 95. The big thing of 95 is that you could run 32-bit applications without having to do Win32s. And you were also freed from the segment memory limitations, because applications on 16-bit Windows still had an upper limit. I want to say it was I think it was 16 megabytes, because excuse me, 16 megabytes, because that was the upper limit of what you can do with the LDT, and you still had the 64-bit. The 64 kilobyte segment limit. Win32s could do a little bit of sleight of hand, but you still had to deal with segmentation. Windows 95 was the first time that the full UI was available without segmentation. Although a lot of that was really just 32-bit trampolines to 16-bit code. Yeah. The thing is that you can actually get true preemptive multitasking, and there wasn't on Windows for Workgroups. It's available through the kernel API. It was never officially supported by Microsoft, but you could do preemptive multitasking within a given application on 3.1. The thing is that Program Manager and the entire shell was cooperatively multitasked, but the kernel could do it in 3.1, because you have to be mindful of that when you're writing drivers. Yep. Diet Coke makes everything better. I might at some point cover Chicago. It's just a lot of people already have, and to cover Chicago in depth, I'd have to go through like all the versions. It's a project. Like to do the if we go to the pinball video, which was probably one of the most intense research benders I've ever gone on. That was easily a few hundred hours worth of work. And a lot of that was the research. Like the video editing for that one wasn't actually that hard. But I had to do a lot of research and note-taking for Space Cadet Pinball. I think my notes file was like 20 pages by the time all said and done. Because to figure out pinball, I had to go back to the beginning, which, and I built off earlier work by LGR for that one, because LGR did a lot of the groundwork with the Plus kit and so forth. So I had to go back to the Whistler betas and track the full evolution of pinball from basically Windows 2000 to when it was removed in the post reset. And then I had to work backwards through reverse engineering to figure out what had broken. Like that was weeks to put that whole thing together. And there were times where I came to a conclusion, and then while doing the video editing, I noticed the detail that invalidated my conclusion, and I had to go back and do it all over again. Like, for quite a while, I thought it was a source control problem, that the fixed pinball was only on the Server 2003 branch. It had never made it into the Windows mainline. But that didn't make sense when I looked at the Longhorn reset build development. So that's why I had to go through all the Longhorn builds to figure out what had actually changed. And then I actually tried to flush out the floating point issue, and I did. I actually have a sealed in copy box of Wabi. Yeah. Like, let me grab that, because that's just a cursed item. Like, I don't know when I'm going to do a video on it, but I found this a few months ago, and I will do a video on it. Let me make sure I've got the camera on. This is, I mean, yes, this is about as cursed as it gets. And what's really neat about it is it requires a licensed copy of Microsoft Windows 3.1, 3.11, or Windows for Workgroups. I actually do have a copy of 3.11 on disks. Run popular Microsoft Windows applications on Open Linux from Caldera, who are better known as SCO, you know, the lawsuit. Wabi allows you to install and run popular Windows applications just as you would on a native Microsoft Windows system, but with all the added benefits of Open Linux. Wabi runs as a Linux program, giving you a multitasking, secure, internet-aware platform for your favorite personal productivity applications. This package includes a CD-ROM and 200-page user guide. A list of Wabi certified 16-bit Microsoft Windows applications are included in the front flap of this box. Oh, there is actually a flap in the shrink wrap. I didn't notice that before. Some other applications are known to run well with Wabi, as noted on Caldera's web server and other electronic forums. Device and peripherals on your system or network can be accessed through Wabi via the graphical configuration tool panel. Oh, I kind of sneezed and it stuck in my nose. Map any network or local drive to a Windows disk letter. Access serial ports for communication programs. You know, that doesn't even work on Wine, so if that actually works, I'll be impressed. Print through Linux print tools to any networked or local printer. That was before cups was a thing. That is, oh my, I just noticed who published this. I'm going to get to that in a moment. That is, I'm trying to figure out what it would take to print on like Debian 2.1. That was in the era of LPR. Yes, there was a version of this for Solaris. That one required an add-on. There was the Sun PC, which put a 486 on a S-Bus. And, well, I love the technical requirements for this, because this is in faith. System requirements. Intel-based PC with 16 megabytes of RAM running the Caldera network desktop or other Linux system with 1.2.13 or later kernel running the X Windows system, X11R6, approximately 10 megabytes of free disk space plus space for Windows application, licensed copy of Windows, and then a CD-ROM drive for installation. This was published by Sunsoft of all people. Wasn't that like Sun's subsidiary arm for ISVs? Like, I do want to crack this open. I just don't know when I'm going to do it. Yes, this is properly cursed. I don't know when I'm going to crack the shrink wrap on that one, but I'm going to. I actually have a few other things that we might as well talk about since we're just killing time today. Let me get the next disc going, and then we'll continue story time with NCommander in a moment. Okay, so this is going to go back on the shelf. I actually don't think I've shown this one in camera. I got this one quite a while ago. I got to do some fixing the shelf to get it. So this got sent to me by a volunteer at Computer Reset. It's the entire programming SDK it's the entire graphical kernel kit. And I have wanted to do a follow-up to the graphical file system video for quite a while. I mean, just look at this behemoth. I like how the first one is Programmer's Guide, and then the rest are just language bindings for C, Basic, and Fortran. But I really want to have a professional graphics controller or one of the clone cards if I'm going to make that video. Yes, there's a lot of documents. All the discs have been imaged, and they were imaged before this was sent to me. But this was if I can ever get a PGC or one of the clone cards, I will do a follow-up video, but I don't want to do the follow-up video without the actual PGC. I'm still trying to get the other parts of it, but a few other bits have surfaced in the interim period, so we have a mostly complete dump of all the professional graphics series. This is probably my current claim to fame for software archival. It makes me very happy that I have this. No, it does not require the PGC. You can actually... So, in one of those... But why... Hold on, let me get this next image going. The way it works is that IBM made multiple device drivers available. The version that I examined, and there is a video on the channel about this called the Graphical File System, you have backends for printers, plotters. I don't think there's a Hercules card, but there's a CGA driver, there's an EGA driver, there's a driver for the IBM PC Junior, because that was the machine that you wanted to do high color graphics work with, tongue in cheek, and there's a backend for the professional graphics controller. Yeah. When I tried it on PCM, and this was 2.5 years ago at this point, it did not work. In theory, someone did get it working in MAME, but I could not reproduce that. Yeah. The problem is that there's a lot of components about that are not well documented, and there's only a handful of applications that work with the PGC, and at the time, no one even knew this existed. This is a relatively recent discovery, so yeah. So that's on the list. I will get a professional graphics controller at some point. I know at least a few people said that if they ever get one, they would loan it to me. So at some point, I will have the hardware to do that. I would just need a 5160 to go with it, but 5160s are not hard to come by. I mean, if I really was willing to drop $600, I could get one tomorrow, but it's not worth it to me. I felt that I covered the topic well enough in the graphical file system, so short of having the physical controller card, in the correct system. Like, I'm not going to hold out for the monitor. I will never see that monitor. But it's just not worth it beyond that. Okay. Yeah. Essentially, yes, it is a graphics. It's a 1980s graphics accelerator designed for CAD work, with its own built-in 8088 and 256 kilobytes of memory that ran as a coprocessor to the 8088 on the main board. Yeah, it's gloriously bad is the way I will describe it. If the PGC had shipped like in 81, it probably would have been worth it. But as far as anyone can tell, it didn't ship until after the 286. So it was very expensive and very questionable if it was worth that expense. Yeah. Because realistically, from what I've seen, the only real advantage you can get is a very high resolution mode in AutoCAD. I actually have a DAWs copy of AutoCAD. The last VCF was really kind to me, I'm not gonna lie. I have a graphics tablet, I got the SparkStation, and I got a full set of MS-DAWS discs with the copy protection dongle. Or at least I believe it's in there for the original, for the old DAWs versions of AutoCAD. Yeah. I knew that I've had not very good luck with 86box. Part of that is because I'm on Linux, but I've historically had a lot more trouble with it than not. There are some things I have used it for, but it's why I don't typically use 86box in my products. I've just had too many problems with it. It has been getting considerably better in the last year or so. So I will probably try it again next time I need vintage PC emulation. Yeah, support for the XGA is really useful, especially the 8514A, because that will make, I believe that is the only graphics card OS2 1.2 can do high color mode out of the box, because there are very few cards that work. Like, I think there's an ATI Wonder driver that's floating around that can do 800 by 600, but it's like, there are like 3 cards. Yeah. The thing is that the problem is that the driver development kit for the early versions of OS2 have, I believe the one for OS2 1.3 has in fact surfaced, but a lot of them have been lost, and I'm not convinced that from when I looked at it, I don't remember if the GPI interfaces were actually documented. Because it was non-trivial to make an OS2 driver. Out the full documentation, I would probably guess it's borderline impossible. But if anyone could pull it off, it would be him, the OS2 Museum guy. Whew, man, this is turning out to be a project. Another thing I've been trying to get my hands on is, and I have my doubts that I'll ever manage this, but I've been trying to get the AT&T Unix PC. I actually have a boxed copy of its system software, because it's one of the very few systems that run AT&T Unix 3. That, and it's the machine that effectively contributed to the end of Ma Bell. But the last two that, like the last one that cropped up on eBay went for stupid, and I haven't seen one show up locally. Like what would, I really would like one, and I might splurge for either Christmas or my birthday. But I also don't know what I would do with it once it's here, because I have a lot of Unix machines. That one's not particularly special, aside from the fact it came from AT&T. I do need to cover the OS2 versions of Citrix because those are just like properly cursed. See, I'm trying to think what else I want to do on the topic list. I do want to do early ARPANET and UUNet, and I gotta move the microphone because I moved my chair. I want to probably cover the full history of Unix. I want to cover CPM, and I want to cover Multics. Multics is going to be a challenge because I only have emulation available, and there's very little online resources about it. I have gotten it running, but that is seriously a research project when I get to it. Yeah. Let me see here. What other things are on my list of systems? There is an emulator for the AT&T Unix PC, which if I make that Unix video, I will probably end up using if I don't have the machine itself. I actually did get to use one briefly at VCF East. I even included footage of it, but it's a very underpowered box. I mean, it's a Motorola 6820 that has a boat anchor attached to it. Yeah. So Multics is on the list. I would like to do some IBM mainframe stuff. That would probably be MVS. Going down that rabbit hole is impressive because I looked at the install manual for Hercules, and I was getting a little bit concerned when I got to step 120 of the installer, and that just gets you the base system. Yeah, there's an AT&T PC emulator called Freebie. It's not perfect emulation. There are problems. The biggest problem I remember is it doesn't do the serial ports correctly, and no one could figure out why, so you have to patch the install disks to successfully install, and it was not super stable last time I looked at it, but that was a few years ago at this point. Yeah, so there was Freebie. If I ever get it, I might try the Sun PC, although I don't think I'll ever do a follow-up video to the Sun PCI because that video I could feel my soul leaking out of it by the time I was at the end of it. The Sun PCI, because that thing was just such a pile of garbage. Like I've heard that the Amiga bridge was bad, and somehow this feels like it was worse. Let's see here. Okay. Yeah. Well, so to do the mainframe install, the mainframe stuff is really interesting because the main operating system that people run on Hercules is called MVS, and the reason why people run it is that IBM actually never copyrighted it. For those who don't know the ins and outs of copyright law, copyright registration was not automatic in the United States in the 70s. That changed at the end of the 70s, and the legal theory was that that computer software may not actually be copyrightable, so IBM didn't do it. So a lot of early mainframe stuff actually went straight into the public domain, and that's why when you run Hercules, you can actually run MVS. Modern Z, the thing is that IBM has no concept of a hobbyist, not like VMS does, so you can't get modern ZOS stuff, but it hasn't actually changed as far as user experience all that much. It's likely, I've never even seen a Sun 386i box. From what I've seen, they are unobtainium. Even if I had one, from what I've been told, there's nothing really special about its version of Solaris. I cover it because of how wacky it is, but I don't know how much of a video there would be. I mean, I basically, like, as far as Solaris goes, I haven't covered NIS. I don't think there's enough content about NFS that I could make a dedicated video. So I'm trying to think what else that was Sun specific that I could cover. Like, I don't really talk about processor instruction sets, and Spark isn't that interesting. Let me think here. There were the graphic accelerators, but those are hard to come by. If I could get one of the old Sun 2 or Sun 3s, I would probably talk about those. I do want to talk about Sun OS, because that was one of the last commercial BSDs. That and Next Step. Because Sun OS was BSD 4.4. It really was like the last commercial one. I could talk about Java, but that's not Solaris specific. So I'm kind of, I don't know what else I could talk about on Solaris. The only thing left is the Macintosh application environment, and it's not as cursed as some of the other things I've already talked about, if I'm going to be perfectly honest. The thing is that Spark was started in the early 90s. I mean, it's contemporary of Power and Alpha, because that was really what people, that's what big computer corporations did, because everyone was based around the Motorola 680 XO, and it quickly became apparent that Motorola could not make that design go any faster. So everyone made their own chipset. That's where you got HP's PA RISC. You've had DEC Alpha, which itself was a replacement for the VAX. You had the Sun Spark. Let's see, what else am I... There's a lot more here. You had the MIPS processors, which weren't any one specific company. There's more here. I should be able to name more processors than this. I do want to do a video about Itanium, because that train wreck needs to be documented. Yep. Thank you for the, it says to ignore this, so I will ignore this. So, now that I've ignored that, I'm actually trying to think what I don't have, and I really think Alpha and MIPS are the, well, I have the Indies. So Alpha is the only one I don't even think I have a system for. I don't have a PA RISC box, but unless I'm going to cover something about HP Unix, I also don't know if I really want one. At some point, I will probably cover HP Unix. I have to work up to that level of pain. So, I will probably cover Itanium more in depth. I would like to have access to a Merced SDV if I covered it, but that's probably unlikely. The other problem is I want to cover OpenVMS, but there's legal reasons why I have not done so. There is a possibility I'm going to get that problem cleared up, but for the time being, I can't do OpenVMS until that's resolved. So, there's that. The thing is, I have Super H hardware. I have the HP Granada, and I could go buy a Dreamcast. That's Super H. I've done a fair bit of video game hacking, but there are other YouTube channels that specialize on that a lot more than I do. Like I could see like one of the speedrunning channels go into the Tweezers attack on the Nintendo Wii. And I was never really involved in that scene. I was mostly on XDA developers during that era doing Android device hacking. If I ever buy a G1, I will like another one. I will probably talk about early Android because I've got personal involvement on that. Okay. Well, Dreamcast was supposed to have CE and firmware. From everything I've seen, that fell apart at the very last minute. And there has been some indications that very early versions of the Katana may have actually had CE in ROM. It was like a very last minute thing that the CE deal fell apart. Because if CE had been available in the boot ROM for Dreamcast, you would have been able to use CE as the core operating system with 16 megabytes of RAM, which is actually a really good setup for porting Windows applications, because the port of Half-Life to the Dreamcast is actually built on top of CE, but you give up a very large chunk of memory. I think you give up either 4 or 8 megabytes on the Dreamcast when it's running CE, because of the way it works. There was actually a lot of really good resources on assembler games about the CE history of the Dreamcast, which I don't think got preserved when assembler was shut down. I wasn't super active on assembler games, but I spent a lot of time lurking there. Yeah. There have been multiple attempts to make an official Debian Super H port. The problem is that the build hardware is a bunch of cell phones. That's kind of been the Achilles heel why there's never been an official Debian Super H port. Alright, that's another disk down. Alright, I think I need to stretch my legs just because I'm cramping from sitting for so long. So I'm going to let this disk write. We'll be back. I'm going to run an ad. We'll be back in 2 to 3 minutes. Alright. Legs stretched a bit. Walked around the bedroom a few times. Just, it's hard to sit for that long. Alright, so how's the stream analytics doing? You know, considering it's getting late, and this was a late stream to begin with because, honestly, I didn't think I could get up at noon, so I scheduled it for 3. And considering the amount of panic I had getting the stream started, that was the smart move. Yeah, so I'm good. Alright. And usually I get, I get a fair bit of view. Yeah, so I'm surprised how many people actually seem to watch my VODs all the way through. Like, it's about 5%, but considering the VODs are hours long, it surprises me. Yeah. Well, I did plan this stream out. I tested that this would work. I didn't completely... The problem is that when I went to set up the streaming environment, this is only the third time that I haven't just streamed right off the desktop. The last time we tried it, I tried doing it with the RS6000, and the entire stream actually collapsed. I had so many technical problems, I aborted it after half an hour, and I unlisted the VOD. So this is the first time that I've actually gotten the capture card to behave while live streaming. Because the last time I did it, we had frame drops, latency issues, and then YouTube just dropped entirely. So, okay. With Sun, the only key I use of the extra set is stop. Specifically to hit stop A. It's very rare that I use any on the extended cluster. The thing that drives me nuts about that keyboard is the location of some of the control keys, like backspace. Alright, so that's disk 26. So that's another 7 disks down. So this is disk. Wait a moment. 26, yeah. I just didn't quite take into account how long this would probably take. Although we've been at it for 3 hours. Okay, so we've been at this for a bit longer than I realized. This is fine. Well, I think what I didn't take into account is how long it would take to do the format and verify step. Because when I wrote out all the disks for Soft Landing Linux, it only took about an hour for 39 disks. But I'm running a full verify on each disk as I write it because it's the non-standard format and I don't completely trust this to work. But it's fine. This is fine. Okay. Yeah, I've heard that a lot of people, I've noticed that for my live streams in particular, I do actually get a fair bit of TV views because in the YouTube analytics panel, and you have to dig to find this, you get the breakdown of desktop views versus mobile views versus television. It actually filters quite a bit. Like Amazon Fire is listed as a separate device type. I don't know why, it just is. And usually the television views are like 3 to 4%, like 2 to 3, and with the live streams, I've seen it go as high as 8. Yep. We could get rid of the verification, and honestly, actually, that's why we don't get rid of the verification. You see what I see? I see bad sectors. That's another one for the... that's a lot of bad sectors. Chat, let's get some Fs. I'm going to put that in the region. I'm going to just mark DMF questionable. I'm going to check these later. It's like I like that we didn't even get to the end of the stream. It was beautiful. All right, our spirit just coming out. Let's try that one again. I'm hoping I have enough floppy disks for this. I didn't consider that possibility. Oh, okay, so that's the second disk failure of the night. I'm curious. I probably shouldn't run this poll, but I'm going to. How many more will fail? 3 to 5. I already know what... you guys are going to vote. Like, I know exactly how this is going to play out. So, these are 3D printed save icons. Look at all the data I'm saving on them. This is about 100. I mean, this is about 120 so megabytes of compressed stuff. I'm suffering on it because honestly, it amuses me. You know, it's like asking why someone does speed runs. I mean, we are getting to the point, like in Super Mario Brothers, that you're getting to mathematical verification of what is possible in a speed run. Yeah. So, yeah. That's just... Yeah, I'm looking at the poll, and that is exactly the response I expected. This is fine. You know, it's just like parallel parking my old truck. Will the transmission last as long as this maneuver? Find out next time on... I don't know. I bought this as a stack of 50 from eBay for like $10, and honestly, I've got my money's worth. Even the discs that have failed, I'm not convinced are bad, because I'm formatting these discs in a non-standard way, which means I'm going to find imperfections that would otherwise not be a problem. So, yeah, I like how 40% of you. I actually like it more how only one person voted for 0. Like on one hand, I almost feel like this should be a 2-part stream. Today it's just going to be writing the discs. Next time we're actually going to install the discs. But yeah, you know, it could be worse. You know, Action Retro made a RAID out of, what was it, 30 floppy disks? He could have done that out of 30 zip disks. Yep. Well, all these disks are being low-level formatted. Like I can't imagine that most eBay sellers are actually doing low-level formats. So I'm going to find problems they wouldn't normally find. So, yeah. Mostly HDs. Yep. I mean, yeah, I mean, but you know, the fact of the matter is I could hold one of these in my hand and I could go on TikTok and say, check out my 3D printing skills. And, oh, wow, I just felt really old all of a sudden. Like, I really, like, that was just a moment. I'm okay. Honestly, I'd be really tempted to recreate the Action Retro video and use it to demonstrate how RAID arrays work. So this is what happens when you knock 2 disks out of a RAID 6. See, I'm looking at the chat and I don't know why I'm being called a madman. I've got 1 spare from this set, and I've got a bunch of other ones in my disk box that I can erase. I had 44 on the desk when I started. So I've had 2 dead, I've got 2 spares left on the desk, and I've got more spares in the disk box. So Yeah, so this is 27 of 39, and I could give up the boot disk if we needed it. We don't really need that disk, but I figure we might as well go for the full pain and suffering experience. It sounds like I'm going out to dinner at a fancy restaurant. You know the worst part is that literally last night I was watching a documentary. I don't remember the channel name. I'd love to give them a shout out. About the quest to break down the world record for running Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles, which I personally thought was a lousy game, but it really goes to show you that the same sort of energy that compels this is the same sort that, like, I could just see that there was another version of me that really got into speedrunning. So, I mean, you could do a 5.5-inch disc RAID. Oh, the problem with floppy disk RAIDs that are not USB is that there is a limit to how many floppy disk controllers you can put in a computer. But I know how to do Ring 0 programming. So, theoretically, there's nothing stopping me from putting as many floppy disk controllers as I brain stop. This is a bad idea, and you should not be thinking along these lines. Yeah. I didn't see the summer games done quick. I don't usually. I tend to watch the highlight reels, but honestly, the only reason I follow speedrunning it at all is because I like watching the videos like Carl Jost and such. Yep. I mean, I just I forgot who did it. I think it was Vi who did that. Was the NIS, the ISS tracker on a Famicom cartridge. Which Zelda game did they run the TAS on? Because I didn't see that one. I need to go look it up because I've seen some pretty really broken Zelda TASes. So if this is coming up in my chat, then this one must have been exceptionally broken. All right, so this is disc 28. We are in the home stretch. It's only taken us, I will probably finish this around the 4-hour mark, at which point we get to flip all the discs over and we get to do the install. Oh, why did I do this to myself? 11. We have 11 discs to go. We have to get to 39. So, fortunately, I already formatted the hard drive, so all I gotta do is put the boot disk in, and away we go. I'm just imagining, like, had I decided to do this in advance, I would have just been sitting there for 4 hours. I've probably been like listening to a Minecraft Let's Play. There's only a handful of them I still watch, and they're all modded. But like, I would have probably been watching a Greg Tech one. I know myself. I've probably been watching Freefold or Lashmark's Greg Tech New Horizons one again, because that is the correct level of pain for this type of stream, is literally watching someone else play Greg Tech New Horizons. Yeah. The fact is that tool-assisted speedruns have reached the level of absurdity that goes into, like, the difference between modern tool-assisted speedruns and, like, iPhone jailbreaking is becoming incredibly small, considering the sheer madness that goes into it. That disc is making some interesting sounds, and they're probably not good ones. But I mean, relatively recently, someone sat and finished Super Mario 64 and got all 128 stars blindfolded in a 14-hour marathon stream. I mean, that is dedication. I'm just catching up on chat. Was that a Skype call they did? I thought it was like an IRC relay that they did with the modify. They basically just serialized data over the NES's controller part, but I might be misremembering that. Like I vaguely remember this being a thing back in the day. And also, I'm apparently completely congested. I mean, it's still going. If the verification passes, I'll put it in the good pile. Some discs just sound different. It's thinking about it. Did we lose the music? No, we still have it. Oh no, it actually did stop at some point. You actually, did it break? Oh, no, it seems good. Yeah, the verification passed. That's why I don't want to really skip the verification step. Okay, so I think that this was from this pile. So this will be, so this is another 10 discs done, at which point, actually, hold on, before I do this, I just want to make sure that I haven't used this disc previously. Yeah, that disc isn't even formatted. Hold on. No, I have used this disc. But it must have been for my test install. So, I actually don't need to format this one. I can just do it flat out. Because this is already in the correct format. Yeah, okay, cool. Hey, well, you know, if I was to replan this, I would have formatted all the discs in advance, so we wouldn't have to sit for that. All right, so catching up on. Well, the thing that blew my mind is that apparently the U.S. and Japanese versions of Super Mario 64, they built it with MIPS Pro, which was the IRIX compiler, and they forgot to include optimizations. Like, okay, Nintendo, and then they remembered it for the European release, but that's PAL, so it runs at 50 hertz, and it's like, what? We've I don't know if I would call it a fail count, but we've had 2 discs that have so far gone to the graveyard. These are what are called DFM discs, or distribution media format. They are a 1.7 megabyte disc. They are not 1.4. But because I'm running the disc beyond their specified limit, essentially you could say I'm overclocking the disk drive, although it's not really what I'm doing. But the end result is that if the disk is at all flaky, it will fail, which is why I have to run this with verification. Yes, we've been literally writing floppies for 3.5 hours. This is dedication. So there is a logic behind this. In certain cases, it's better to optimize for size instead of speed, because you can hold more data in cache. The problem is that the Nintendo 64 was a very miserable platform for latency. It used what was called RD, or RAM bus RAM, which has problems, and that is putting it nicely. RAM bus was a disaster for the industry, and it burned Intel really badly because it was basically everything you hear about NFTs, but applied to memory. So, yeah. Yeah. The decompile was absurd, just seeing how they do it. Like, there's other games that have been decompiled, like, Roller Coaster, not Roller Coaster, Transport Open TTD is not technically a recompile. As far as I remember, it's a complete reimplementation. But Open Roller Coaster Tycoon is a decompile of the base game because the mechanics were not understood. There's a few other ones that did that. Of course, the moment I try to name them, my brain goes, you know. I don't remember if the PS2 used RD-RAM, but the PS2's system architecture was so bizarre. There's very little I'm willing to say about it for fact. So, okay. Probably the name RAM bus has still been continued. I mean, the Gravis brand is still around from what I remember. LGR talked about that during his ultrasound video. All right, that's another 10 discs done. Let's see if I actually did these correctly. Okay, that's 25. 26. 27. 28. 29. Yeah, and for those who are wondering, you can see how the file size is 1.7 megabytes. That's why I have to reformat every disk. I'm actually going to have to format these all back, which is going to really suck, but I'll do that on my own time. Or I might do that on Twitch, because it's like, I don't want to do a main channel stream for it, but, or I might do it on a Discord stage, just to kill time. I do like how it was built at 1:38 a.m. in the morning. Probably like, the guy that, someone got assigned it on their to-do list and they just couldn't sleep. So, okay, this job's done. I can now go home for the weekend. Like, what day was May 19th? Like, was that like a weekend? Because that would be like that would be really funny if that was in fact the case. Like, can someone look that up for me and just see what day May 19th was? Okay, so that's another, that is 30 discs down. I don't like Twitch because of the sheer number of ads, and I've already talked about my problems with the partner program. But I have considered building it up just so I have an alternative to YouTube. Yeah, these types of large floppy formats were not unheard of. This is definitely not the only one that I know of. I've seen other period correct ones, but you have problems with manufacturing. Okay, so Windows 98 floppy disk edition was literally made on a Tuesday, and that's going to make a few people in this chat laugh or scream. Well, the files might be dated from May 11th. This is just the cabinet files. Because because the way Windows is released is it's called an RTM, which is released to manufacturing, which means that OEMs get it so they can image it and deploy it to their computers. The retail release can be a few weeks after the RTM date. We are at the 3-hour and 44-minute mark, so we will probably finish writing the discs a little bit past the 4-hour mark at the rate we're going. You know, it literally was someone who was just awake at, you know, I just realized I probably don't even have the time set on this laptop. Yep. It would have been Pacific Standard Time. This would have been made. As far as I know, all Windows releases are made at Redmond even now. They've never done that at any other campus. And as far as I know, Microsoft doesn't have any external campuses that they do these sorts of things at. I know they have like satellite offices in other countries, but I believe it's all done out of Redmond. So, no, because this is a fat file system, it would have been local time, so it would have been, yeah, no, it would have been 1:34 a.m. at Redmond. Or at least that's when the build script made all the images. I mean, they could have kicked the job off the night before. I can't imagine it would have been fast. Like, although I still am greatly amused at the idea of making Windows Millennium Edition, Windows Millennium Floppy Disk Edition, because that's what the world really needs right now. Yep. Well, I do believe that like some of the internationalized builds of 98 are past May 15th. So, yeah. Yeah, it's also entirely possible that it was just an automated build and that's what they shipped. There are QA problems with this image, as you will see once we get it going, because I have installed this before from scratch. There are problems. It will install, but it won't install gracefully. So I could entirely believe that the floppy disk build was just some leftover shell scripts from Windows 95 floppy disk edition, and the contractual requirement was met. This isn't actually the worst install of Windows I've ever done. That probably would have been installing the Longhorn betas on Titanium. That was freaking misery. I gotta find paper. I gotta blow my nose. I'll be right back. Wow, that thing called oxygen. It's amazing when you can actually, you know, have it. Non-congested, congestion sucks. Let's just put it like that. No, the absolute worst Windows install I did was the Itanium Longhorn betas. Good lord, that was bad. When I was filming pinball, the ZX 6000 I have had 2 hard drives when I started that project. It only has 1 now because I literally had a drive failure halfway through filming. And I don't know why, but it would take upwards of 2 to 2.5 hours to install each build of Windows. And because it's Itanium, I couldn't use VMs, and I had to sometimes go back and forth multiple times. Because I only have so many ultra SCSI hard drives. So I had to reinstall Windows multiple times, and then I had to track down license keys. A lot of the builds were mislabeled. A lot of them just flat out didn't work. Like, they would have the Itanium build, it would start, and then the installer would just become unhinged halfway through. That was one of the most miserable things I've ever done for a YouTube project. All in all, porting Doom to AIX was actually not that bad. The bash bug was miserable, as was trying to get open sound system, but I would say the Longhorn betas on Itanium has been the point of misery. Although the Sun PCI came pretty damn close. It wasn't so much that it was bad, it was just, I don't know, it was just so slow. And that entire video had behind the scenes problems that because I only bought the Ultra 10 because I had found the Sun PCI for like $20. It wasn't that cheap, but it was cheap. And I thought it was interesting enough I could do a nice quick video on it. But then I had the problems of installing Solaris. Got all the Solaris problems sorted. I had problems actually getting it to do anything interesting. But at that point, I was too far invested in it that I had to see it through. So the idea of the Sun PCI was I was going to do the ultimate Sun turducken. I was going to run Solaris, running Windows, emulating a Sun 2. And I got all the way to the end of that project. You know, I got like right there to the finish line. And I was like, I'm done. You know, and that's literally how the video went out, because I was so fed up with it that I couldn't think of a more appropriate end to that video. Because the way I think I justified it to myself is I refused to put more effort in this than Sun Engineering did. One of the things I do need to do at some point is I do need to get my G5 out. I have a bunch of 604Es. I also have a 601, and I have a G5, and I really want to be able to run macOS 10 1.0 server, which means I'm going to have to write a kernel patch. It should be okay with the video card in there, but that's just going to be a blah weekend when I get to it. Yeah. Let's see here. As far as other things I've wanted to cover. Yeah, the Sun P, I was actually really unhappy with that video. I still am not, I don't consider that video a high point. I know a lot of people loved it. But the Sun PCI video, like, I just shipped it because I had already spent so much time on it, and I honestly didn't even expect it to get 10,000 views. It's honestly one of my least favorite videos I've done on this channel. The IBM AIX one, I don't know how that was a thing. Like, I don't know what possessed me to make an hour and 10-minute long video. Uploading that monster nearly killed me because that was a 15 gigabyte video file. And if you're not a YouTuber, to upload a video to YouTube, you've got to use their built-in web applet, which very much runs on luck and faith. I think I took 3 attempts to successfully upload that video, and it took over a day to process because I recorded it in 4K. Yeah. So, I've rebuilt Darwin from scratch. And if I build on top, and you can run macOS 10 Server 1.0 in a VM, it won't be hard. I know exactly what I have to patch. There's a check in X and U which tries to determine the processor type. It just needs an additional code path for the G5, as far as I know. It's possible there's more problems, but someone looked into this for the other versions of macOS 10, and you don't need a lot. So I was going to take a stab at it, although I'm not entirely optimistic it's going to work. Let me see here. I haven't even used the G5 on camera yet. It's been living on the back table. Well, you guys actually haven't seen my apartment since the beginning of summer. Most of the furniture is no longer here. A lot of it's now in my bedroom because, again, it's the only room in this apartment with air conditioning. Alright, that's 31. I mean, I gotta be honest, I had my doubts about the IBM AIX video. And while I'm ultimately happy with the way that came out, I still am not super, it's part of why I'm going to be, I'm marking the end of season 1, and I'm going to be doing stuff a bit differently in coming season, because the other thing is, I feel like I'm getting a little repetitive for my own being, and I don't, like I said, I don't put a persona on when I do YouTube. It's just me and my camera. So if I don't find something interesting, it's not going to make a great video. Yeah. I might get the sub PCI out for another stream. Like, I don't hate it enough that I wouldn't mind doing an encore as a stream. But it was such a miserable experience that I'd have to think long and hard about it. Like, if I was to do the Sun PCI as a live stream, which I might do if I feel possessed, I'd probably re-jumpstart it from scratch. Like, I'd actually go through all the effort of making a jumpstart server on stream. I'd jumpstart the Ultra 10, then install updates, which would, well, maybe I won't do the install updates part because that would literally be sitting at just a white screen for an hour. Installing Slayer's updates is sad. There is no ands, ifs, or buts about that. And then we probably just install Windows on the Sun PCI. I've got, the problem with Novell NetWare is there's very little for people to see on a stream, because this was something I learned about when I did the Yggdrasil video, although it was a problem in other ones, is for something to be successful on YouTube, it has to be able to engage the viewer. And the unfortunate truth of the matter is command prompts don't generally do it for most people. Like, because the Yggdrasil video is about 80% just me at Linux shell prompts. Like, because I don't even get X going until like the halfway point on that video. And so it's mostly me futzing around with an emulator. And I personally am still happy with that video, but I understand why it didn't do super well. So if I was to go back to Novell NetWare, I'd have to do a lot of animation and diagramming work to keep it relevant for people that aren't super into this while still being advanced enough that people are satisfied by it. It's not easy. Yeah. I've got the hardware to run NetWare for real. I mean, I've done a couple of NetWare videos, and I wouldn't mind making another stab at it. If and when I get back to NetWare, I really want to do the story of Microsoft v. Novell, because that one isn't actually super well known, even though it was one of the largest contention points of Microsoft v. the United States, because that was the impetus for the antitrust case. It wasn't the cornerstone that was bundling IE. But Novell was one of the first to challenge that Microsoft was being anti-competitive with the way they treated WordPerfect. So I would like to document that. And I also wouldn't mind going into Novell eDirectory because, let's be honest, that's a disaster. Especially when compared to Active Directory. Yeah. No, the people that are really into vintage computing love the Yggdrasil video, aside from the pronunciation of Yggdrasil, which I got a lot of comments about. The problem is I have to be mindful of the algorithm. Like, you don't have unlimited creative control on YouTube if you want to succeed. Very large channels like LGR can pull it off. They have a large enough subscription base that LGR could do an entire video of just commentating on the Windows advertisement screens and it would do great. Smaller channels, and at the time the Yggdrasil video went out, I was only 20,000 subscribers. We don't have that luxury. And even for larger channels, you can't do it super frequently. I mean, I remember LGR commenting on Twitter how he used to do the education months, that was March, and he did all sorts of videos about the Learning Company and the Super Solvers, and it just went thud with the YouTube algorithm. Yeah. These are 1.7 megabyte floppies. Yeah, I only have 34,000 subscribers, and I gained 5,000 in the last 2 months. Like, my channel is tiny. I just hit way above my my sub count because I my protection pipeline is insane. Like, I have shown people what my DaVinci Resolve project files look like, and you can almost hear their GPUs melting over the in the conversation. The upper limit for high-density floppies is just short of 2 megabytes, but in practice, most drives can't write that. Adrian's Digital Basement actually has an in-depth technical video about this, where he made a 4 megabyte floppy disk out of a GoPro, or not GoPro, a GoTech, showing that it is possible to exceed the traditional limits. I forget what the upper limit actually is. The BIOS could theoretically address in 504. No, actually, you could do more than 504. You could go pretty big with BIOS. I think it's 8 gigabytes would be the actual limit. Yeah. I don't like clickbait. I mean, I'll be really honest about that. But it has to be done to succeed on YouTube. Linus Tech Tips has talked about this. A lot of other creators have talked about it. The way I have rationalized it to myself is if I'm going to do clickbait, I am going to deliver. And this is why, and if you keep that in mind, a lot of things in my channel suddenly make a lot of sense. Like, I'm saying that I'm going to install Windows 98 from floppies on my Thinkpad 380D. I am currently carving the floppies from ones and zeros to do so. You know, yes, it is clickbait. I'm not even going to deny it. But it's also OP delivered. Yeah. I would like to talk about floppy disk formats, but I actually think it's a little bit too esoteric for a video. Even for me, my eyes kind of gloss over the specifics of MFM encoding. Like, I might do a blog post about it, or I'll talk about it on a stream, but I could not see myself doing a dedicated video on the topic. The only time I could see myself doing it is if I do something specific for preservation. So, Tom Ruberg, that is like such a better topic for my stream than like I think the moment that has blown my mind is when Raymond Chen commented on my YouTube video. That was like, there was a lot of thoughts involved in that, but I'm pretty sure it was like, that was the thing that happened. Yeah. I might buy an old G1 or something and dig up the old AOSPs. I might even dig up old Silogen. Because I was very briefly on the Silogen dev team. I had access to the private channel and everything. Because back on XDA Developers, I reverse engineered the G1 camera layer and wrote a replacement for Android 2.0. So that's why Silogen had Android 2.0 on the HTC Dream. We're not even in the install. We're on disk 33 of 39. Okay. Yeah, you can drive space a floppy, but you really shouldn't. You can compress you would compress that floppy disk. No, LJ Roadfan, that's a Foon Fred if I ever heard one. Oh God, food. I'm done. Good night, everyone. Not really, but you know. I've never gone skydiving. I would love to, but I've never actually jumped out of a perfectly moving aircraft. I have flown a perfectly good aircraft with just me on board, and I had some engine trouble with a perfectly good aircraft, which, well, I guess I'm not sure I could call it perfectly good when you're declaring pan on approach to a regional airport. But I survived the landing and we could still use the plane, so I'm calling that a win. Raymond Chen commented on pinball. He has a blog post about it, which he mostly confirmed that, yeah, I more or less got that one correct. The only thing that he commented on was the Alpha 64-bit port, which I actually did know about when I did the research on that video, and I left it on the cutting room floor because I had nothing to show for it, so it was a trivia statement. Yep. So in aviation, normally if you're not flying on a call sign, you fly with your tail number. So North American planes start with N and a number. So I was learning to fly on a Piper Pacer PA-22 tail dragger. I actually had a student pilot license with a tail dragger endorsement on it. And I had gone to the point that I was allowed to solo. So I was pilot in command, and I was flying from Scappoose Industrial Air Park to, I was just going to do circles. I was just getting enough PIC hours to actually go for check ride. I never actually went for my license, but that was the plan. And I was just flying along the Columbia River, and I started having loss of engine power. I was probably building up carb ice in hindsight, but that didn't occur to me at the time. And I was like, I was as rich as you could get it. I had the throttle full out, and I was losing airspeed. I was an 8mm maintain, so there was no tower, so I was on Unicom 122.8. Kelso traffic, November 8722 Delta, pan, approaching runway 22, engine problems. You know, because I actually wasn't sure I was going to make back to Scappoose. And the only airports I could divert to was Woodlawn, which is literally a strip of pavement next to I-5. I would have had an easier time landing on I-5, or I'd be in the blasted river. So I didn't declare emergency because I still had engine power. And I stuck the landing on my first try. It was not one of my better ones. I taxied over, and then I called the instructor saying, The good news is the plane is still in one piece. So the day we didn't. So I got the pulley out. I moved it over to tracking. I left a note and slipped it under the FBO door, and I told them that there were engine problems. So me and the instructor, he took out. He was a flight mechanic. So he went out to Kelso with me the day after, and he took that engine apart. We never figured out what had happened. Our best guess is the Piper Pacer was built to run on aviation gas that was 100 octane leaded, and about a week before I soloed, he had rebuilt it to run on auto gas, which was great because A, there's no lead, and B, it was only $3 per gallon instead of $7 per gallon to fill the tank, which really is great when you're flying solo. So our best guess is that there was probably something that the switch to auto gas caused some severe engine knocking, and I probably was picking up some carb ice at the same time, because if I had lost engine power, the first thing to do on the loss of power checklist is to pull carb heat, which would have allowed me to restart the engine on the way down. I really am happy I never had to do a dead stick landing, because there are certain things in life that I don't want to experience. 33, 39, yeah. Yes, so this is NCommander flies light aircraft. I mean, all things considered, retrocomputing is tame. I've been lit on fire. And there are days where I really realize that my mother was a saint. Or is a saint, I should say. Because she really did have grounds to complain about a lot of this. Okay. Oh boy. Like, I'm looking back at my life, and yeah, there are moments, like the moments that I'm going to be talking about in the next video, because there are going to be clips from when I went to Iraq as a tourist. Hey, my man, we're just talking about NCommander Temp's fate. I actually do have a Surface. I have a Surface 1. I don't know where it is. Of all the people who bought one, my mother did. And she actually loved it. So, Microsoft just really sucked in the marketing for it. Okay, that's disk 34. We've got 5 more left. Oh, the end is near. Well, no it isn't, because after that, we have to install the thing. There is a line between tempting fate and punching fate in the face. And I like to think I walk that line every day of my life. No, tempting fate is always a bad idea, but I'm a YouTuber, so at least I get paid for it. The problem with the Surface RT is, what can I really say about it? It got pwned due to leaked information due to Microsoft. It's Windows 8, which, okay. I can't even think of, what I would write in a script for that. And that is part of the problem is, when you're a YouTuber, you have a very specific style, and for me, it's very long and detailed videos about seemingly trivial subjects. The problem is when you get something relatively benign, it becomes very difficult to do a video about. So, okay. Well, the thing is that when you live out of a backpack for a number of years, you meet people that make you, feel relatively normal. I've known a few that have been literally couch surfing for over a decade. I've met a few that have visited every country in the world. There's a few. There was this one was in the news. There was a guy from Scotland who decided to walk all the way across Afghanistan in like 2006. He got like I remember that one really clearly. Okay. There we go. From what I have seen in the SDKs, Microsoft had a working ARM port as early as Windows 7 because Windows Mobile 7 was a thing. I know they shipped it with 8, but I believe they had it working in-house with 7 or somewhere between 7 and 8. And realistically speaking, while it is not what I call a trivial undertaking, for an operating system that is already portable, it's not that big of an investment to at least have the basics working. So there is one neat thing about 8.1 is it got a version exclusive feature where they actually just re-add the start menu. Like it has a Windows 10 like start menu even though it's 8.1. 8 was NT, but I vaguely remember that the driver development kit for 7 still has MARM defined in places, which tells me they were working on it that point in time. I mean, you can find references to 64-bit alpha in the Windows XP SDK. Yeah. I didn't know there were leaked builds, but that doesn't surprise me. Industry scuttlebutt, from what I remember, tells me that they had it working as far back as Vista, and I honestly can believe that. Because I know fairly well from experience what it takes to port an operating system, and if they just wanted to have the NT kernel running on ARM, they could have done it in I would say probably a few months. The hard part would have been a version of Visual C++ that would have worked on ARM. So, wow, YouTube has just shown me an ad saying that now would be a good time to insert an ad. Literally, I have a pop-up on the stream console that's telling me this would be a great time to run an ad. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to give in to peer pressure like that, Google. I'll run an ad when we finish the last disk. We've got 4 left. Yep. So, from what I remember, because I've done a fair bit of development on Windows CE, like Windows CE 5 and 6 still had defines for PowerPC in it. Like, there are artifacts that have literally been handed down generations. Yeah, we could literally say, who made this floppy? Like, this stream... Well, you know, I probably shouldn't, because there's probably, like, one of these companies still exist, and they might get upset that I'm claiming that I'm being sponsored. Oh, no, this one's fine. Oh, that's actually hilarious. I didn't notice that. So this is my network boot disk, because if you were here to start, this Thinkpad has actually been booted off the network. It's an AT&T branded floppy, and I didn't plan that, but I don't know how it could be more fitting, because this is Novell NetWare. Novell was the company that bought Unix from AT&T. Like, and it even has the Death Star logo on it. Let me make sure that's in focus. Right, let me bring up the live feed. Camera, come on. There we go. This is hard to do. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, it's got the AT&T Death Star logo on it. Because AT&T used to be really blatant about their marketing. There are a lot of reasons why RT failed. I don't think it was due to the lack of something like Rosetta. It's really because Microsoft marketing had no idea what they were doing. So, because realistically speaking, RT shipped on Cortex. No, it was a Snapdragon, it wasn't Cortex. Snapdragon would have been fast enough that you could probably have done some form of Rosetta, but Microsoft's own development tools have never made cross-compilation easy. Like, I've done it for NT, I've done it for Itanium. It's obnoxious. It's not like Next Step or macOS 10 where you literally just load the project up, hit build, and done. You have to go through a lot of really stupid hoops to do it. So, we are on disk 35 of 39. Yeah. I've been flashing oh, it's for 4 hours and 20 minutes. Patience is a virtue. We've had 2 failures thus far. All right. That is 35 done. We're almost ready to install. It's almost like the only way I could make this more painful is if I got a dial-up modem out and we were literally downloading like Slackware over I don't know 9600 baud. Oh, I forgot to format that one. Yeah. No, the problem is that throughout the 90s and early 2000s, Visual Studio was pretty much the best development tool you could use. Even now, I find it hard to use something. For C and C++, I still consider Visual Studio probably best in class. But there's a lot of things that Microsoft really has never learned. Like, back on Next Step, like this wasn't even Apple. With Next Step, you could literally build a binary for Motorola 680XO, Intel, PA RISC, and Spark with a single click. When Apple rolled out Intel Macs, to build a universal binary was trivial. You opened it up in Xcode, and it was done. That was the default. And as far as I understand it, Universal 2 is exactly the same way. Now, there are technical things that can make it hard to do that, but Microsoft does not make it trivial to recompile for multiple architectures. It's not even easy. It's why you don't even see all that many 64-bit native apps. Most of them are still 32-bit. So yeah, I've heard that store apps or Windows Experience apps, I believe, Universal Windows apps, that's what they're formally called, is less horrible on that data point, but I can't imagine it's good. So, like, I actually have, at this point, I have true real Next hardware. I have Intel SAF Flip. Chat, can we get some Fs? We got a dead sector. That's the last sector of the disk. That is insult to injury. That is a DMF questionable. So close. Damn it. Alright, let's try this with another one. Actually, let me pull this from the spare pile. This is my last spare from these. I'll have to go into the box to get more if this one does not work. Oh, that's painful. Alright, I'm going to run an ad for that. Oh, that sucked. That really sucked. And here I thought we were going to actually get to the end and not blow another floppy disk. Well, to the one person who voted 0 on the poll, I commend you, but I'm sorry. We tried. Ah, the bots showed up. The bots showed up. Ah. We've got this entire stream without that. If they come back, I will put the chat in slow mode and... oh, I'm sorry. I can't choose if the type of ad if I run one. Like on my videos, I can choose not to allow unskippables. I believe that's what I set my videos to. No, I can't actually choose that, but yeah. But I mean, I'm only running like one ad every hour, so you know, it's not that bad. This is fine. Everything is fine. I would even say the lyrics from the song, but a content ID would, like, I don't want to get a composition strike for saying, you know, the Lego Movie song. Hey, look, we didn't get bad sectors that time. Okay, so disk. Wait a moment, did I? Uh-oh. Ah, frig. I might have skipped a disk. Hold on. No, it's probably... Alright, hold on. I gotta make sure I didn't screw this up. So this is disk 30. Right, that one's fine. That one's fine. Yep, that one's good. That little number keeps going up. We're going to have to do a final validation check where we check all of them, which is going to suck. 38. $39. This is 35. Okay, so apparently we are on 36, and I just lost count. That's okay. Let's see here. Yeah, okay, so that one's not labeled, which is what I expect after just doing a format. All right, so 40 was the last one I did, so as soon as I write this, we'll do a DIR. It should have 41 on it. Okay. Let me see here. So let me catch up with chat since speaking from experience on doing moderation on a large platform, it's not trivial to filter out the bots without getting a lot of false hits, because there are people that really do like using nicknames that sound like bots but are actual real humans. And so I understand why it's hard. And a lot of times people, you know, it's not new accounts that are doing that. It's like accounts that are collected from a breach that end up in a botnet and then get used lightly with multiple streams. Like, it's actually really hard to detect that unless it's a truly blatant attack. Okay. All right, fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Three, 31, 68, 32, 32. I'm getting a little nervous. We're this close to the end. This might actually happen. I mean, how much longer could it take to write 3? I should not have tempted fate. I shouldn't have tempted fate. I should not have tempted fate. I should not have tempted fate. That you know, I'm just gonna keep repeating that sentence. It might become true. All right. Okay. Oh, my back is like not happy. Yeah, so incidentally, if people want to know, when we started the stream, you might notice that we didn't actually have an opening logo. I recently redid my entire storage solution, and I misplaced the disk image with my logo on it. I have the file backed up. It's actually on GitHub. But I was about to start the stream, and PCM complains, no boot disk. It's like, oh. Because I actually do type that in. That's not actually a video clip. At least on the live streams, it's not. So, yeah. We're on the final 3 floppy disks. This is it's 39 in total. This is 36, so just 37, 38, and 39. Bearing failures. It's probably the most that this floppy drive has spun in its entire life, because I don't remember using floppies very often as a kid. So, okay. Alright, I do not want another copy of this image. Wait, I'm not an Amiga disk party. I do actually want to... Alright, so that's 36. I did want to DIR this disk. Oh, it's only 38, so we only have 2 disks left. It's 39 disks in total, but the first one's the boot disk. Okay. So, and that's 41. I gotta be honest, I'm feeling really tense at the moment. I just realized that I could be quite possibly the first person who's ever tried to recreate these images from scratch. I know that they've been tested, but I have never heard of anyone trying to do this on real hardware. There's no reason to do this like this. There are so many better ways to do it. So it's kind of exciting when you think about it. So I gotta be honest, like, Microsoft feels really directionless in the current era. I'm not saying they're doing bad, and honestly, I have liked what they've been doing on the server, but just look at Windows 8, 10, and 11 and tell me that there's a design plan here. It's like multiple madmen running the asylum, each with their own distaste for the previous madman's crazy. That's how I feel Windows development is going. Wow, the background music suddenly got loud enough that even I could hear it. Let's find a clip. Let's see here. I think I'm just going to lose the background music for a little bit. Let's see here. Media library. Stream beats. Let's go for the ambient. Yeah, that's good. Make sure our monetization status is still good. YouTube, why are you lagging so badly? There are days where YouTube just be like slow. Yeah, and we're fine. Wow, we've been streaming for so long, I'm starting to get the detailed stats. Although I don't usually check the panel while I'm streaming. Because right now, usually when I'm streaming, I've got the second monitor has the chat, and I'm working on the main monitor. This time I've got the MacBook Pro, it's off to the left here, so I can look at it without interrupting the stream. So that's neat. Okay. OpenBSD from scratch isn't that hard because OpenBSD is built as a single unit. I mean, NetBSD has an entire shell script that will cross-compile it from basically anything. Yeah, I gotta be honest, I always get happy when I see an MSI file because it means it's really easy to deploy through Active Directory, even if you don't have system management service. What annoys me is when Microsoft doesn't ship an MSI file. That just irks me. I mean, the thing is that XP had some real features to it, although Luna was rightly criticized as the Fisher-Price UI, and even now I'm not the biggest fan of it. Luna has grown on me due to nostalgia, but I didn't like it back in the day, and even then I've seen a lot of better ones. Like, the Media Center Royal theme is probably my favorite of all the official ones. Vista had some good ideas, but was lacking in the execution. Universal Windows applications could have been really nice because, you know, if it really worked the way it was supposed to, you'd be able to share an application between Xbox One, Windows, and Windows Phone. Instead, we got a half-baked experience in all three. Especially because on both Windows Phone and on Xbox, you can only really use universal apps. Although at least Microsoft has not done another OS yet. So Watercolor is hilarious because Watercolor was the fake theme they made for the press that a lot of people think look a lot better than Luna did. So, yeah. Yeah, isn't it like theming doesn't work on any of the ports. It's not in the 64-bit version of XP. It's not in the Itanium build. And I vaguely remember, it's been so long, that when you have XP on a domain, it disables the theming engine until after the login. Yeah. I will say Vista did a lot with WIM. That was such an improvement, especially because it used to be that when you had to slipstream software, you either had to patch the installer or you really had to operate on faith with the $OEM $sign directory. XP64 no, it did have theming. You are correct because I showed it on stream. I know it had theming. There were other things missing in that build, but theming was not one of them. All right, that's 37. And I just wrote 38 on the disk because I'm a genius. All right, 37. All right, this will be the last one. I'm a little nervous here because I'm being ambitious and it might actually work. Well, next thing I gotta do is I need to just make sure I rin all the disks because I could have easily made a mistake. This is a fairly manual and tedious process that has only ever been done by automated things. I am essentially like I have to assume that for quality assurance purposes, Microsoft probably had a disk imaging system that could write all the disks in a single go. I mean, there's no way they had a human doing this. I've been doing this for almost 5 hours. I'm not even sure the Microsoft Y2K patch will work. I mean, this is first edition. This isn't even second edition. Alright. Like, I don't even remember if there's any major differences between first and second. Like, I don't remember what the main differences are. I'm going to look that up while we're looking at this. So, Windows 98 first edition versus second edition. Okay. So what was the difference? Apparently, first edition had front page express. Okay. I don't think it's there on the floppy version, but we're going to find out. I mean, it could be there. I can't imagine. I don't really want to talk about graphics design as my passion. I also don't have enough floppy disks to install Office 97 from disk. I don't have that many spares. We're gonna have. This is gonna be interesting. Apparently, it has support for USB flash drives out of the box. So I remember that being an upgrade. I don't remember that being in the box. Okay, you know what? The Wikipedia article has a section about this. Windows 98 Second Edition did not ship with the WinG API or RealPlayer 4.0. Oh, that's a sentence. Second edition also has improved audio and modem support, Internet Explorer 5, web folders including WebDave support, FireWire support, and Wake on LAN. Wow, I didn't even know 9X had Wake on LAN. Also, a bunch of updates relating to DirectX, Media Player, and more. Microsoft driver support for USB printers and mass storage was not available for 98, which I guess USB printers were rare in that point. It was still all parallel. I remember with a Mac, I had to use an adapter. So, yeah, I'm going to drop the link to that in chat. That is cursed. Oh, that is cursed. I mean, if I had 55 floppies, we might try this. Although I have seen Office 97 on floppies show up on eBay from time to time. So maybe I'll just buy it. It would be less painful. We could even reinstall Windows 98 from floppies, because I may or may not may or may not format them. I would do Windows 11 from zip disk. I don't think I am willing to torture myself that much. At least not for the first stream. Like, we could do 100 disks per install for Windows 11. But I would need to do something like for every, I need people like to pledge, like, for every floppy disk, you have to pledge $1. And it would be a charity event. There's no way I would do that to myself otherwise. I do it for a good cause, but I wouldn't do it otherwise. I believe it's 3,927 from, like, one of the YouTube videos I've seen. The song is from the Stream Beats archive. It's called Till the End. Oh, man. I probably just doomed myself, literally, by saying that, but... No, DISM supports multi-disk images. You can just tell DISM, I want 1.4 megabyte WIM files. Okay. That's the last disk. Now we get to check if I did it correctly. It's so slow. Why did I do this to myself? It's like such a waste of time. That is a lot of floppies. Alright, so this is the boot disk. Alright, so boot disk is good. 1. So every time I look at this, the cabinet file number should go up. Yeah, so there's mini.cab. That's the first one. So, and pre-copy 1. So there's 1. Two. Three. Now, I gotta tell you, it's quite a workout to literally feed this many floppies. All right, 6 and 7. Net 8. Okay, that's fine. Okay, 9, 10. So the driver stack starts on disk 6, and I think it goes for another 10 disks. That's a lot of drivers. Okay. All right, so disk 8. Disk 9. Well, that was disk 8, so this is disk 9. Okay. All right, so that's the first 10 disks were written in the correct order. At least Microsoft made it easy to check this. I'd probably be really unhappy if they didn't. So, all right, disk 10 is good because that's cabinet 14. Alright, cabinet 15. Man, you know, I could really use a sonic screwdriver because I am literally assembling cabinets in the middle of the night. I wonder how many people are going to get that reference. 16. Let's see here. Okay. 17. Come on. Okay. 18. Okay, so there's the end of the driver disk, and we are on disk 15. So it only takes 7 floppy disks to hold all the drivers from first edition, or the ones they included. Okay. All right. So now we're in Windows 98 proper. 21. Okay. What was very rude? 22. Okay. I'm literally feeding 40 floppy disks for this poor floppy drive. What's going to quit first, the mechanism or my determination? Okay, so 24. Okay then. All right, it's another 20 flop. Okay, so there's the halfway mark. Unfortunately, they're numbered, so if I knock over the piles, it's not going to be the end of the world. 20. No, this is all laptops. You know what? No, that's a sentence I'm not going to even finish, because if I do, I know what's going to happen. I mean, you know, if we had a cassette port on this laptop, I could just turn the entire installer into an audio stream, and then I could just live stream this for weeks on end as it loads Windows 98 from reel-to-reel tape. You know, the worst part is I can now install Windows 98 on the cursed 486 because the only thing that machine has is a floppy drive, and now, oh my god, I hate that idea. I hate that idea. I really hate that idea. Okay, so how many people would want to see Windows 98 on floppies on the cursed 486? Like, is there enough interest in this that I should do it? Not tonight, but... See, I don't even know what people find funny, which makes it really hard to be a good entertainer. I might do that next weekend. And if someone and I might even try and buy Office. Okay. Alright. So those discs are correct. I have a 486 that can be best described as a zest. And that's... I have a 3-part video about that system. It is a basket case. Okay, 36. 37. Counting with NCommander. Ha, 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 ha. 38. 39. 40. 41. I wonder how many bits are left over on the last disk. I mean, we're about to find out, and I also didn't put a label on the last disk. Okay, 38. All right, last disk. Let's see how much. You know, they only used 364 kilobytes on that last disk. You almost think they could find something to remove. Like, who really needs sound recorder? No, this whole stream has been me making the disks to install it. I haven't installed it yet. Okay, I'm going to go stretch my legs. When we return, which will be in about 2 minutes, I will reboot the laptop. So here's what happens. So I'm going to turn the laptop off. I am going to eject the network card. So, because I know from experience if I leave this in, the Windows install will screw up. It has problems with PCM CIA devices on install. I am going to put this disk in, or I'm not going to put this disk in because I want to show you the BIOS, because I promised I was going to do this. And I'm just holding a key down so it throws me to BIOS. Yeah, 2 beeps, I don't care. So this is why I call it the Easy Bake, and you'll understand in a moment. So if I click test and then I can click exit, we can see, oh, it's 150 megahertz from 1997. The startup options on the system are wonderful. I can start from floppy disk drive 1, the hard drive, the non-existent floppy drive 2, which is actually on the port on the dock, PCMA, or if I click network, I can pick token ring. I can pick 4 megabytes or 16 megabits. 4 megabits or 16, because that's the feature everyone wanted back in the day. I haven't done token ring as of yet. I have planned to do it, but it hasn't happened. Do I have the clock set on this? I do have the clock set. That's actually correct. I forgot. Which, you know, points to IBM. That's Y2K compatible. Let's see here. I forgot what else is in here. Like, what's under config? Memory. Yeah. Memory. System board. I don't remember what initialize does, but I don't really want temp fate. Like, I've done far too much of that. So I'm just going to hit restart. Yeah, and that's fine. Alright. I'm going to put in an ad break. I'm going to use the facilities, and then we are going for broke. Oh. The bots just like, no, they really do. I think I just accidentally sent 2 ad breaks. Oh, well, whoops. All right, let's just do it. So it first complains that it's going to replace my current operating system. That's fine. Your computer may have a disk compression program installed on it. What? 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 What the heck is this? What disk compression program? What? I've tried this before. What the heck? What the heck? I'm just going to reboot and we're going to try this one more time. What disk compression? It's just a basic copy of MS-DOS 6. Continue. Continue. Okay. All right. Look. we'll do what it says. I will try launching the setup from disk 1. I mean, this should load just fine. There's nothing unique about it. That was not the way I thought this was going to fail. That's not the way it failed when I was testing it last night. Let's see if it'll run this. If not, I'm going to have to get fdisk out. I really don't want to format this on stream. It's thinking about it. The hard drive is 1.4 gigabytes. It's small enough it shouldn't be a problem. Hey, there we go. Welcome to the Windows 98 setup. Congratulations on choosing Windows 98, the software that makes your computer more powerful, reliable, manageable, and entertaining. Well, for all of you, for me. With Windows 98, you can connect quickly to the internet quickly and easily, and Windows 98 is even easier to use than Windows 95. Setup will take 30 to 60 minutes. Remember that sentence. Depending on the speed of your computer. To begin setup, click Continue. Okay, so this is going to take a bit. Oh, music died. I'm actually going to turn off the music for the moment. We'll come back to it. I kind of want to hear the noises of the floppy disk drive. And actually, while this is going, I'm going to go grab the serial number because I have a file with all of them, and I just have to find it. Let's see here. SSH. Yeah, okay, that's still going. Okay. Hey, look, our first disk swap op. Alright, so now we put disk 2 in. Don't worry, we're going to see these disks again. Oh, spoilers. Let's see here. I know I have this. Floppy. Is that really... Nope, that's not it. Fortunately, I'm looking for this while we're multitasking, so maybe disk? Yep, that's still going. Okay, cool. All right, I found the serial that I know works because this is the one I tested. Okay. There are 38. 39 if you count the boot disk, which already failed. So let's run the poll. How many people? That's not a good sound. All right, so now it should ask for disk 3 in a moment. It's going slowly, but it is going. It's like listening to my transmission dying. Okay. It's happening. No, I can completely imagine a disk failing during this install. This is a I will note that the ThinkPad does not look quite that bad in real life. I'm looking at the stream feed. It's nowhere near that bad. Okay. Okay. All right, so we accept the agreement. Oh, I like this. The product key can be found on the back of the CD container. Also, estimated time remaining 163 minutes. All right. I believe I can just hit. Oh, does that really not work? Oh no, hold on. All right, I'm just going to turn off the external feed for a moment while I type the serial number in. It's just a paranoia, you know. It's like it probably doesn't matter, but okay. Hey! Okay, so let's bring that back. I'd like it on both, please. There we go. It's just me being paranoid. I realize that no one's really going to care, but... Alright, so Windows 98. It's going to check for installed components. So this part's basically identical. We're down to 160 minutes. Okay. It's going. It's going. There is a 5.5-inch copy, 5.25-inch copy of Windows 95. I should probably install that on something. It's making noises. It's still making noises. Checking for available disk space. I wonder what it was looking for installed components. There's nothing on the hard drive. Cool. All right, so let's go to custom. And now I get a copyright warning because it's complaining that I've already used these disks to install, which is technically true. There's me, because I can, and you can see I can't actually type in a new name. Yeah, no, I can't. That's a floppy disk specific thing. I'm like, what's the point? What's the point? Okay, so let's just take a brief look. So accessibility, I think we're going to just install everything. I probably shouldn't do this because this is going to make it more time. So as far as accessories go, there are no games. There are screensavers, but is pinball not going to be here? Audio compression. Communications. Virtual private networking. Wow, I didn't even think that. Okay. I guess we can install the multi-language support. I mean, sure. Video compression, system tools. I don't think the games are here. I don't think there's any pinball. We can install backup and disk space. Wow, it's going to need 186 megabytes. And it's actually going to need more than that because I am going to install the network stack after the reboot. It won't get installed now because I don't have the card in. All right, so computer name is Thinkpad. Computer description is OW. That's correct. That's correct. Do we want to make a startup disk? I don't think I have a blank in the right format. I thought it was 98 had it on the disk. Maybe it was only 2nd edition that had it, because 95 it was in the Plus pack. NT4 had it. 2000 had it. I know Millennium Edition has it. But maybe 98 didn't have it until 2nd edition? Is that possible? Okay, so we are going to not create it. I'm going to just hit cancel here. All right, we are now ready to start copying files. Estimated time remaining 159 minutes. Welcome to Windows 98. Please sit back and relax. Now we can't because we're going to have to swap disks. This was such a bad idea. This was a bad idea. I really wonder if it's going to take 2 hours. So right now it's just going to do a bunch of prep work, and then the disk feeding shall begin. We're just getting to the install. We finally have written out all the disks. Folks, if you've enjoyed this content and my suffering, please like and subscribe. If you really enjoy this content, consider supporting the channel by sending me a coffee or supporting me on Patreon. Oh, this is painful. It's going to start asking for disks when it gets to 15% or so. More innovative. There. Hey, so look, now it wants disk 1. We're now actually being innovative. So now we got to put disk 1 back in. That's why I numbered them. I knew this was coming. Now it's going to ask for disk 2. Yes, I know. It's just making sure it's already copied the files. It is already copied. Okay. This new release contains 100 of enhancements and supports cutting-edge new technologies. Because it's dealing with the files it copied from the first 3 disks at the very beginning of the setup. But this is why I had to put disk 2 back in. Because it has to read that cabinet file. Okay, disk 3. Well, we just wrote the floppy disks, and I didn't verify when I wrote them, so there's a pretty good chance they won't die. Oh god, this is tense. Because if any of these die, we have to start the process from the beginning. Like I am clenched on my seat. These are not the originals. I've been looking for these for a long time as the originals. I've got CD-ROM versions of 98, obviously, but I don't have the original floppies. Ooh. Well, we'll check out Internet Explorer once it's installed, if it installs. I incidentally learned that old CNN pages are still accessible on, like, they never changed the pages or rebrand them. So someone on the Vintage Computer Forum linked to the O.J. Simpson trial and showed that it will still load in ancient web browsers because they don't mandate HTTPS. Okay, we are now on to disk 4. $129 remaining. Well, the thing with NASCAR, well, no, I'm not going to... That one I'm going to... I will admit that while I do occasionally like watching, like, racing, I also realize that the same experience could just be had by watching the whole thing on a DVR at fast forward. There was no... So... I've heard some noise that there may have been a floppy disk edition of 2nd edition, but I don't know if it actually existed. But I'm tempted to make my own. So... Well, the problem with this is that this is a non-standard floppy disk format. This is what's called DMF format, or distribution media format. They're 1.7 megabyte disks. I had to go through quite a few connections to actually get this to work. So... It is apparently going to be easier to use. That's a good sign, because installing it has not been an easy experience. I used a program called NFormat to do it. There's a handful of other ones that will. The largest problem I had was a lot of disk imaging software just could not format the disk, and even if it could, it got very confused by a 1.7 megabyte RAR. So I used the FreeDAW's disk copy command, which can read and write disk images, and it seemed to be okay with it. '98 First Edition, as far as anyone knows, was the last one to come with an official floppy disk release. I personally tried to make a Windows Millennium Edition floppy disk version, but I ran into some technical difficulties that at some point I might go back and try, because I think installing Windows ME from floppy disk is just exceptionally cursed. I mean, this computer has a perfectly good CD-ROM drive that has a disk in it that I have no idea what's on it. It has an inkjet printable CDR. What the heck is on this? Well, that's a stream for a different day. I didn't even know there was a disc in there. A disc has probably been in there since the last time I live streamed with this. It's probably... That is too perfect. Imagine if that was Windows 98 on that disk. I know it isn't, but... Okay. This is fine. Simplified navigational features like... You know, I should have loaded up Minesweeper so we could play it in the mini-win environment. You can do that. I've done it. I like how they're advertising how you can select a file by moving the mouse pointer over it, and you can open a file or program with a single click. Like, you couldn't do that on Windows 95 or on a Mac. Although, I guess it was a double click, really. So... the CD-ROM drive on this system is a bit flaky. I mean, I've literally got the network card here. I mean, we were literally writing the disk images off a NetWare server. It's not like I didn't have other ways to do this. So the big innovation of Windows 98, the thing that it took 3 years to develop, was the ability to single click on a program. I'm not surprised. The camera probably has a little bit of latency built into it. Because I literally have 2 capture cards running on the streaming computer. One is a USB one that is doing the is actually doing the camera. And why do I smell something burning? Like, legit, I don't think it's my laptop. I don't like that sentence had to end in a question mark. Seriously, why do I smell something burning? Okay, that's not on fire. That's not on fire. I don't know what may or may not be on fire. I don't think it's in my apartment. I think it's from the street. Okay. Well, question for chat. Is the smell of brimstone an ominous foresign? No, this isn't the original power brick. This is actually a modern replacement that I picked up like a year ago. So I don't think it's the power brick. I do have a fire extinguisher relatively close. You know what? Safety first. I haven't had to use it, but I have it. The fact that has to come out on the desk. Yeah, like, this is like you have now reached the end of Final Fantasy VII, and then you hear the ominous yeah, there are smoke alarms in this building that, to my knowledge, work. So, if the building's on fire, the fire escape is literally behind me. This laptop's from '97, and God Almighty, I should not be doing to it what I'm doing to it. I should find it a nice, comfortable resting place. We are still seeing that Windows is easy to use, and we are still estimated time of 127 minutes. I am hoping that whoever watches the VOD actually tells me how long this takes. I don't smell the burning anymore, so I don't think... Yeah, this fire extinguisher... Let's see here, where is it? I bought it specifically for this. It's... Apparently we're doing fire safety with NCommander. It's a dry chemical extinguisher and not a CO2 one, which means if I ever use it, I will be finding dry chem for the next 2 years, and I'm speaking from experience on that one. It's an ABC extinguisher, which means A means it's good for trash, wood, basic burnables. B is for stuff like gasoline fires, and C is for electrical fires. So this is the most common type of extinguisher. There are certain things that this will not put out. Actually, lithium-ion batteries are the big one. Those need a specialized extinguisher, which are known as K-class. But the battery is not actually in this. I took it out a long time ago. So this will put out my vintage computer fires. Yes. So so we just had our lesson about fire extinguishers you should buy for your vintage computer. Oh, good Lord. It's fine. It's fine. This is all fine. I'm just considering my life decisions right now. I'm sort of happy I don't have the face cam tonight because I don't need to be, yeah. Been on this disk for a while. Although I guess, is that disk 9 that I just put in? Yeah, I guess it is. Okay, we have finished disk 9. I like how the estimated time remaining only went down by a minute. This is going well. Someone's going to make an edit of the meme. I just know it. It's just going to be the either a picture of myself, the N, or the @ sign, and it's just surrounded by fire. Yep. The problem with Halon is I need gas extinguishers are great if no one's in the room because they suck the air, they suck the oxygen out. However, as a human, I require oxygen to function. So we can put this back here. So, to my knowledge, to the best of my knowledge, there was no second edition of 98 on floppies. I have found some loose evidence that it might have been listed in a sales catalog, but no one is certain if it actually exists. I've been really tempted to make my own, though. Yeah. There are certain gases that you just don't want. The rule I'd say is anything past 6 syllables you don't want to be in the same time zone as. And if it wasn't, I'm not going to do it this stream, but maybe someday I will give the, I will read from the Department of Transportation's hazmat material guide next time I do a stream, so we can all learn the really horrifying things that move through our cities. Like if you knew anything about hazmat, you would not want to be in the same. You would not want to be within 100 miles of an interstate. Because, you know, the problem is that civilization only works because most people don't understand it. We live in a society. And if I really felt up to it, I'd go find the full quote. Yeah. To be fair, I don't sleep anyway, so you're just joining me in madness. I'm just looking at Studio. This is all fine. This is, you know, nothing has gone wrong here. Everything is fine. Let's see here. So far, we've only learned that Windows is easier to use. All right. Hey, next disk. The We Live in a Society, though, is part of an entire skit. That's just the opening line. If I remember correctly, it refers to a payphone. I'd have to look it up. It was from Seinfeld, if I remember correctly how it goes. Well, the problem isn't that the photos aren't there, although they're probably not there on the floppy disk version. The problem is that we're in 16-bit mode. If you actually open mini.cab, you can find them there, at least on the CD-ROM version. Okay. Well, it's still grinding away. I actually kind of want to do this on the 486. Not this weekend, but maybe next. At least I won't have to write the disks if I use the 486. I think the Joker, the original is from Seinfeld, but it's possible Seinfeld was referencing something else. I mean, it was. I actually remember watching it on TV. It's why I remember it. No, so here's the thing that I discovered, NJ Road Fan, is that if you're clever, you could just install a video driver into modular Windows and run the installer in higher resolution and colors. Okay, this is the disk I'm worried about. It's going, and we're going. So incidentally, when we insert disk 38, that's when the resonance cascade in my ThinkPad hits critical mass. So when we wake up a decade later in City 17, I'm sorry, but on the plus side, Half-Life 3 should finally be out. There's a VESA mode driver for Windows 3.1. It doesn't work well in VirtualBox, but it works fine on real hardware. I've used it on this machine. Okay. I like that we're only at 17%, and yet we've gone through 25% of the disks. This is going well. It's probably going to copy, if I remember correctly, it copies all the floppies to the hard drive, and then it decompresses them. All right, now we're on 14. Yeah, but can you imagine the number of support calls they would have gotten if they skipped disk 13? Like, it went from disk 12 to 14. Yeah, but we might be back, because we're going to... The thing is that we're not installing the network stack at this point. The thing is that the drivers are on Novell NetWare, which means that we have to do hard mode to get to them. And actually, I should get the... yeah, I don't really want to have... There should be a NetWare client that can use bindery mode built into 98. So I shouldn't have to go install NW client, because this is a NetWare 3 server. I'm not using eDirectory. I'm not going to torture myself that much. I've done Cave Johnson. I should Dr. Freeman. when I'm gonna look. Actually, I'm gonna look that up because I haven't played. I actually Half-Life is a fun game, but I don't play it very often. Like it doesn't do it for me like some of the other ones do. Let's see here. Okay. Gordon Freeman in the flesh, or rather, in the hazard suit. I took the liberty of relieving you of your weapons. Most of them were government property. As for the suit, I think you earned it. The border world, then, is now in our control for the time being. Thanks to you. Quite a bit of nasty work you managed over there. Uh-oh. That was probably the wrong thing to be quoting. If I try it enough times, maybe it'll be okay. Uh-oh. I think we're going to have to abort and rewrite this disk. Oh. Alright, hold on. Let me make sure. Yeah, it's the right disk. Driver 19. Yeah, I think... Oh, that sucks. Damn it. Alright. Damn. I could hit skip file, but I know that's going to break the installer a little bit further. Oh, damn it, that sucks. I'm not giving up. We're not quitting that easily. All right, so that comes out. The network boot disk goes back in. The network card goes back in. This is why we have it. Okay. It doesn't help that I was literally quoting the G-Man when this happened. Oh, that hurts. That actually hurts. So it was disk 15 that died. I don't have another machine. I need a physical floppy drive to do this, so we're going to have to restart from scratch. Fortunately, I prepared for this eventuality. Yeah, so we're gonna. I think it was the diskette that failed. Okay, so now we're attached to Odyssey 2. I'm just going to reformat this. I've got a spare. Let me reformat this one and see if it comes back. All right, so let me see something. Oh, yeah, that's the... Hold on. There we go. So this is the driver disk that failed. If I try to copy this to see what happens... See, that succeeded, which is a little bit concerning. That might mean that the Windows install code kind of screwed up. I'm gonna run a surface scan. I want to see if this disk has actually failed or if that was a problem with the Windows installer. Because if the surface scan passes, that means the Windows installer died on us. Okay. I mean, so far so good. That suggests to me the installer died. I'm not quitting that easily. Either way, if this passes the surface scan, I will try it as is. If this fails, I'll get another disk and we'll try it again. So... You know, I think what I need to do is we're going to have to run fdisk and delete the partition, because we started that install from DAWS 6 and we did not start that from Windows 98 proper. That's going to suck. It means it's going to run the format step. Maybe if I just do a format Q, it'll be okay. I think that was the installer glitched. I don't think this disk failed, because the surface scan would have errored out at this point. Well, the thing is, it said general failure after the first attempt, which makes me think that something went wrong. Something went more generally wrong. Yeah, I didn't find any problems. All right. Unfortunately, now we have a corrupted Windows install on the hard drive. So, alright, so let's reset the disks back to 0. How do I want to tackle this? Let me run fdisk. Abort. Fail. What's it say the hard drive is? Usage 100. What? Well, I only did a quick format. I think I want to just blow this away. I think there's something wrong. I think there's something screwy here. All right. Delete partition. 1. Thinkpad. Yes. I'm actually just going to leave it like that because the boot disk should see that there's no partition and automatically offer to do it. That might have been a bad format on the hard drive. Well, the thing is, I wrote all the disks on the same machine that I'm trying to use them. Okay, needs to configure the unallocated space. I will like to enable large disk support. Okay. Now the problem is it's going to do a long format, but it should only take about 10 minutes. It's pretty fast. I've run format on this machine so many times. I am, however, going to eject the PC card. Again, I don't want it in there when I run the install. And the bots are back. Alright, so now that's going to run the format. Yeah, I've never actually seen the 98 setup, this part of it, actually run this part. All right. Okay. I mean, that is possible what happened. Remember, we got the disk compression error, so this is probably the smart thing to do. We're not sure. I'm not sure this is floppy disk error. I think this is something went wrong with the hard drive, which we're about to find out. So if we do upgrade to Windows ME, it's going to be from a Novell NetWare server, which is probably a more cursed solution. Alright, I'm going to stretch my legs while this runs, so I'll be back in a bit. Oh. Alright. The streamer will return. Okay, I'm back. All right, we're at 47%. I mean, we could actually try it. I actually did copy both Windows 98 Second Edition and Millennium Edition's installer files to my NetWare server. So assuming I can get the network card to work, we could actually try doing a network upgrade to either Second Edition or Millennium. I don't know if he'll let me do that. I don't know if those are upgrade editions. There's 39 disks, but one's a boot disk. I could start the installer from the NetWare boot disk, because I believe ME will let you do the upgrade. The fire smell is gone, so it probably wasn't in my apartment or whatever burned out, burned out. So, it's going. It's going. God, if we actually do this on the 486, I'm going to have to... Would me even run on a 486? I don't even know. Like, there's no part of that sentence that I have an answer to. I'd have to dig out the beta drivers. They're VDXs. Ooh. This might very well end up a 10-hour stream. I wasn't planning on it, but it might very well end up that. It's possible the neighbors are barbecuing. I don't know what they could possibly be barbecuing. It is only 9 p.m. At some point, I'd like to get food, but I don't completely know if that's going to happen. Yeah. 80%, 81%. So I think what we've learned here is do not quote Half-Life while installing Windows 98. Well, we were making all the floppy disks, and then we had one fail. I unfortunately do not have hot dogs here. I'm trying to think of where I'll be able to buy hot dogs at 2 in the morning, and then I suddenly realized I do actually know a place near my apartment where I could buy hot dogs or at least food cart at 2 in the morning. They have there's a shawarma food cart not that far from here that's open until 5. So I know dinner has been resolved. I'm going to have shawarma. Yeah. All right. It formatted the hard drive. We have formatted the hard drive. That this is the engine technician has put oil in the engine. I think the hard drive went kaput halfway in. So this time I let it do the disk partitioning under Windows. I don't know what it's checking. There's nothing there. Okay. And this time we have large disk support enabled, so it's probably going to be less broken. Probably. Because right now it hasn't been this is not a failed floppy. Surprisingly, I mean, it passed the surface scan. So unless it dies on disk 15 again, I'm not going to try it again. The thing is that I formatted the drive about 20 minutes before the stream, and I did a /Q on it, which was probably a mistake. I didn't even think about that beforehand because I don't actually run Windows on this machine very often, even though it came with 95. I've never even run 98 on it. All right, here we go again. I'm not going to read the prompts a second time. But we are seeing why first edition had problems. Maybe I should take this laptop with me when I go bike touring, so I have a vintage computer, a cursed computing experience that I can take with me. I mean, it only took us 6 hours to get to the second attempt. This is still less painful than Linux from scratch. All right, so here's the question for chat. All right, ask my community. All right, let me get this. Let me get this pile of floppies now that we're past the boot disk. I don't have much of an opinion on the Saturn. I am not actually that big into retro gaming. I never have been. So it's split about 50-50 on if it's going to fail in the same place or not. This is it feels like I built a castle in a swamp, and it sunk. I built a second castle in the swamp. Because here's the thing. Right now we're running Windows 3.1, or a modified version of it called Modular Windows. When I started the install the first time, I was running under DAWs 6.2. which is actually older than what this laptop should have been, and probably was never tested with the Windows 98 installer. So I'm not completely concerned. I shouldn't say I'm not. Where's disk 2? Oh, disk 2 is in the drive. This is YouTube Premium. I just get revenue based off watch time. At least that's how the YouTube analytics confirm it. I probably should get on the desktop and make the Windows 98 setup a bit bigger, but the laptop outputs 800 by 600. You can see here that's actually what it's displaying. So, I mean, you can actually see the black border on the other LCD, so that's why I actually have it out, because this ThinkPad is so hard to look at. It's fine in person, it just doesn't show up well on camera. Like when I did the video on the Jornada, I had to do a lot of video editing to make the screen dark enough and high enough contrast that I could see. Okay. Alright, cool. So license agreement, I accept. I'm going to go get the CD out, so bear with me. Other one. There we go. All right. All right. There we go. No, the stream didn't break. I just turned off the screen mirroring while I was typing in the serial. I don't. It's just one of those things, like, shouldn't matter. I mean, let's see here. Well, we are not doing the same thing. I let the hard drive be reformatted under Windows 98. We verified that the installed media appears to be good. So if it fails on disk 15, then I know the disk has failed and we'll rewrite that one. If it actually succeeds, then I know for a fact that there was another problem. So let's go back to custom. You know, I'm actually going to go with compact, and we'll install all the missing components after the first boot. This is going to be a really tiny install. Yeah, I know you've already been installed. That's like no actual difference. Like if I select an all, what is the actual difference? The actual difference is 20 megabytes. All right, you know, screw it. All right, so ThinkPad AL v2. All right, you know, AL 2.0. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't skip this. I just hit cancel when it comes out. Yeah, this could, I mean, it could easily be a bad label problem. I've never seen that particular failure mode, but I've seen Windows installations completely fall apart for nonsensical reasons, so I'm not going to sweat it. I will not be quoting Half-Life while installing this, though. No siree. cancel. Okay, start copying files. Okay. All right. I'm not going. I will sit back, but I will not be relaxing while we do this. Okay. Can you imagine? Now I just had a silly idea. It's like, imagine if I wrote a. Windows just got better. Windows 98 helps you get the most out of your computer by making it easier to use. Question mark. Oh, well, that one went away. No, I don't want to quote Cave Johnson because I really don't want to be channeling Aperture vibes on this because, you know, because this would basically be the Aperture Science floppy disk installer based environment, and Battle Cruiser no, I actually don't want to quote StarCraft because Blizzard has been nope. And it really grinds me because StarCraft, I have a lot of good memories of StarCraft. Like, that was my game playing on BattleNet over dial-up as a kid. Like, I used to call my best friend and I used to call each other for modem matches. Like, that was my childhood. And I just hate how Activision has. It's not even what they did with StarCraft 2. It's literally the company is just so. Okay. I never really got into Command and Conquer. I know I played the original. I remember trying Tiberium's Sun. I was not a big fan of the RTS genre as a whole. I only got into playing StarCraft because my friends got into it, but I never finished the single player campaign. Like, I've actually I beat the original Terran campaign, and I gotta tell you that the final mission of the Terran campaign is actually very difficult. But I only got about halfway through the Zerg one, and I never played the Protoss one. Let's see here. Other games I used to play as a kid. I actually used to play a lot out of Hellbender, which was a spiritual recreation of Terminal Velocity. That's a really obscure game. I'd be surprised if anyone in this chat has heard of it. It was a Microsoft Games release. Fair bit of Flight Simulator, although I wasn't very good at it. SimCity 2000 and 3000. I didn't like 4. Let's see. What else was in the childhood game collection that I played a lot? I played a lot of NetHack and Rogue. Although I didn't ascend until my 20s. Let's see here. What else was in the good old games pile? I never played the Ultima games. I did play a fair bit of digital pinball games, but I didn't play Epic Pinball. I didn't even know that one existed until I saw it on LGR videos. Lemmings was one I played. I had the registered copy of Terminal Velocity. The CD-ROM version actually had a hidden mission that you could find by with a password by beating the game. That was a good solid shooter. I played the first 2 Duke Nukems all the way through the sides, or I played 2 all the way through because I got Atomic Edition as a birthday gift, and it had the first 2 ones. I never beat the full campaign of Duke Nukem. I don't know. It wasn't. I as far as shooters go, I don't have as good memories of it as I do some of the other ones. I know what the average age of each of my viewers are. It's actually in my analytics. In general, it's mostly 20 to 25, which surprised me on that age range, considering I cover a lot older than that. Myst, that was one I used to play. I beat Myst, I beat Riven. Although Riven I needed help for because some of the puzzles in Riven are obscene. Exile was the first Myst game that I beat without a guide. I got stuck in Revelations and I never played End of Ages. Oh, I could, I'm going to do the opening quotation from Myst as soon as we do the next Floppies. Because I got to tell you, I even read the Myst books. They are incredible. I realized the moment I fell into the fissure that the book would not be destroyed as I had planned. It continued falling into that starry expanse of which I had only a fleeting glimpse. I've tried to speculate where it may have landed. I must admit, however, such conjecture is futile. Still, the questions about whose hand might one day hold my Myst book are unsettling to me. I know my apprehensions may never be allayed, so I close, realizing that perhaps the ending has not yet been written. Like the fire marble puzzle wasn't so bad. The one that I remember having trouble with, the problem with the fire marble, I'm almost certain I used a guide for it, but it's simple enough. There's the cartographer in a room that you can see each location of the fire marbles, but it's hard to map it out. The problem I ran into was when you have to get the book to go to the Rebel Age, and you have to find the 5 animal sounds, because it's very clear what the sounds are and the order, but the pictures are impossible. I actually didn't know that Rand re-recorded the intro for the remake. I haven't played the original Myst in years. Favorite gaming genre? Ooh, that's a hard one. I play a lot of Minecraft expert packs, and I occasionally even still I load up Factorio. I'm a fairly big fan of RPGs, although I don't play them that much. The last 2 RPGs I remember playing are Psychonauts 2 and BioShock Infinite. But I adore BioShock Infinite. Like, that game is a work of art. Bring us the girl and wipe away the debt. Because it makes you think. Like, if I was ever to do a gaming stream, I'd probably play through BioShock Infinite and commentating on it the whole way. But the ending of Infinite is... I won't spoil it because you really should play it if you ever get the chance. The original BioShock is a deconstruction of objectivism. It's essentially a deconstruction of the world of Atlas Shrugged. BioShock Infinite is a deconstruction of the concept of free will, and oh man, does it hit it out of the park. I haven't played 1.19.1. I'm not a vanilla player. I am not thrilled about how the chat reporting feature works because I can see how it can be abused. I understand why Mojang felt the need to put it in the game, but I can't say I will support it. I also have been rather disappointed with the direction of Minecraft updates. I was immensely underwhelmed with the Nether update, And Caves and Cliffs should not have been split into 2 updates. That was a joke. They should have delayed 117 and waited until it was available as one release. I mean, the ancient cities were promised for the Caves and Cliffs, and there are free versions left. So I don't have a particularly high opinion of what Minecraft is becoming, especially because we still have all the disparity between Java Edition and Bedrock Edition, which is getting worse, not better. So, I have a fairly long thread on Twitter about my feelings on how the chat recording works. I have since revised that stance somewhat because I can understand, even on private servers, why Mojang felt it was necessary. But it's also been a slap to the face that it's incredibly clear that they do not care about community opinion. The Reddit threads and the community feedback threads have been very clear that the concerns of the community will not be taken seriously, and it just... I just honestly at this point have trouble recommending Minecraft. Like, I'll still play it. I mean, I bought the game many years ago. I still get a lot of use out of it. I don't even feel, you know, but I would have trouble buying like a DLC for Mojang because of how they've been treating the community if they were to ever do something like that. That more or less sums up how I feel about it as of this moment. I do have a Mastodon account, but I don't use it very often. Like, that's why I don't link to it. But I have a few people that are on Fediverse that I occasionally use that to contact. So, but I, for the most part, I'm not on Mastodon. Yeah. I bought the game, I don't know, I think I bought it with 1.4 or 1.5. I remember playing Technic, which was 1.2 based, which probably means I bought it pretty early in the 1.4 cycle, maybe even 1.3. Because I remember Enchanting taking 50 levels, and it took all 50. It was a massive, massive achievement in game to actually have enchanted gear. So, like, you would be really happy to get Fortune 1 or even Fortune 2. You wouldn't re-roll to try and get perfect enchants. I never got into Sierra or SCI games. I have a lot of good memories of playing the LucasArts one, especially Fate of Atlantis and Day of the Tentacle. Those are my two favorites. I have played Zack McCracken and the Alien Mindbenders. I had to use a guide for it. I've used a guide to beat Maniac Mansion. But Fate of Atlantis was probably the best Indiana Jones game, hands down. I'd say it was probably good enough to be made into a movie. Yeah. Okay, so now we're on disc 8. I have played Monkey Island. I don't think I finished it. I enjoy the humor in Monkey Island, but it's not a particularly complex game, and I didn't have the talkie version, so a lot of it kind of fell flat. Let's see here. We're just talking about old games while we try. We're trying this again. Yeah. Maniac Mansion is, it has its moments, but I won't say it's aged particularly well. But that was before LucasArts adopted their current, adopted their their view towards adventure games, because in a Sierra game you can die for like picking, for in 10 screens later for making one tiny mistake. Oh, Sam & Max, I forgot that. Sam & Max Hit the Road was amazing. I did not, however, enjoy the Telltale games. Like, I got through half of season 1 and I was like, eh. I've heard that the season 2 of Sam & Max was a lot better, but I just could not work up the energy for it. Yeah. Let me think. Another great old game, Majesty. Oh man, that was one of the most innovative games of its time, but it is hard. I beat the original. I never beat the Northern expansion. Let's see here. What other ones did I miss? As far as independent games, I played the Joe trilogy that was done by Yahtzee. The first 2 games are forgettable, but Trilby's Notes makes worth playing the whole thing worth it. Like, that game had no right to be as good as it was. That's really all I can say about it. Let's see here. What other ones were really good? All right. We have reached the 1 quarter mark. Please don't fail again. Please don't fail again. Please don't fail again. Please don't fail again. I have played Neverwinter Nights. I never finished it because the campaign becomes one giant fetch quest, but it really did give me an appreciation of Dungeons & Dragons 3rd edition. Or, was that 3rd edition or was it 3.5? It also really gave me a lot of love for the Forgotten Realms. I have Planescape Torment, but I've never finished it. I have watched a Let's Play of it all the way through. If there's a game that needs a remake, it is Planescape Torment. Let's see here. What can change the nature of a man? That was the question of Planescape Torment. I haven't played the sequel game to it. Well, I shouldn't say sequel. It's spiritual successor. What are some other ones? I was not a big game player. I played most of the Final Fantasies. I beat in Final Fantasy. Did I beat 4? I think I beat 4, or at least I got to Zermerus. I don't remember if I actually finished it. 5, I got to the alien world, but I was like, meh. 6, I've played through 6 3 times. I find the World of Ruin to be boring. Like, I've never even gone to the final tower. I get bored. 7, I've played through multiple times. 8, I've only been once, but 8 is so trivial to break once you know the junction system, I get bored. 9, I consider the best Final Fantasy game. 10, I consider excellent if flawed, and 12, I never got into. 13, I never finished. And I haven't played any of them past that. The problem I had, like, I got pretty far in the alien world. I finished the Battle of the Big Bridge. We were going after X-Death, and it just wasn't doing it for me. I think I may have actually gone all the way to the merged world, but I was like just Eh. For Legend of Zelda, I still consider Link's Awakening to be one of the best. It was the first one I finished as a kid. I didn't have a Super Nintendo. I don't have the love of Ocarina of Time that most people do. Like, I consider it's an excellent game, but I played it as a kid and I never felt an urge to replay it. Majora's Mask, on the other hand, you know, I know it's passé, but I do consider Majora's Mask to be one of the absolute pillars of gaming. I actually consider it better than Ocarina of Time. I never played Wind Waker, although I did have a GameCube. I just missed that one. Twilight Princess, I've got a mixed feeling on. The GameCube I consider the GameCube version much better than the Wii version because the motion controls are gimmicky. Twilight Princess has its problems, but on the whole, I consider it pretty good. I didn't play Skyward Sword for the same reason I didn't like the Wii version of Twilight Princess. I haven't played Breath of the Wild. I don't have a Switch. It's one of those that I will go back and get at some point. Yeah. A Link's Awakening was probably the most solid game, like the most solid RPG on the Game Boy. Because I played that in elementary school, and I remember it took me a few months to actually beat it. Because, you know, back in those days, we didn't have game FAQs. I must have been 7 or 8. I mean, I successfully got... I got all 150 Pokemon in Red back in the days before we had, before there were eggs. So you had to trade for other people's starters. I think I had a second Game Boy and I just traded it to myself, but I did do it. It took an obnoxious long period of time to do it. We're on disc 12 of 38. I haven't played Hollow Knight. I do have Shovel Knight in my collection, but I haven't played it all the way through. I actually never finished the original Psychonauts. I have words about the Meat Circus, because I got to Meat Circus all the way on the original PlayStation 2 version. And when Psychonauts 2 was about to come out, I picked up the Steam version of the original, and I played all the way to Meat Circus, and even though I know the Steam version made it less obnoxious, I never beat it. Well, it helped that I lived in New York City. Well, at that time I lived in Westchester, but there was enough people that were willing to trade that it was doable. It still took me about a year of active battling to do it. Like, I had the level 99 Pidgeot that I caught at level 2 right at the start. I had Pokemon Red. The saving grace is when Yellow came out, there were so many Yellow players that bought it that the starters became a lot easier to come by, because in Yellow, you start with Pikachu and you get Bulbasaur, Charmander, and Squirtle as events. And a lot of people were much more willing to trade the Pokemon from Yellow than they were their starter from Red and Blue. And usually when you found people with Red and Blue, they had already leveled up their starter to silly levels. A lot of times, though, we would just trade Pokemon back and forth to complete the national Pokedex. Yeah. I will say that probably my favorite level of... obviously, the Milkman Conspiracy is a fan favorite. I actually have a soft spot for Waterloo. I know a lot of people hate that level, but something about it amuses me. I also really enjoyed let's see here. I mean, basic braining is basically how it starts. I gotta tell you, when Psychonauts 2 dropped, I was like, this is everything I wanted it to be. Like, I walked away from that experience satisfied. I'm getting nervous. The one that drove me up a wall was Black Velvetella. I like the latter half of Psychonauts from Milkman Conspiracy onward. I feel like is a slog because you have the bull, you have the game board, and the theater. Oh, I hate. It's not that it's bad, but Glorious Theater requires so much fiddling to get to the end of it, and the boss fight is just annoying. So, yeah, that was Meat Circus is difficult. I probably could beat it now if I had a controller. Oh, Nier Automata. I recently got that as a suggestion from a friend to the point, and I thought it was so stupidly good that I will go back and get Nier Replicant and when I feel like doing another game. All right. Uh-oh. That's a different failure. Let me just eject the disk. Disk 14? Wait a minute. Why does it want disk 14? The heck? It's going. Why did it go from 15 to 14? I don't think this is drive issues. It's going. I can hear it clicking away, going track by track. No, I did label them. They are labeled. And now it wants disk 15 again. Now it wants disk 14 again. This is ominous. Yeah, it's probably re-expanding a cabinet file. It's possible 14 is the damaged one. I'm going to rewrite 15 Well, I'm going to hit skip file. Well, hold on. I'm going to pull the audience. All right, so now it wants 15 again. Make sure it's spinning freely. So what file? Let me write the file down so I know which one it's complaining about. MS Analog 2. Because what we can do is we can boot from, we can load a boot disk and we can try expanding this later. So I'm going to keep a document of all the ones I have to skip. So this is disk 15. Let's see our skip file. Oh, it's not happy. Could not driver cab 19. That's where it died last time. I'm not convinced that this is going to work. Like a single file, fine. Yeah, I think we gotta abort at this point. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. All right, so it needed driver 19 cab and it needed MS Joy VDX. No, it's still going. It's going to be really unhappy. We're going to have to go into single user, into DAWs prompt before the first reboot, and I'm going to have to extract those files by hand. But I know the files it's going to need. Yeah, it's going. I've installed from these disk images before in a VM, so I'm not convinced that they're broken. Either disk 14 is dead or disk 15 is dead. But this is why I wanted to test these on real hardware, because a VM does not give you an accurate experience of installing these disks. All right, so it's on to 16. There is actually a joystick port on the port replicator, as is a full-sized ISA slot. Actually, I think there's a PCI slot if I had the dock. The reason I'm concerned is on the first reboot, it's going to populate the system registry, but it shouldn't do that until after it reboots, so I could just put the NetWare disk back in and we can extract it manually. See, I don't understand what's going on with 15 because we all saw it successfully pass ScanDisk, and which is why I'm going to do it manually with expand from the command line. I've got a document open on the laptop that I'm keeping track of. It failed again. This time we just hit skip file, and we're going to just hope for the best. NJ Roadfan, make sure you're looking at the floppy disk version. Because I'm actually writing where these files need to go. This one has to go to Windows pre-copy. The other two go to Windows System. I hear it spinning, it's not actually seeking. Oh, there it goes. I don't like using Gotex, personally because they don't accurately represent if a media can be recreated from the disk image. Without the right utilities, you can't recreate the actual floppy disks that this used, and you don't get an accurate representation of what the install experience was like. It's why I don't actually use GoTex for most of my videos. I actually don't have one. I do have a few ways I can emulate a floppy drive, but I don't like using them. There's actually 3 failed files because it needs to copy driver 19 to the pre-copy directory, which I'm worried it's going to bite me in the butt later, but we will see. And it's just life living in New Jersey with the sirens. Hey, we can use the new Windows Update site, a web-based extension for Windows 98 that includes the latest product assistance. For people that are just experimenting with old computers or just want to use it for like retro gaming, use a GoTech every day, but a big point of this channel is to show these machines as they were, which is why I don't, generally speaking, install GoTechs. I have an XT IDE in the Compact Portable, but that's just because finding a working hard card is unobtainium. And this is first edition, not even second edition. I do find it interesting that the estimated time remaining is so much higher on the floppy disk version, which makes me wonder how that's calculated. It must be dynamic. Uh-oh. Please don't die. No, it's good. For fast web access, link several modems or quickly set up your ISDN connection. Could you... I guess you could technically bridge multiple modems in Windows 98, but why? I feel so nervous right now, like, haha, I'm in danger. Okay. The 98 version was only available by, I believe there was a voucher in the box that you could mail in and get it. This is nerve-wracking. I'm sitting here. Like, this is possibly the most stressful thing I've done on this channel, and I've done a lot of things on this channel. Well, we've done half the floppies, so... Or at least... So... God, can you just imagine doing FinNet on this thing? Or a token ring? I feel so... Like, I'm just sitting here in full... Like... Yeah. I need to think of something optimistic and happy. Roller coasters. You know what? Roller coasters are great. We should do a stream where I do Roller Coaster Tycoon on cursed hardware. CRT phosphor, it takes literal days before burn-in happens of the same image, so I'm not that... So it's probably why they didn't consider it. Alright. That's the halfway point. Porting OpenRCT2 to Solaris, the older versions would not be hard. Even SDL2 on Solaris probably wouldn't be that difficult. I could have done it for AIX, but that GL stack was held together by a hope and a dream. Like the thing is, whenever I do Solaris or AIX, the dreams, the system administrators of old come out and are properly horrified. I mean, if I really wanted to suffer, I could install Windows 98 over IRDA. Because there is an IRDA port on this laptop, it's right here. And I demonstrated that with the Jornada. I don't even know where that is. I haven't seen that thing in a while. But you could do it. I'm literally, I just imagined how you could successfully install Windows over IRDA. Like, I can think of a few other cursed ways to do it. Oh, God. You can easily create your own web pages by using Front Page Express. Sentences I don't ever want to see again. Well, the thing is that with IRDA, I just have to set it up and let it run. I don't actually have to do anything. Because, legitimately speaking, you could do interlink over IRDA, and all I'd have to do is set up a batch file and let it run as a live stream. Like, I wouldn't even have to do anything. Like, I'm actually sitting here thinking about it. I literally could script the entire install and run it as a live stream with no actual effort. All I'd have to do is pop the CD tray out, put a disk in the drive so you know that it's not actually doing anything. And that's all it would take. Personal Web Server is on this. And this whole thing is just like, haha, I'm in danger. Like I haven't run out of commentary. I'm just terrified it's going to fail. I remember running like an early build of Apache on 98 because that was one of the times. That's when I started getting into networking. Yeah, that's how I would do it. If I was to do an IRDA install of 98, you know, just just as a kind of a lol thing, I would actually set up interlink, because interlink shows up at interlink over serial, because interlink shows up as a network device in 90 under MS-DOS. So when the mini installer detects that it's doing a network install, it will actually copy all the files over, so it can survive the reboot. I actually know that from experience because I've installed this laptop multiple times off a network. So if I was to do a cut down version of the 98 installer, I could do it over IRDA. And you'd even be able to see the pulses on camera. Mac OS 10 ran on the Molar Mac, and I believe it ran on the Power Mac 830 out of the box, which did have a floppy drive. It was the only ADB Mac that was supported and the only old world Mac that was supported. I do know for a fact that OS X does run on the Molar Mac. I'm actually surprised that neither Action Retro nor Mac 84 have done the Molar Mac. No, those floppy drives are supported just fine. Anyone with ex-post facto knows that. Wasn't on the G3 though, it was just an IDE floppy. There was nothing special about it. Like, it wasn't a swim chip. Because there is specific code in macOS 10 macOS 10 Server 1.0 and in 10.0 and 10.1 to handle the chirp boot that's required for the old world Macintoshes. All right, NJ Roadfan, I'll take that from you. We are on disk 22, I believe. I mean, the New World Power Macs are not very different from a PC. It was Apple's own take on Microsoft's Jazz architecture. And I wouldn't be surprised if Apple took notes from the AIM Alliance. I actually do have a Power Mac 6100 that I specifically bought for running Copeland. A SCSI floppy drive should work if macOS 10 supports the SCSI floppy protocol. Once it gets to 50%, it will run automatically for a while, but I don't even know what the current time is. But I kind of am now either let's I'm gonna pull this. All right, folks, have fun with that. Oh, wow, the net meeting. Meet face-to-face online. It's almost like they were ready for 2020 in 1998. Well, we had some technical difficulties. NetMeeting was available well before XP, though. Like, I remember NetMeeting being a thing for Exchange in the Exchange 5.5 days. I have never seen a SCSI floppy drive. I know they exist, and it's actually kind of a problem because my SGI Indy doesn't have its floppy drive. It's actually supposed to have a floptical drive. I mean, I remember doing IceCast and even Real Player back in these days. Like, there was Real Player had a way to do live streaming. Although we didn't call it that back then. I think we used to call it live broadcast. The spam bots have returned. Okay. Sorry guys, the stream, well, let me see if it continues past this point. Otherwise, the stream is going to go on, okay. Yeah, I think I'm going to put it on sub mode. Well, let me see if it comes back, because putting the stream on sub mode really kills interaction. Let's see here. Yeah. So I will only do that if I absolutely have to. Okay, 25. Let's see here. I should find a channel to raid. I always forget that's a thing you can actually do on YouTube these days. Yeah, don't get me wrong, Real Networks was like, I'm actually surprised that, has anyone done a Tech Tales on Real? Because they were like, ick, with a capital I. Here. No, we've taken an arrow to the leg, but we're still going. Like, let's see here. It's going. It is going. Like, there's a couple things that I want to cover. Like, there's very little good Amiga content on YouTube, but a lot of that is because Amiga is stupidly overvalued by the community. Like, I know RMC has done a fair bit on the 500 and 600, but you really don't see a lot. Oh, this is nerve-wracking. See, I would actually not mind owning a 500, mostly because dealing with my 4000 is like smacking myself in the head repeatedly, and I don't want to do any major mods because it's a video toaster. But I wouldn't mind having a 500 that I could do an HDMI mod to, or a 600 that I could put a hard drive in. But then I'd have to like find a vampire or another accelerator, and it's like, eh. I actually really would love to have an Atari ST, or I'd especially love to have the TT, but those are freaking unobtainium. Like the TT, the Falcon, the 68040 Ataris. Whew, I don't make that's when they show up on eBay, and they don't show up often. I've seen them go for high four figures. I wouldn't mind having a 3000 because I could run Unix on it. Amiga Unix will run on a 4000 if I swap the daughter board, the 040 for an 030, but it won't boot from the hard drive. I'd have to use a boot disk. We're on disk 27. We've taken an arrow to the knee, but we're still going. The only Amiga with a PCM CIA slot I fought was the 600. I didn't put a label on these. Oh, these are probably the blanks. Really hope these are the blanks. Yeah, I didn't put a label on these last two discs. I'm really hoping they are what I think they are. Spinning a lot. A lot of us that used ST, NRAM is what we tend to use for ST because you can run the NRAM was the only one thing that actually emulates enough of the MMU that Linux can run on it. So we've used it for very fast build Ds for Debian Motorola 680XO. The biggest problem with the Amiga is finding Zorro cards. Like, if I really want to do anything serious with the 4000, I either would have to set up slip networking, which isn't that hard, but it's slow, or I'd have to find one of the very rare Zorro Amiga networking cards. Like, there are recreations, but the recreations go for $200 freaking dollars. And they ship from Germany, so I pay another $50 for shipping. I have thoughts about the Amiga. I do want to cover it. I just pain and suffering. All right, so disk 28, which I apparently did not actually label, so I'm hoping this is actually disk 28. Yeah, it is. Okay, cool. All right. Note to self: label it. Well, it's just for not being it's not being in the EU. Like, to get the necessary adapters to get my Amiga working at all, I found a AGA to VGA adapter on Thingiverse for like $20, but to get the necessary keyboard converter was like $60 from Poland. It took 2 months to get here, and I paid another $40 to U.S. Customs for the damn thing. That being said, I gotta tell you, having a Model M on a video toaster is such a fun feeling. Yeah, the 4000's a pile of crap. I can't defend it. I know he's worked on a few 4000s. The biggest problem with Amiga is it's really like it's kind of like it's just become a giant meme because frankly I don't think Amiga graphics are as good as anyone says they are. They're usually like, they're better than VGA for 1990, 1991, but really past 92, you start getting into the SVGA era, and AGA just is not competitive. I mean, yes, strictly speaking, the Amiga has better sound than a Sound Blaster, but Gravis Ultrasound was a thing. Or if you've got more money than sense, you can get an Adlib Gold. Okay, and that's just 29. We are approaching the 75% mark. Yeah. I mean, Amigas were not big in the United States from all I can tell, and they were manufactured in White Plains, which is less than an hour from here. I don't ever remember seeing one as a kid. See, the thing with the AGA, and this is what kind of drives me a little bit crazy. The AGA can do 4096 colors in ham mode, but in practice you cannot do gaming or anything besides graphics work in ham mode. So in practice, it tops out at 256 at, I don't even think you can do that at 640 by 480. So in practice, Amiga graphics has much lower fidelity than VGA graphics, and as soon as you get to Super VGA, well, that's GG, good game. I thought they were made in White Plains, but maybe I'm thinking of Atari, or they all got mixed up. Commodore had an interesting manufacturing history. The problem is that while Amiga had more colors, gaming on a computer, on a regular computer, was generally a secondary concern. I mean, to a large extent, even in 1990, you still had the tail end of the 8-bit era. I mean, we were only just getting 16-bit game consoles. All right, we are at disk 30. All right. We, at my school, it was probably 96, 97. It was mostly Apple IIe's and one or two GS's, and I think we had a Macintosh. But I remember my very first computer programming was learning how to do basic programs on those Apple IIe's at lunch. Middle school was much more Performas, but that was very much the beginning of the I era for Apple. Orange Juice, we had a failure, so we had to restart. But we're on disk 30 of 39. I've been wanting to get an Apple II of some sort. I would really want a GS, but I would settle for a 2E. Every time they have shown up at VCF, they go for like $300 to $400, and I cannot justify that to myself for an 8-bit machine. Like, my Commodore 128 with SD to IDC, 1702 monitor, all the cables, including the S-video cable, and programming books was only $330. I can't justify what Apple IIe's go for at VCF, and eBay prices are even worse. Yeah, well, the thing that kills you with the Apple II is the disk drives. Because unlike Commodore, it was really common to have a duo disk. So you really need the set, because most Commodore programs will, to be honest, most Commodore programs don't know what disk 9 is. but a lot of things on the Apple II really want the second Duo disc. I never got into TRS-80s, but I don't like the 8-bit era enough to justify what the going price is for a 2E or 2J. I really want a 2GS, I'll be really honest, but I can't justify that price. Honestly, TubeTime reverse engineered that Apple II card for the XT. I forgot what he called it. I might just build one of the things and put it in my compact portable and call it good, because the portable still has one open slot. I do actually have a Mac 2 SI that I just got repaired. I want to do AUX on it. It should work, although I haven't tried yet. I just have to reassemble Humpty Dumpty. I'm also I could find a 2GS for less than what because the nice thing about the 2GS is it was considerably less proprietary parts, but the GS really wants a Unidisc, so either I go like Pain, or I use a floppy MU, which is not the end of the world because I've got a Mac Plus that I have to do some work on. I like how you can get more storage space by using FAT32. Yeah. Yeah, so there was an actual retail product that put a 6502 on a ISA card and made the IBM XT be full compatible with the Apple II. I mean, the Apple II got copied a lot. It's not that hard. I honestly should, I should set a search alert for the lasers, because those come up pretty often on eBay and they're not that expensive. I thought actually, you're right, because it doesn't care about Unidisc, and I do have an external Apple Plus floppy drive, a Mac Plus floppy drive. That would work on a GS, wouldn't it? My experience with disassembling the video toaster is I somehow ended up with 3 more screws than I started with. There is an actual ISA card that puts a SID chip in a PC, but I don't understand the love for the 8-bit Commodore line. I mean, they're not good machines. I mean, they really aren't, which makes me think that a lot of the demand for the 8-bit Commodores comes from stuff like 8-bit Guy. I didn't have a Commodore until I got into vintage computing, and they are just such a train wreck. I don't know why there is that much love for them, besides nostalgia. No, it is not possible to run any of the 9X family over Pixie, because Pixie got finalized in '97. So, the first version of Windows that I know can be deployed over Pixie is, I believe it's 2000, but it might be XP. The thing is that the 64 has a good game library, but the best version was never on the Commodore. The 6510 was not fast enough to run the SID chip and other peripherals at the same time. So once you get past the title screen, for the most part, you just have less good graphics and more beeps. Like a Mockingbird in an Apple II would give you a better experience overall, I would find. But most of the big Commodore games had PC ports. There's only a handful of exclusives that really would be worth playing on the 64. Like Impossible Mission is one of the very few I can think of off the top of my head. I mean, the thing that is just really... Oh, look, Windows 98 is year 2000 ready. We're about to find that one out for sure. I mean, the problem with the Commodore is really the 1541 disk drive. I have 2+4s, which really should be called the Commodore -4. They are that bad. One works, one has problems. I'm not sure if it's a dead TED or not. I ordered a 284 diagnostic ROM and it never showed up. I ordered a second one and they then refunded the first one, which really tells me how well that worked. Yeah, okay, NJ Roadfan, I will give you that. You really did need Tandy graphics and sound. There's probably some in the Commodore 64 library where it is where it's better than the Apple II version, but you're also going to deal with really extended load times. Wow, support for MMX. You can watch full motion, full screen multimedia titles on your floppy disk drive system. With support for multiple monitors, which I don't believe this laptop can actually do. It's a NeoMagic graphics chip that is made of SAD. We're on disk 34, I believe? 33. And we are at 69%. Nice. I didn't think 98 supported DVD out of the box. I guess it's right on the edge, because this came out May 15th, 98, which incidentally is my birthday. Well, 88, but still. It's still going! It's still going! It's like the Energizer Bunny. Okay. Well, I'm thinking for 98, was it possible? I would still think you would need a dedicated MPEG-1 decoder board. Like, I don't think it was until like the Pentium 2 or Pentium 3 era that you could really do hardware decode of a DVD, software decode of a DVD. I would say 2000 was the first version that home users could reasonably use, but it still had it wasn't a particularly user-friendly version. It was tricky to install. Yeah, you would need one of the decoder cards. Like, Creative had one, and that was partially due to licensing due to MPEG LA. I guess it wouldn't have been MPEG 1, it would probably been MPEG 2. I remember that it was a big deal that my iBook G3, the later one, the Snow White one, could decode DVDs on the fly. Me came out in 99 though. At that point, Pentium 2 and 3 had shipped. Like, Millennium Edition was right on the edge of where you could do software decoding of DVD. You would need an extremely high-end system to do it, but it was doable at that point. Yeah, it was MPEG 2. I was misremembering it. Because the reason I know I'm misremembering it is because MPEG 1 did not have the licensing problems. That's why you could play MPEG-1 videos on Linux. I mean, when all is said and done, this should install about 200 megabytes worth of files, but we're going to have to reboot with the network boot disk, because I have to fix those missing files, or we will get a lot of errors on the reboot. Yeah. I could do Office. That one I would probably be able to buy the discs for. I've been trying to get the discs for this for ages. I've had an eBay search alert, and either I am searching for the wrong terms, or these just never come up. Like, I want to say some of the Voodoo cards may have had the decoder on them, because I vaguely remember there was like a Voodoo card that was sold for DVD enablement, but that might just be fuzzy memory. I'm not, like I said, I'm not that big into retro gaming. Like, I don't actually even own any Voodoo cards or anything. I don't think I have anything that can do Glide. This 380D, it's a 150 Pentium 1. It doesn't have the math bug, but it can be foofed. It has a CD-ROM drive. It's actually a replacement for the original, which is flaky, although it does generally work. It's got a 1.4 gigabyte hard drive and a passive matrix display. I actually have a second ThinkPad that's completely dead, but has an active matrix. I have considered swapping the screens out, because I do like this machine. But there is a certain charm to having the passive matrix on it. And I do still have the battery pack for this system, which I might send off to be repacked. It's a lead acid cell, though. It's not, I believe it's lead acid. It might be NiCad. Yeah, no division bug on this one, but you can soft lock it with the F00F bug. If you run Linux on it, it actually prints a warning about that. Yeah, I remember Voodoo fairly well. At that point, I had been Macintosh, and due to my home life, I didn't have a desktop computer from when I was about 14 until my mid-20s. So I never did much PC gaming. I was much more console gamer at those times. Like, I have found companies online that say that if I send in the 380D cell, they will repack it, and I've been tempted to do that. Like, I don't usually care enough to replace the batteries on my old laptops, but this one I have enough nostalgia for that I'm kind of tempted to do it and possibly get a second 380D to use as a parts machine. They're not uncommon. This was my main machine from about 95 to 97. It was replaced with a Packard Bell that I had a Packard Bell Pentium 2. I had a Packard Bell Pentium 3, which caught on fire. No surprises there. After that, I had an iBook for school, which was my main computer. I got a second iBook personally. And then I got the first generation MacBook Pro Intel, at which point I switched back to PCs. The nice thing about this machine is it will actually boot from a compact flash PCMCIA card. It's a little bit flaky, but I have actually run NT off the PC card slots. So even if the hard drive, this machine is a nightmare to tear apart. I've done it twice. It's not fun. Well, we're down to the estimated time remaining being the same as it is on the CD-ROM drive, because I believe the start there is 34 minutes. I'm going to stretch my legs because I'm going to have to be sitting here when I put the last disc in. So I'm going to run an ad break. I'll be back in a little bit. All right, I'm back. Last disc. Well, I know it's not actually the last disc. Well, you'll see what happens. I know how this ends. The later ThinkPads are much easier to upgrade. This is one of the last ones that aren't. It's not as bad as the Butterfly Max, or sorry, the Butterfly ThinkPads. Oh yes, yes. Now it wants disc 6. This is where it gets a little bit I knew this was coming. That's why I was very careful to label the discs. I don't actually know if the drivers for this ThinkPad are on the disk. I know that I know when I install 95, I have an entire folder of drivers, which I copied to the NetWare server. Okay. I believe it's going to ask for disk 14 next. It's going to want the start of each cabinet file. Maybe not 14, but we're going to do this for a bit. It takes a while. Okay. Oh, who said it was going to be disk 15? Should have seen that one coming. Murphy, that was literally, you can't get more Murphy than this. No, it's reading. I hear it. NJ Road fan, this is your fault. Just saying. I'm a little bit annoyed at that. No, it's still going. It's probably going to want like disk 2 next. Oh, disk 18. They grow up so fast. Well, there's this great comment I made on Discord, and I actually put it on Twitter, but multitasking in classic Mac OS was a game of pass the hand grenade, and the grenade was a Motorola 680XO programmer's interrupt. Come on. You can do this. Why did I do this to myself? Well, tell me it's not an accurate description of how multitasking worked on classic macOS. I'm actually planning on, I want to do a video on Copeland. I have hardware that will run Copeland. I think we're done. I think we're done. Look at that progress bar. It's moving. This is first edition. Oh look, we need disk 19 now. Okay, so it's thinking about it. Cooperative multitasking basically worked on observer effect. You believe, as long as everyone believed it was multitasking, it was in fact multitasking. The moment that anyone stopped and collapsed the waveform, the toolbox got really upset at the state of the world. There is one very good video on Copeland by, I think the channel's like Paul's Old Something. I don't actually remember what it's called. It's like the only video of Copeland, and he has it running with the debugger, so it actually does a bit more than what most of them do. It's actually, but the thing is, and I've talked with Paul over Twitter, he is not a programmer, and I actually, the copy of the Copeland SDK actually has turned up, so I really do want to autopsy the beast, because I strongly suspect parts of Copeland were actually reused to create Carbon in macOS 10. But I just really need to take a look. Yeah, Paul's old C word, because YouTube. Not that they generally care about if you swear, but yeah, I try and I do actually make an effort to keep it family friendly. I wonder how many disks we're going to have to reinsert, because now we're on 20. Yeah, Copeland is famously bad, but I really want to document the entire train wreck from start to finish. And I probably would do a segment on BOS on the technical reasons of why Next because it was a better choice. Because if you've actually ever used Next Step, you'll be surprised. You probably were surprised that Apple decided that that was going to be the surviving operating system. Using Windows Update, you can quickly find answer to your questions about Windows 98 and get access to online product assistance. Only if Microsoft keeps the pages up. You know, it's almost like they didn't test this installer particularly well. We've already done the last disk. The problem, BOS is the reason why you don't do system-level programming in C++. It's less horrible now to do system programming in C++, but this was mid-90s. There are actually major technical problems with Next Step, which is why it is so ungodly slow. It's really a love letter of why the mock kernel was a bad idea. Okay, now we need disk 22 because obviously this is the binaries for, this is the minimal install. If I took the retail release of 98 and turned it into floppy disks, it's about 74. So this is the minimum install. The reason it's doing this is that this file, the manifest file, is not organized properly. So it's copying stuff from the manifest in the order it's in the file, and then keeps asking for the other disks. I'm going to let my hair down because you guys can't even see me right now, so there's no reason for it to be in a ponytail. I'm all fluffy now. And I really need my comb. Oh, man. There were technical reasons why OS2 was a bad idea. That's another one on my video topic list, but how do you autopsy a 100-car pileup? Because it's about the only way I can describe the OS2 cluster. Yeah, the inf files in manifest.cab define the order in which the files get copied off the disks. And you can tell they didn't really think this one through. Really go for some hot Java. Maybe I'll make a cup of coffee after we finish, if we finish, because the rate we're going, we're only 7.5 hours into the longest Windows 98 install ever. Okay, now we need disk 25 because apparently disk 24 isn't cool anymore. We were on disk 23. No, next step is actually quite slow because of problems inherent to the mock kernel. It's much slower than it should be, which is... I do need to turn the fan on, so I apologize for the background noise, but I'm starting to get very humid in here. Okay. Oh, that's better. There are architectural problems in NextStep, especially in OpenStep that, well, the answer is this is why you don't build drivers in Objective-C. I'm just retying up my hair because, honestly, I think I was happier with it in a ponytail than I was than not. Alright, so now we're on disk 26. Is it really going to make me reinsert every floppy? My guess is that this was done using scripts that were left over from 95. Like, to my knowledge, none of the Memphis beta builds had a floppy disk edition. And as we saw from the timestamps, this was done a few days after the CD-ROM went to RC. It is possible that these are the files that I added the options on, but 95 did not do this when installed from floppy disks, and I know that for a fact. I will note for the record that I have actually compiled Darwin 0.1 and 0.3 from source, which were the versions of Darwin that correspond to Rhapsody. Trust me when I say I understand the problems of NextStep. And I really do have to commend Apple for making macOS 10 not run at the speed of a glacier. If you've ever run macOS 10.0, you know exactly what I'm talking about. I try not to have the fan going while I'm live streaming because of the background noise, but today it's just a little bit too hot, at least this evening. NJ Road Fan, that would take longer than it has been to install Windows 98 on this machine. Gary Riggs, I did a video on Windows for Workgroups on a Novell network, NetWare. Yeah, so SadMac, Cheeto is faster than OpenStack. Oh look, the bots are back. Leopard was the version I have on my G4. It's the one I'm most fond of. I think it's done. Yeah, when I say Apple literally moved heaven and earth to make Next Step usable, I am not being facetious. I ran Debian a lot on PowerPC because when you were on PowerPC, the choices were Yellow Dog Linux and Debian. And Debian was the less bad of those two options. I mean, this isn't even the longest stream that we've ever done. We have had longer and more intense. This has actually been pretty relaxing, all things considered. Yellow Dog wasn't horrible, but I wouldn't call it good. Although and the reason for that is that Yellow Dog Linux brought Yum upon the world. That's actually what it stands for, Yellow Dog Update Manager. Fire extinguishers, next to my foot on the floor. Okay, now we're back to disk 30. No, we've had 2 streams that went to the 11-hour, 55-minute mark. Like, that wasn't the only one. This is fine. Oh, I forget. Did Mandrake have... I guess that would have been Mandrake, and it would have been called Mandrake at the time. Yeah. I don't know what compelled Fedora to call it DNF. Like, really, that was like the worst possible name you could use for an upgrade service. The G5, in general, the G5 is a mess. My G5 has been having problems because of the lead-free solder. I probably am going to have to reflow the board because that's the only thing you can do, and it's such a hit or miss fix. Oh yeah, so no, I've actually had 3 streams that went to the 11-hour, 55-minute mark. All right, we're at 31. My very first laptop was an AST Premium Exec. And I was recently talking to my dad, and as it turns out, he has a lot of machines from when I was a kid that he would put into storage and just recently rediscovered. I know there's a bunch of PowerBooks in there. The AST Executive Premium might still be in there, as is probably my original PlayStation and Nintendo 64, because all that stuff was in the apartment we had together, and then it went into storage when I went to college, and I haven't seen it in 20 years. Unfortunately, my father's in Baltimore, so it's going to be some time before I actually get that back. The original RTM release of 95 was 13 discs, and I remember that because I had it as a kid, and I reinstalled it several times. The later, I believe it was OSR 1, was 17 discs. It's more I have to rent a car, I have to go there on a day that he's going to be there and go to the storage unit. It's not a trivial undertaking because I have to coordinate with him, and he travels a lot for work. I'll probably have it in September or October. I just have to do it. Did I not put the disc in? I don't hear it. Oh no, there it goes. My problem with Arch is I've gone really well. I have a lot of problems with Arch, but the biggest one is I was introduced to Pac-Man through Ming W, and that's like the absolute worst way to use Pac-Man. Yeah. Like I said, going down to Baltimore isn't actually that difficult, but I don't own a car. Like, whenever I go to VCF, I actually have to rent a vehicle. And it also means that the New Jersey Turnpike takes a takes a pound of flesh every time I have to go down it, because there is realistically no good way to get to Baltimore except by paying the piper. %. I used to run Gentoo for quite a long time. My problem is that whenever like something like a new Perl, Python, or Ruby drops, you have to go through so many conniptions to get eMerge World going, and it's more than once have I managed to shoot myself in the foot repeatedly. I found the only way to successfully run Gentoo is to keep your home directory on a separate partition and just regularly blow away the root whenever you'd want to upgrade. It was the only sane way to do it. At which point, it was just, hey look, the thank you message. Please register your copy of Windows 98. I like that we get to the finale and the bots return. All right. I love Scotch. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Okay, how many more discs is it going to ask for? Okay, apparently it's going to ask for 35. I think it's going to ask me for every disk again. I mean, I'm running out of disks I can put into it. The thing with the thing is that whenever I do a charity stream, it just puts a lot more pressure on me. I really needed one that wasn't. Come on! Ah! It's literally like when you're like less than 5 minutes away from home. That's like the worst part. I have this distinct feeling that I'm either going to install 98 on the cursed 486, or I really am going to make Millennium Edition for Floppy Disk Edition. Windows Millennium Floppy Disk Edition. Oh god, that is cursed. And then you know what? I'll just send it to LGR. He can have fun with that. Okay, 36. Mikolos Akos, thank you for the 1,000 Hungarian francs. Icarus Mad, thank you for the 10. I'm assuming A is Australian. Super chat. $99%. It's going to get to 100, and it's going to go to like 101. Roller Coaster Tycoon might actually work. That machine does have a PAS 16 board in it. I gotta get that one out and do it. It really is going to ask for every freaking disc again. Are we there yet? No. Are we there yet? No. Are we there yet? No. Oh man, this reminds me of road tripping with my parents. More my dad, because when I was a kid, oh, hey, wait a minute, it didn't ask for the last disc. Okay. So now we remove all floppy disks. I've got the netboot disk right here. Right, I just put the network install boot disk back in. We're not done yet. I have to fix the install. So we still have a few things we got left to do. I have to fix 3 files. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. That's why we're booting off the floppy. Alright, there goes the RAM disk. And then after that, it will hopefully... Oh, I gotta put the network adapter back in. You're going to need that. No, that's actually how it looks in real life. I don't know why it's like that, but it's been like that for as long as I've had this machine. Alright, cool. We're on Odyssey 2, so we log in NCommander. Alright, so... Is the pre-copy directory still here? That's... uh-oh. It's a fat... Hold on, fdisk. Yeah, it's a FAT32 partition. Okay, hold on. This is not an insurmountable problem. I need to use the other boot disk. Okay. I need to hit F8 at the right moment. Because this is the boot disk that came with it, with 98. Alright, step-by-step confirmation. No boot log. Yes, yes. Yes. Oh, I might need to modify this. Ah, frig, I actually do need to modify this, damn it. I have to put a last drive parameter on this. Hopefully this is here. Please tell me there's an edit. Like, please tell me it's here. Because then I can start Novell NetWare. Yeah, I can. Last drive equals Z. Okay. I'm really happy that I made the NetWare bootable floppy, because this thing has been more useful than you'd be surprised. Process that. Yes, 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 yes. And then skip autoexec.bat when it asks. Okay. And now I run start. Yeah, I think I can just run start net. Yep, there it goes. It sees the network card. It sees the network. Cool. Now I can log in. And now, okay, so now, yes, I can in fact see this. So if we go to pre-copy, system. All right, so it looks like the pre-copy file is not kept. It probably was deleted after the system restart. So I've got to find the first, the way you do this on the floppy version is really bizarre. I need to find the first disk with the driver cab on it, because that's the one you have to do expand on. I believe that was disk 8. No, I gotta go back. It's probably like disk 5. Because the cab likely spans multiple disks. Okay, that's net. Drivers! There we go. Alright, so now we just need expand, which hopefully is here. Expand. There we go. Expand 8, driver 8, cab. Now I need the file ms analog vdx. I want you to put it in Windows System. Oh, it's driver 10. Driver 10 cab. MS analog VDX Windows System. And now it should ask me to change disks. That didn't quite work the way I thought it was going to. Frig. Alright. I think this is different than the later versions. Let me put disk 15 in, just see if I can expand all the files. That's probably the easier route, and I can just copy in when I need. See if we can successfully, let's see if we can successfully span driver 19 cab star see that tab. Can I just ignore it? Okay, so apparently this disk is faulty. Okay. Fine. I guess I'm going to have to rewrite it to another disk. Alright. This is fine. Alright. I thought we were done with this part, but you know what? So be it. I did put in 15 and it data errored, so we're just going to rewrite disk 15. Yeah, I'm going to skip the verify because we're going to know real quick if this verifies or not. No, this is just the same disk failure. We're just compensating for it. The problem is I have to write the disk out so I can get the file, so I can write the disk out. Yeah, there's a cycle of life going on here. No, this is one of the disks were bad, so I'm working around the problem. And if this doesn't work, I will actually do something. We probably could boot without this, but what's the fun in that? If I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it right. Okay, that's fine. Map. Data. Data. And this is why a NetWare server is such a great thing to have. Disk 15 AMA or IMA. Go. So I don't understand what LGR did with his ME install. No, I'm just saying it's really handy to have a NetWare server. Because that's where all the files are. This is not on this laptop. We blew away the hard drive earlier. But NetWare, just like, I don't know, my taxes, never go away. What's the difference between vintage computing and cursed computing? Presentation! God, that is such a great movie. I'm waiting for the chat delay to catch up on that one. Okay, cool. All right, let's see here. All right, I have to eject the disk and put it back in because this does extremely cursed things to do what it does. Driver 19 cab temp. Hold on. Yeah, driver 19 star temp. Please work. I think it's just copying the file. I don't think I did that correctly. A driver 19 cab here. Or an expanded format. Are you really going to do this to me? Like, am I going to have to go get at... I know the NT expand command can do this, but apparently this one cannot. I shouldn't, strictly speaking, need those two missing files, but do I even have it? It is possible that the cabinet expander is not on this version. Oh, it's extract. Is it on this? No, but it should be on the first disk. I actually near certain it's on the first disk. Yep, there it is. Okay, so I was actually correcting how you have to do this. We need to go to the first disk in the cabinet. Because, like I said, there's a trick to this. Make sure I have... Okay, so extract AC a driver 10 cab MS analog VDX, and it should tell me what disk to insert. How did what? What? Apparently, what? Okay, you know, I'm not going to question that one. Probably because it's in the same working directory, so it could find it, because it still needs the master catalog to do this. Okay, you know, I'm just not going to question this. Hold on, before I do that, make sure this is actually... No, look at the file sizes. That's not correct. Oh, here we go. Extract -A -E Okay, cool. Insert the disk labeled 7. All right, now we're getting somewhere. Now we're gonna have to feed all the freaking floppy disks in because it's going to keep walking through the cabinets. Yep. Now, here we go. Let's go. Okay, needs disk 10. Man, all that work I did on making that floppy disk version of Millennium Edition is paying off right now. Okay, needs 11, so I can put these over here. See, this is why I had to do it like this, because you notice that or well, I guess that wasn't. I thought it was still doing stuff. Okay, cabinet 16, disk labeled 13. All right, now we need, come on, 14. Yeah, see, this time, see, it's doing something, uh-oh. What? What happened? Oh, I needed, frig. I needed -A -E -L temp. I'm going to see if I can just start it from here. Yeah, I should be able to start from here. That'll work. Cabinet files are really strange. Yes, override. What the heck? Okay then. What? You know what? I'm not even going to, I'm not. All right. Extract GOS N98 floppy. I don't know. I'm not. W98. Oh right, that doesn't actually work because I don't have the raw cabinet files. Can I copy this cabinet file to this directory? Yeah, that was... Use the C flag. We're close. I just have to solve this one problem. Mostly, I'm just working around the fact that one of the disks was broken during install. As soon as we get this sorted, I just have to reboot, and then it should be home free. I am going to let copy the cabinet. Let's see here. I'm just going to look this up and let's see here. Extract command Windows 98. I see if I can find like a good info article on this, but apparently /C is, I'm guessing that's probably correct. Well, I need 14. The file is split between 2 disks. Let's see here. I do want to try that. Let's see here. Extract, process all, copy, drivers 18 cab. This will probably extract all the files, but you know what? I'm okay with that. Yeah, no, I'll just copy it. I'm just going to copy the cabinets here. Because I don't know if that's a good copy of that cab or not. Okay. /E/L. But it should be the current working directory, but okay. And I don't actually need that one, so Control-C, please? Or Control-Break? I guess not. I guess we're going to have to wait for it. The default error message in any program is out of memory. I've tried Control-C, I'm hitting it. It's not canceling. Well, that's why I don't use a GoTech. This is why I do it the hard way. Alright. Yeah, see, look, there's all the Control-Cs I entered. So extract cabinet file is -A -L -E -L/temp driver 18 cab, and just let it. There we go. Starts on cabinet file. This is insane. All right, I'm going to actually write protect this disk so it doesn't try to write. Starts on cabinet file 17. All right, so I can't do -E because that's just going to do stupid things. Extract. Can I just do driver 18? I can apparently just do that. Okay, so that lists all the files. So extract -A -E, driver 18 cabinet, MS Analog VDX. Yes. Almost. -L temp. Yeah, because I get that zero size file, and then it just goes kaboom. I think this utility is bugged. Let's see here. Copy source file to destination. I'm tempted just to try and boot without those files and deal with it later. Let me try /D driver 18 cab MS Analog VDX. Is it actually? Yeah, it is actually in there. So let me just try extract E driver 18 cab. Yes, override all. It really wants to extract that folder. Do I have extract 32? I don't think I have. Okay, that cannot be run in DAWs mode. I think we're just going to try and boot and hope for the best. And then we could fix it after system startup. I should be able to get into safe mode. There is one more thing I could try, but I'd have to go through all the driver disks one more time. I'm going to just try it, but I'm pretty sure this utility is just completely kaboom. Like, I don't think they tested this all that well. So I think I'm just going to go for it, and we're just going to try and boot. Hopefully it works. Screw it. We're just going for it. We are literally just going for it. Obviously, the extract utility was never tested with floppy disks. You know, if I put a blank disk in, it probably would have written the file out. Oh well. YOLO! I don't even know if you can do safe mode on the first boot. I honestly don't. And actually, I have the network card in there, so this will be interesting. I could do it if I was on the desktop. It would be trivial, but okay. Extract was on the first floppy disk. Yeah, we're basically just throwing caution to the wind, although it's not complaining as of yet. Look, all the fonts changed. Okay, it booted. I'm going to stretch my legs because this always takes like 10 minutes on real hardware. Uh-oh. No, it hasn't crashed, and I did nudge the camera. Okay. Not a big deal. Whew. I am getting tired, though. Yeah, on the CD it's one cabinet, but cabinets do have an upper limit, so you still need to do the traversal. But there's obviously something a little screwy me about those cabinet files. We're getting a bot every hour. I'm not worried about it. And since none of my mods have told me that things are on fire, so I'm pretty sure my Discord's okay. You can't really see it on stream. It's right here, but the camera isn't high enough to make it visible. Look, it's copying from disks that aren't even in the drive. Disk 4. It just installed the IRDA driver. I just spotted that one. Which one's it doing now? Yeah, that's infrared. There we go. All right, so we need really disk 15 again? That was the one it choked on. But I was right, it does copy all the cabinet files. Likely because disk 15 never successfully copied. We're doing it! We're doing it! Wait a moment. No, that's a different file. We're okay. We're okay. This is a new disk 15 image. It's not copy, it's the same file. A different file. Yes! Are you using a PC card to install Windows? No. We don't have any real mode drivers. No. And we have finished the PC card setup wizard. No, Shift F10, Shift F11 was literally added decades past this point. Okay, it's looking for non-plug and play. I can pop this disk out now. There was no other word for it but victory. Let's see if it actually finishes the installation. I mean, it only took us 5 hours to write the disks, 1 failed install, 1 debugging. This is the authentic Windows 98 experience. I've left the piece. It's not a card bus. It's if I eject it now, it will almost certainly crash. So I'm not going to worry about it. This actually hasn't been that painful as compared to some of my other streams. This is the first time this laptop has ever run Windows 98. I might actually go for the hat trick, and we might actually try and upgrade to Millennium Edition. It's thinking about it. Well, this is what this is what installing the 98 was like on real hardware. Only I'm doing it in hard mode. But I really do want to do this with the cursed 486. There are so many worse ways to waste a day than entertaining over 100 people. You know, I'm calling that a victory. We could do if you want to send me a SCSI PCM CIA card, I will take up that challenge. This laptop is a Pentium. Ese laptop es un Pentium? My Spanish is I'm probably butchering it. Yeah. The 486 is a true basket case. I don't even know if 98 will run on an ESA machine. That machine had problems running Windows 3.1. Yes, but SA Mike, it's entertaining, and I'm not someone to... I don't clickbait my... Well, okay, no, I do use clickbait, but I deliver on the clickbait. Hey! I probably should start streaming on Twitch. But Twitch takes such a large cut. Actually, if I do the 40... Oh, I just heard the PCM CIA card get detected. No, I might actually do the 486 on Twitch, and I'll announce it via community post. Because I don't have to write the disks to do it. I literally, all I'm going to have to do is update the network boot disk and run the install. Plusbird, you do realize I have actually patched Linux 1.0 drivers to run it on this ThinkPad. That is a thing that actually has happened on this channel. I could potentially use a Jazz drive. If you are serious on donating it, my email is in my YouTube profile. If you click my name, go to the About page, and then Business Contact, you can drop me a line that way. I have NCommander on Twitch. I'll drop the link, but I don't normally use it. But I get so many people that say that they don't get stream notifications. Okay, we are in Eastern Standard Time. Make sure the time and date is correct. You know what? I'm going to be okay with the fact that we're in 22. Can someone please screen cap this? Because I can't do it easily. But apparently Windows 98 thinks we're in 22 AD. Also, it's 30 minutes to midnight. What the hell? Well, this is first edition, so I expect it to be fairly broken. I am actually curious when we get booted back up, what year, what century this laptop thinks it's currently in. Please post that to social media as why you should never install Windows 98 First Edition from floppy disks. The BIOS is fine. We saw it earlier. It was completely happy that we were in 2022. It's an IBM. IBM doesn't make anything wrong. No. We saw a startup banner saying Windows 98 is Y2K compliant. I have my doubts about that. But, you know. Actually, I don't know what the epoch is on Windows 9X, like when the clock turns around. I thought it's actually stored as a 2-digit year, which means it actually shouldn't have a Y38K, a Y2K38 problem. That is very much a Linux thing, and Unix is. Come on! No, the FAT file system and the way Windows does timekeeping is unique. Well, I'm tempted to try and install Millennium Edition. I mean, we still have 4 hours before I have to shut the stream down due to length. But before we even consider installing Millennium Edition, I have to see if this is going to be able to boot. Well, NJ Roadfan, the IBM PC shipped in '81, so you know that makes perfect sense. The life before the PC was not even worth considering. Two minutes. I'm debating if I really want to upgrade this to Millennium Edition. I'm good. I had a huge meal before I started this stream because I knew for a fact that I was going to be streaming for hours. I always do. I haven't decided if I want to install Millennium Edition or not. It's only been an 8.5-hour stream. Only, he says. Well, it's not done yet. We still haven't actually booted into it. No, I've got I can stream until 12 for 12 hours. I've only gone 8 hours and 34 minutes. Ooh, it's actually in color. Enter the password for Microsoft Networking. I actually do need to enter a password because that will be the NetWare password. The shawarma place is open until 2 in the morning. I'm not worried about that. We should run drive space. Oh, that's such a horrible idea. Yes! Let's first see if we can... Oh, wow, it's in 256 color mode. Why is it in such a low resolution? And where's the sound? Or did they, like, leave the sound? No, I don't have a sound driver. We'll come back to this. So, active desktop, the channels are a little bit, broken. Yeah, that's first edition. Let's see what it actually does recognize. Yeah, we know that driver's broken. Like, if I just tell it to reinstall this driver, because that's the joystick. Yeah, that's the joystick. That actually failed to install. Alright, so update driver. I think I just gotta remove it, and then that will force Windows to redetect it. Yeah, so there's the CD-ROM. So I think I just have to increase the resolution. Like if I go into properties, hey! There we go. So where's my actual sound? So that's the system register. So now if we go to settings, control panels, wow, it is lagging. Add new hardware. It's going to search for plug and play devices and it should find the missing audio. There it is. Okay, so now it needs disk 6. Okay, now it's going to want disk 14 and 15. Nope. It's, oh, are you really going to make me insert all the disks? Are you really? It was 38 floppies plus a boot disk. It's going to want disk 9, isn't it? And we had to write them all and reformat the floppies. Okay, disk 9. So, okay, it's not going to ask for all of them. It's just going to ask for most of them. Yeah, it is actually the audio device. It's the Crystal Audio. So if we want that startup chime, we have to actually do this. Was Canyon.mid in this version of Windows? I feel like it wasn't in 98, but it may not even be in this version. And it may not even be on the floppy disk. Actually, while we're here, is there a pinball game? There are no games. Look, there's no games. No Minesweeper, no Solitaire. Oh, no, wait, entertainment. Hold on. No! It's actually not there. Oh, there's disk 15. And it's already having some problems. Yeah, this is the Windows 98 experience. Well, first, DVDs didn't really exist at this point. No, I mean, here's the thing. If we go to Add Remove Programs, Windows Setup, there are no games. This is the floppy disk version. They apparently are too bloated. Can I install Novell NetWare support? So go to Network. It does see the infrared port. It sees the card. So I think I just need to add protocol. I have to add protocol Novell IPX. And I need file and print sharing for Novell NetWare. And that should add it to the list. Did that one install? I might have to do this in steps. And then client, Novell NetWare, workspace shell. Okay. And then the last thing I need is, I actually don't need file share printer. Primary login is for Novell NetWare. Alright, so now it will reconfigure and tell me to reboot. Okay, so now it needs disk 4. Okay. I will reboot after I do the network because we have to reboot multiple times. I don't even know if there is demo music. Alright, and also I don't know which way the sound goes on this. Alright, so we're going to get networking sorted. I think people want me to end it. I don't think people want me to do the Millennium upgrade tonight. Even though I'm so very tempted to do it. This thing's been on the internet the whole time. I mean, we were installing we were writing the disk from a Novell NetWare server. But I have to install NetWare support now that the system's back on, so I should be able to access Odyssey 2. NetWare does not work. I believe it'll work on XP, but that is the last version it will work on. SA Mike, we could have done that, but this is more painful and thus more fun. Okay, we need disk 6. I have the hardware to do RPL. I have a token ring adapter, which is what this laptop requires. I just have to do it. Novell actually released clients for Vista 7, 8, and 10. Wow. Shawarma's open real late. I'm not worried about it. And if it really is closed, there are some places up. The Taco Bell is open until 4 a.m. The White Castle's open until 3. I'll find something to eat. I'm not worried about it. I don't have this disc. I'm just gonna skip file because I know. Uh-oh. That's not good. Oh, it's not letting me skip this one. You're really going to make me install the workplace shell? Oh, you... Do I have NetX on this? I do not, and it's not going to let me cancel. Oh, please let me cancel. Oh, that ended badly. I better remove that because it's going to complain real hard on the next reboot. No, I do have the drivers for it, but I can't easily get them. Oh, that's going to complain really loud on the next reboot. Oh well, there's not a lot I can do about that. I can remove that, and that's depressing. Oh, I left the network boot disk in. That was weird. Why did it say A20? You know, I'm not gonna think about it. All right, that's actually a good thing to know because that means when I do the follow-up stream, I'm going to have to make copies of the Novell NetWare floppy. Yep, that was what I expected. It'll still boot, it just will be unhappy. I wonder if it'll actually be able, I just want to see if it can see any of my network. I don't think it will. It might be able to see Absolution. Yeah, I still don't have, there's still no startup sound. Maybe they didn't include the Microsoft sound. God, this is really buggy and really slow. Right now, oh, it actually does. Doesn't see Tranquility, that's my NAS. It should be able to see Absolution. And it does! Look at that, it actually sees it. Absolution Server, Samba, Ubuntu. That is, in fact, Absolution. So what's going on with the sound drivers? I could oh, wait, hold on. I could copy the sound driver files to Absolution. I shouldn't need a password for this. Oh, I might actually need a can you see the ISOs folder? You can see the ISOs folder. Yeah, this is stuff I set up to do this Sun PCI video. Hold on, I can easily copy the driver files that way. Let me get on the laptop and see where that is. I remember setting this up. So this should be hard. ISOs, mount ISOs. So all I gotta do is copy this. Well, that works. That wasn't exactly how I was planning to solve this problem, but Okay. Do I not have... Oh, I don't think I have the retro folder mounted. No, I do. Well, I sort of do. Okay, hold on. Yeah, okay, I can do that. And then I just have to get the password from the keyring. I wasn't expecting this to work, so I didn't plan for it. And then grab the NAS password. Sorry you can't see what I'm doing because I wasn't expecting to do this. Cool. Drivers, Thinkpad 380D, and then we will copy this there. Alright, so if I do a refresh, hey, there we go. And then we go to 95. One of these is the audio driver. Hey, there we go. Okay, which one's this? We don't need that. That one's included. And I don't remember what this one is. Oh, that's the network card. Yeah, abort. Abort. We don't need this. We have the driver for it. So, if I go up to drivers, Win9X, audio, setup, install. Man, networking is awesome. Okay, system must be restarted. That's fine. So the question now becomes, do we want to try doing Millennium Edition or Second Edition? Yeah, I know. I could actually go get the NetWare drivers now, because I have a relatively easy way to copy them. See if we get a startup sound. Oh. There is a parallel port on the Thinkpad. Okay, I think my mod team is falling asleep on me. But a lot of you really want to see me keep going. Apparently, it's still looking for a joystick driver. Yeah, okay, just skip. And it wants disk 15 again. Sadmac, if you want to call tonight, go for it. I can handle the moderation on my own. Thank you for all your time, though. I have this Samba server set up so it will talk to legacy Landman clients, but it won't do that out of the box. It's definitely thinking about it. Hey! Yeah, you can upgrade 98 to Millennium. I like listening to this. I'm just curious, like, this is more of a, if he'll even let me do this upgrade. So I'm just going to copy the ME CD somewhere where it can be seen. Let's see here, software. Okay, so there's the disk, and then I just have to copy it. And then I just need to I'm on the desktop, on remote desktop, so that's why you can't see what I'm doing. But it should let me install over, before we try doing anything, I'm going to just remove the broken NetWare driver. I will have to do that properly in the future, assuming it lets me do it, which I don't think it's actually going to let me do it. Oh well. Alright. That means I'd have to edit system, blah blah blah. Okay, so that means I have 9X. So if I just run setup, it should see that I'm running on a network and prompt to do the upgrade. Oh, that's cursed. That is properly cursed. That is properly cursed. I think it's going to let me do the upgrade. Setup cannot continue because it's detected that certain installation profiles are... To have setup, close all open windows and restart your computer, click OK. This will be the first time it's ever run Millennium Edition, and we're skipping 2nd Edition. Do we actually want to try this? Like, if I click OK, what happens? Because there's no way it's going to lose the network. And then I just saw a system file error. This is something damn familiar. Like, what happens? Like, there's no possible way this could work, could it? No, I don't know if we've been denied yet. Yeah, I know that's broken. I mean, it's mostly working. Are you really? Is it going to get stuck in a reboot loop? I mean, this is running off the network. It'll be a lot faster. Oh, this is cursed. Congratulations on choosing Windows Millennium Edition, the software that makes your computer more powerful, reliable, manageable, and entertaining. You know, that's technically true considering where it currently is. I'll accept the license agreement. Alright, let me turn off the screen share. I have to go get the key out of my archives. Alright, I guess we're doing it. I guess we are in fact doing it because I don't think I actually have to do anything for this. I think I just have to, you know, let's see here. Let's see here. Okay, I have the thing. Hopefully this one works. 97B 79 JCT Hey, there we go. I think at this point, I think it just runs. And you know what we can do? We can run the uninstall program. We can actually uninstall, we can uninstall Millennium Edition when all is said and done and go back to first edition 98. I like this plan. I do like that the Millennium Edition install is going to be a lot simpler than the 98 one. I believe the latest I could run on this laptop is XP. I know it doesn't have ACPI, so I believe XP is the upper limit. Although on 48 megabytes of memory, yeah, I'm going to save the existing files. I want to uninstall this. And you know what? It's going to have the missing joystick driver. We are literally installing it off the network. We could actually upgrade to XP, but I'm not going to do that tonight. Like, if I was to do it, I would do an actual stream starting from Windows 1.0 and going all the way through. And I would do as much of it from floppy disk as I could possibly do. This is such a cursed idea. Why am I doing this? You know, one way or another, I'll have something to eat. If the stream goes all the way to the 12-hour mark, I'll just go to the bagel place because they open at 5:30. I feel like this is extremely cursed because I'm literally installing Windows Millennium Edition from an Ubuntu file share. The wheels on the upgrade train go round and round. It's going to be a lot faster than installing from floppies because it's a whole 10 megabit Ethernet network. In fact, it's actually going to be probably faster than installing from most CD-ROM. And because it's an upgrade install, I just get to sit here and look pretty. I'll probably do that one for a charity stream. I think I'm going to do the cursed 486 on Twitch. This is fine. We're literally installing Windows Millennium Edition from Ubuntu 22.04 using a Samba setup that I did to get the Sun PCI working. This is cascadingly cursed. I would have to set up server 2003, and this laptop is too old to Pixie. Plus, Pixie with PCM CIA cards is a little bit iffy. Yes, and we will have the games. We'll have pinball. Once Windows Millennium Edition is installed, if you have trouble starting, you can use a setup disk. No. Cancel. Ready to begin copying files. Welcome to Microsoft Windows Millennium Edition. Please sit back and relax while Windows ME is installed on your computer. During this automated install process, you'll learn about some of the enhancements to Windows ME and a few of its new exciting features. I've never actually done an upgrade install. I'm going to put the background music back. Yes, so we're literally upgrading to Millennium Edition to get pinball back. Unfortunately, my 486 hardware is a little bit too cursed to run Linux on. But if I had a less cursed 486, I could probably do it. I would need a DX. I am going to just fix the speakers here. And I'm going to see if I've got like a snack bar. I don't think I do, but I'll be back in a moment. Because this is going to run without me having to babysit it. So I'm going to go raid my kitchen. I probably have oatmeal. Alright, so I don't have anything ready to eat. I do have oatmeal, but I don't want to risk popping the breaker, which sometimes happens when I run the microwave. I can't easily check the network usage unless someone can think of a command on Linux that can show me IO stats. Yes. Yeah, somehow we are actually getting an upgrade to Millennium. We're upgrading from floppy disk edition. So far, we have not used a single CD-ROM tonight. Okay. Yeah, this should be relatively fast and quick. I mean, I'm watching the network status go on Absolution, and it's busy. Sure. Alright, so I just realized that the images are covering up the little stock photo in the corner. Oh well. Well, I mean, you know, back in 1996, it was kind of a novelty to have a sound go forwards and backwards. I mean, I know you could do it with sound recorder. Windows just got better. Windows ME helps you get the most out of your computer by providing the best in digital entertainment, an improved user experience, enhanced home networking, and a rich internet experience. I mean, I could use the Pixie XP install, but I'd still have to set up the RIL install server. It's not trivial. It's doable, but not trivial. So, okay. IOStat. Yeah, I can do that. So, watch IOStat. I don't have IOStat installed. I can install IOStat. This probably will only take about 30 minutes. Like, I don't think it's going to be that long. Okay, so now, watching it on IOStat. I'm not going to worry about it. I think I'm just going to let it run. I mean, it's going pretty much as fast as it's going to go. It was 39 floppies in the end with 3.5 failures. We are now installing Millennium Edition from an Ubuntu 22.04 server. No, this is probably going to actually work as advertised, because compared to what it currently is, ME is actually an upgrade. This new release includes hundreds of enhancements and new features based on customer requests and product support experiences. Yeah, if you were running the floppy disk version of Windows 98, that's probably true. Okay, so let me get Network Hogs installed. Although NetHogs is also going to show all the outbound traffic going to YouTube. Alright, so let's see here. Oh, and also apparently I'm backing up my entire network. My desktop is doing its offsite backup to the cloud. Apparently it's not actually copying files at the moment. Oh, Dropbox just started copying files. Fortunately, I have 35 megabits up, so I'm not super worried about that. Yeah, I don't see Samba on the list, which makes me think it's not actually... It may have already copied, and it's now decompressing. Yeah, actually, the link lights on the little cable are not lit, so it's already copied all the files. It was only 100 megabytes. No, it's decompressing files. I'm just going to watch NetHogs. I'll tell you when it actually starts copying files. But the little light on the cable is not lit up. And then suddenly my brain goes, Chevron 1 is lit up. Which is not the actual line unless you know exactly the episode I'm quoting from. So it's Hourglass. Let's see here. Oh, I see why the music is not playing. There we go. Let's get some good BMG going. Hey, we're at 11%. That's one more than 10%. Can I Alt-Tab? This is probably a bad idea. No, I cannot. Yeah. But it has not crashed. It's at 12%. Chevron 1, this is like the moment when in the 5th race, when Chevron 7 is locked and it's not the point of origin. Oh man, I miss Stargate. I legitimately miss Stargate. Or the opening to Stargate Atlantis. Chevron 1 is locked. I know I had food today. If it really was only that bagel, then oops. Shift F10 and Shift F12 won't work on this version, and I really don't want to futz with it. It's going. I can see the hard drive indicator light going. And no, you can't Alt-Tab out. I actually don't hate Universe, although I wouldn't call it good. I just wish it didn't end on a cliffhanger. Yep. Chevron 7 will not engage. I am looking so forward to the Babylon 5 reboot. Like, I'm not normally a big reboot person, but Babylon 5 did not have a good final season, and Crusade just got canceled. And it's being done by JMS himself. So, like, yes, please. Well, okay, so here's the thing. So the Milky Way Stargates ran Windows 95. They weren't particularly reliable, but you could tinker with them. And the Pegasus Stargates ran Vista. There. And that's probably going to bring me the like angry looks from the entirety of the Stargate community, and the Universe Stargates were OS2. I would play the theme if I wouldn't get content ID'd over it. Oh, the Nico just made the joke after. Like I said, I really do wish Universe at least ended on a more final note. That was kind of my, I didn't think Universe was very good, but it had its moments, and I really did like Eli, and there were moments where Rush really grew on me, but it wasn't good on the whole. I'm gonna kill the music. It's down to 29 minutes. But, you know, the fact of the matter is, while McKay was a giant ass, I really can appreciate that he works really good under pressure. And that's why you should always carry a lemon in your jacket pocket. Especially if you end up with a rowboat with a clown. And now I'm going to, like, binge watch all of Stargate Universe after I finish the stream. Atlantis' last season I didn't think was particularly good. It really never recovered after Weir was left the series. But I gotta be honest, I have a soft spot for the series finale, Enemy at the Gate, because seeing Atlantis go head to head with the ZPM Hive is like, wow. I will say that while I felt the series never recovered from the loss of Weir, it really did it well with the raid of the replicator planet combined with moving the city. So I really, like, that was such a great time for sci-fi. I've lived in a lot of places that aren't New Jersey. I've traveled a lot. Yeah, well, Me is getting installed. So here's the thing about Battlestar Galactica, is that the ending was so unbelievably terrible that it retroactively ruined the series for me. And I've rewatched it twice from start to finish. Like, I really did get behind the mystery of the Final Five with Battlestar Galactica 2003, but that ending, oh my god, that ending was so terrible. Oh, we got sound working. Sound works fine. I haven't seen The Expanse. I do remember watching the Outer Limits reboots. I watched a lot of the old X-Files, which really have aged surprisingly well. Like, the series opener for the X-Files, is actually surprisingly good. It reminds me, and I really enjoyed watching Fringe, although Fringe's final season was... season 4 was just depressing, and then season 5 was weird. I consider Deep Space Nine the best Star Trek, and I will die on that hill. Yeah, Deep Space Nine was... I understand why people hate it, but quite frankly, The Pale Moonlight is probably one of the single greatest moments in sci-fi ever written. And I'm sorry, Garak is quite possibly the only character in sci-fi better than Garak is Scorpius. Andromeda, the first season was okay, and then it really just falls apart. So Deep Space Nine was one of the very first series to have a myth arc. Like, there were plot threads all throughout TNG, and Voyager was very light on overall arc. Deep Space Nine was one of the first Star Trek series to have an overall coherent arc. Something they tried in Enterprise and kind of fumbled the landing. I thought Lower Decks has been, like, I feel annoyed that Lower Decks was the sci-fi show that Discovery should have been. Although the last season of Discovery wasn't horrible. Picard has just been disappointment. I can't even think of a better word for it. You bring back John DeLacy, and that is what you get. Prodigy was excellent. I have not watched Strange New Worlds beyond the series opener. I had some things come up in my life, and I just need to go back and binge it. I didn't hate season 1 of Picard. I actually felt it was a much better send-off for some of the cast than Nemesis was, so I can't hate Picard season 1. And I will give the benefit of the doubt that season 2 got derailed by COVID, but I won't call it good. I probably will never rewatch it. Discovery goes very much how well you can tolerate the main character. The most recent season has gotten better, and I'll be honest, it has its moments, because Strange New Worlds opens directly off the season 2 finale of Discovery, and quite frankly, season 2 was probably still the best season of Discovery. Yeah, I have not watched Strange New Worlds yet. I love the season opener. I mean, let's be honest, seeing Pike basically tell the Federation Council to go screw itself is pretty much what I needed to see when that aired. I don't have high hopes for Section 31 whenever it comes out, assuming it ever does. But on the flip side, Discovery's the 2-part episode with the Guardian had no right to be good. I'm going to say spoilers for Discovery past this point. The largest problem with Discovery is they rebrought the Mirror Universe back in too soon. Had the season 1 finale been them accidentally being transported to the Mirror Universe, I probably would have been a lot more tolerant of season 1. Yeah. Well, I had me on the NAS ready to go, so it only took a few minutes to actually get there. It's all copying files. It's not doing anything over the network. Like, I'm watching it. The book, there was a book written by Garrick's actor called A Stitch in Time. But yeah, pretty much the only thing that you know about Garrick at the end of the series was that he was the prodigal son of Tane. That his first name was Elam. He was born on Cardassia, and he was an agent for the Obsidian Order. That was it. Yeah. So, like I said, there are some... Garrick's character is solid, but it's really impressive how much... You know more about the female changeling by the end of Deep Space Nine than you know about Garrick. And I gotta say, I just really miss not Andreas Kostelis. He was Jakar in Deep Space Nine. Who is the actor for Odo? Because he also did Mr. House in Fallout New Vegas. New Vegas I liked, even though I don't generally like open world RPGs. I haven't seen Descent, so I don't really know. Best of No Worlds is an amazing 2-parter, especially because even the cast didn't know. Patrick Stewart was up for contract renegotiation, and it wasn't clear that he was coming back. So, they literally wrote the season finale not knowing if Picard was going to live or die. I will say that, I can't remember the actor off the top of my head. The person who played Bashir really owned that role, as did O'Brien. It's like I can't remember the actors. It's almost 1 in the morning. And I gotta tell you, the O'Brien Must Suffer episodes are probably some of the best of Deep Space Nine. It's not using any at the moment, so either it's crashed or it's already copied all the files. Like, is this actually connected? Yeah, like the little lights are not doing anything, so I'm assuming like the hard drive indicator light isn't doing anything, so I think it... Is it? No? Okay, no, we've got life, it's going. Call him Mary. Like, he was a pretty good guest star on TNG, and then he just owned it on Deep Space Nine as the only enlisted man in Starfleet. That being said, I have sorely tempted to get a model of the Cerritos to put on my desk, because if I was on any Federation ship, I would be on the California class. I know exactly how my life works. Because, you know, like, I could completely see cursed computing being a thing on the Cerritos. I was actually okay with Ducat's ending. I gotta be honest, the way they did the Prophets could have been... I felt the Prophets were probably as best done a way you could cover faith without in sci-fi, especially Star Trek. And I was actually very satisfied. Like, the episode Duet is when you really see Ducat go off the deep end, but he was never a good person. And you can really see that in Season 6, the opening arc, especially the lead up to Sacrifice of Angels. Hey, we're at 27 minutes. Well, I mean, that's why they made such a great, satisfying villain. I mean, the only real criticism I have with Deep Space Nine's season finale is you immediately go to the end of the war in Cardassia, and then you have the final confrontation in the fire caves. And I feel like the finale with Cisco was a little rushed. Like, I know season 7 had problems in production, but I would have had the final battle for Cardassia be one episode earlier, and then the final meeting with Ducat being in the fire caves being the last episode. Oh, I haven't gone this far into Star Trek in years. Season 2 of TNG suffered from the writer's strike of 1990, so I don't completely blame it. And I have to say, one of my favorite episodes of TNG was Peak Performance, which is when Riker is commanding the Hathaway, and you really see Riker at his best in that episode, even though Season 2 on the whole was kind of a snooze fest. Although I really did like Dr. Pulaski. Like, Pulaski was one of my favorite characters. I won't say that I liked her more than Crusher, but she very much reminded me of Bones. Okay, so we are at 44%. It's still going. At some point, it's going to reboot and then do the rest of the installation. Season 1 had its moments. I mean, Encounter at Farpoint is still a very solid episode of Star Trek, and it's one of 3 times you ever get to see the saucer separation on camera. And let's be honest, that is probably one of the most badass moments in Star Trek, especially if you don't know what's coming, because they're escaping at high warp from Q, and then Picard orders starship separation, and then you just see the saucer section fly away from the engine, the main deck. See, Picard Season 2 started on a good note. Like, I really wish we saw more of the Confederation. Like, if we had gotten an extra episode of the Confederation universe, which was basically Star Trek meets 40K, I think I would have been okay with Season 2. And if they had ended it on a slightly better note with Q. Because I will say that one of the things I really enjoyed about Season 1 with Picard was all the major callbacks to TNG without it being overwhelming. And I will say that Neopente was probably the one episode that made Season 1 worth watching. Okay, I'm actually going to do it. I am actually going to defend These Are the Voyages. My general opinion is that if These Are the Voyages was not the series finale, it would have worked. The problem was that that was the series finale. Like, if we had gone Season 5 of Enterprise, we probably wouldn't have hated it. I personally don't like how they did parts of it. But the idea of Riker looking at the Enterprise's final journey as a framing device, I thought was very interesting. I thought they could have even done it like that as a full season. Yeah. Like, I don't think the concept of all the voyages was dead on arrival. It was just so badly executed that you have to assume that the last words of the franchise was computer, end program. Or I should say, end franchise. I do love that Lower Decks confirmed that there was more than one crystalline entity. So, you know, there's that. I have to watch Orville. I haven't caught up on that one. I watched, like, part of Season 1. I don't usually like that type of show, like, but Lower Decks grew on me to the point that I probably need to rewatch it. Yeah, I haven't. I have to catch up on it. I know it's on Hulu. I just need to do it. Well, you know, Captain Picard Day. It's right up there with Captain Freeman Day. Okay, we're at 56%. I mean, it's going. It's still going faster than I think it would be on a real CD-ROM. I think after we get Millennium Edition, I'm going to do the uninstall massacre. I'm not going to be able to sleep, and I want to end this on having some fun. I wouldn't be surprised if they actually bring Lower Decks back. I mean, the Lower Decks time period would allow crossover with Picard, and it could have influence on Discovery, although I don't see how. Although we did see that Miles O'Brien was in fact the most important man in Starfleet history. Okay, I mean, so far I haven't had to do any disk swapping. This is such an upgrade over 98. Alright, I can tilt the computer to a little bit. It's a spinning rust hard drive. I really don't want to move it. I don't even know there's an accelerometer. Yeah, see, like, I will defend Picard Season 1. I don't think it was particularly well done, but it was better than what we got for Nemesis. Season 2, not so much. Like, really not so much. Like, I don't know where that one went wrong, but it went wrong in like 6 different ways. Hey, Alex. Oh, there's a name I haven't seen in a long time. 60%. The movie files you create with Movie Maker are so small they can be shared with friends and family through email and published them through the web. You can literally keep your entire home movie collection on your hard drive at like 360p. My guess is that Lower Decks will have a transporter accident. It's like, it makes too much sense. Like, there's only a couple episodes of Star Trek that are so outrageous, so horrible that I will completely disown. Like, even Threshold from Voyager isn't so bad as compared to some of the later stuff we got. But, I will say that probably one of the strongest episodes of Star Trek was actually Enterprise Season 3 Twilight, where you see the bad ending where Archer is taken out of action and Earth is destroyed. That was one of the strongest bits of sci-fi. Like, that was probably one of the strongest episodes of Trek. I'd put that in my top 10 list. So, oh yes, well, that was one of the great things with Deep Space Nine is they could borrow each other's sets. And that Timescape was a really good episode, although I do find it kind of creepy, like when they're walking and no one is moving. Like, I remember I got jump scared as a kid when the Romulan suddenly starts moving. Threshold was the one where Paris and Janeway turned into lizards. I do love the fact that they made that canon again. Like, that was amazing. Alright, I will... Oh, SadMac is on the case. Thank you. I'm sorry if I'm keeping you up late. You please don't stay up on my account. No, this is Windows Millennium installing from Ubuntu. Literally from Ubuntu. My biggest problem with Voyager was they literally added 709 for the fan service, and the writing was so flipping inconsistent. Like, Voyager had some amazingly good episodes. Insurrection Alpha was probably the first one, like, I was like, more please. Yeah. Let's be honest, talking about Star Trek, it wasn't my plan for tonight, but talking about Star Trek while while installing Millennium Edition, like, yeah. Yeah, that was how I felt about Lower Decks. I don't like cringe comedy as a general rule, but the fact of the matter is, a friend of mine made me watch, I didn't start watching until season 2. We were watching the episode where they have to do the trials, and it's mentioned to me that Boimler running the board scenario is just a metaphor for speed running. And I sat there, and I'm thinking, well, fuck. Now I have to watch this from the beginning. And so I did. And it was good. And let's be honest, the Lower Decks Season 2 finale, that cliffhanger is more intense than Mr. Worf. Fire! Like I said, Voyager had its moments. It just was so inconsistent. Like, I actually enjoy Endgame. I know a lot of people will poo-poo the series finale, but I thought Endgame was pretty solid. I didn't like Unimatrix Zero. I thought that was like one of the weakest two-parters. I actually like Conspiracy, because Conspiracy was the inception of the Borg. And then the special effects budget could not handle it, so they were disconnected. I actually would not be surprised if Lower Decks revisits that. Like, I'm literally hearing it in my head as, like, the theme of all the Star Trek. I will say that Prodigy was surprisingly decent. Like, I didn't have high hopes for it, and even though it's the kid show, it's somewhere between Avatar: The Last Airbender and Star Wars: The Clone Wars. I will say there is one thing I will appreciate about Season 2 is they did finally address the fact why the slingshot maneuver was not normally used, that it required an intelligence that existed partially outside of time, which Spock would qualify for. I mean, dude came back from the dead. Season 7 had problems, but I will say All Good Things was a very solid season finale, and they ended it on a high note. But TNG peaked in either Season 3 or Season 4, depending on who you ask. There were good episodes throughout, but it was about to jump the shark, so I'm happy they ended it where they did. The fact of the matter is that Year of Hell was supposed to be the entire season. Earlier in Voyager, there's an episode where where Kes sees into the future, and Kes specifically mentions that a Kremlin torpedo is lodged in the hull, because the plan was that after Scorpion, the entire fourth season was going to be Year of Hell, and the brass nixed it, but we still got the single best two-parter, and it's a reset button episode, something that Voyager had a love affair with, but when you push the reset button with Voyager itself, I'm going to give it a pass. I think the biggest problem with Season 7, well, first we had a Luxana Troy episode, which I didn't hate, but Luxana Troy was a character that was only tolerable in small doses. Although I really did enjoy her cameo in DS9, I will not lie, that was actually pretty funny. Especially with Odo. Well, the problem with Voyager was UPN basically said, we want TNG, but the series had been pitched as Voyager being stuck in the Delta Quadrant, and so they really had no good mandate to get the series off the ground. So that was kind of why I think it went off the rails. It wasn't the worst Star Trek series. I mean, there were some pretty solid episodes. I forgot the name of it. The one where Harry, Kim, and Chakotay steal the Delta Flyer from the future where Voyager is trapped in ice. Like, I can't remember the name of the episode. That's a solid one. Insurrection Alpha, Scorpion. Although I'm not as big a fan of Scorpion as I am with some of the other ones, but Species 8572 is, you know, badass. Let's see here. What other ones can I think of? Equinox. I really wish they did more of the Equinox crew. They did a fair bit of it in the spin-off novels, but those are so inconsistent. Future's End was pretty solid, but it had the thing I like about Future's End is it was the first notion of the temporal Cold War, which was an unfortunate that Enterprise kind of left that thread where it was hanging, although I will say that Discovery did very well at picking up that plot thread. The hard drive light is still going. I mean, we're at 77%. Timeless, that was the name of the episode. And let's be honest, Richard Picardo owned that role, to the point that he cameoed on in Star Trek First Contact. I'm a doctor, not a nightlight. No, it was a doctor, not a doorstep in First Contact. It was neither of those. That was like a one-off episode. The one where Janeway actually blows up the Voyager, which I realize doesn't actually narrow it down. No, it has the internet. The internet's been plugged in. I have the internet on a floppy disk. It's called the NetWare boot disk. But there's a great video on YouTube. If you're ever bored, look it up. It's an account of Voyager firing every photon torpedo they have. And the continuity was not a big deal for Voyager. Because in one episode they say they only have like 47 photon torpedoes, and I know it was 47 because that was the number. No, it was 49. Well, honestly, I would say the best single episode of Voyager was probably Living Witness, which was Richard Picardo playing a copy of the Doctor who is trying to set the record straight of what happened with Voyager. That was such a good episode. It's honestly the thing that saved Discovery for me was the short treks, because in between season 1 and 2, we got 4 short episodes of Discovery called Short Treks, and the second or third one was called Calypso, which showed Discovery in the distant future, and the first time we saw Zora on Discovery. And the producers of Discovery said that Calypso is still canon, which really opens a lot of interesting doors. It's why I've actually still been watching Discovery. I didn't actually check the clock, so who knows? We'll check the clock after we uninstall Millennium Edition. Like, we're already installing me to uninstall me. Yeah, that was the one where Voyager was portrayed as the warship Voyager. And it was a very solid episode. And it's so far the only episode of Star Trek, the full series of Star Trek, where none of the regulars appear. YouTube, we can go for another 2 hours. 3 hours, really. We can finish this in 3 hours. I didn't realize well, a lot of the regulars showed up in the movies, and let's be honest, there's not a lot that goes different from Worf going, assimilate this. It's a pity that the only time we ever saw the Sovereign class was Troy's office on Voyager. The only time we ever saw anything of the Enterprise E. Except in the movies. And as much as Nemesis was garbage, I will say the battle with the Scimitar was pretty badass. Windows Millennium Edition supports new hardware on a 1997 laptop. You know, if there's one series that never gets enough love, is Farscape. Not that it has aged particularly well. God knows that Farscape has some... I wouldn't say Farscape was made on drugs. I would say drugs were made on Farscape. But you really cannot top Scorpius as one of the most badass villains ever written. No, I think Nemesis was better than Insurrection, but that's literally putting the cart before the horse. All right, have a great night. I'm going to still be here. We're just doing Progress Bar Simulator. I'm mostly doing this for my own entertainment because I'll never do this if I'm not on a stream. The problem, I know Farscape has made it onto... It was on Netflix for a while, but the Peacekeeper Wars have been in limbo, but at least we got a finale to that series. The thing is that Farscape predates Stargate, and after Farscape did its run, they made so many jokes at Farscape's expense. It's not even... The Farscape had a lot of production problems, and it also got a lot of flack because it was done by the Jim Henson Company, who people thought was, you know, the happy puppets that do, you know, the Muppets. And Farscape is not kid-friendly. It's quite the opposite of kid-friendly. The only thing that I could think that was even riskier was Lex. Oh, it is on Prime Video. Ooh, okay. Well, now I know what to do next time I can't sleep. Because there's nothing that beats Rigel, the Dominar of Hyrulean, was it? Oh god, it's been so long. Oh, I'm going full nostalgia tonight. Farscape apparently is on Prime Video. My name is John Crane, an astronaut. 3 years ago, I got shot through a wormhole. I'm a distant part of the universe. It is, but yeah, no, the thing with Farscape is, Farscape wasn't made on drugs. Drugs were made on Farscape. Because it's, I honestly don't know how else to describe it. I would say Farscape's pretty good, but the main character is called John Crichton, and it's not so much debatable as an actual fact. He goes mad about halfway through the first season, and he takes everyone with him. I'm trying to think what other sci-fi series from that period. I remember Farscape, Babylon 5, Crusade. The problem with Lex is you have to get the whole series to actually understand it. And the rights to Lex are all over the place. I don't really like the 4th season, but I thought the original movies and the 3rd season were pretty solid. But Lex is not what I call light viewing, and you should know what you're getting into before watching it. Like, the only reason I remember watching Lex is it was immediately on after Farscape. And there was nothing good to watch at Friday at 10 p.m. I never got into Hercules or Xena. I remember it being on. I remember watching it, but I never got into it. %. So now the question is, will this finish before I hit the YouTube? Oh, did it die? No, just waiting to stand by. Hey, okay, now we need to register a copy of me. Okay. I only saw the Lost in Space movie, but it's a neat concept, but it's been done to death in sci-fi by now. 96%. 96%. I mean, imagine if you were a developer on Windows Millennium Edition back in the day, and now you're watching a live stream on YouTube of someone installing it as a joke. No, it's still in the file copy stage, but that's because this is doing a network install, so it's a little bit different than a normal install. During a network install, it has to copy the entire installer to the hard drive, and it does a fair bit of prep, but this should run fairly fast after the reboot. And I think that's the reboot about to happen. 100%. Okay, there's the reboot. We already did Windows 98 First Edition. Now we're upgrading to Millennium Edition because it honestly is an upgrade. Oh, that's cursed. That is properly cursed. Oh, that I have that unclean feeling. Oh, that's just not right. It's probably going to complain that the NetWare drivers are still missing. Oh, why am I doing this? I have to make a floppy version of Millennium Edition because you don't get more cursed than that. Okay, it says it's going to upgrade, continue. Actually, I have to lower the audio because it's going to play a video on first run, and that could cause a content ID strike. LGR brought that up. I'll keep it low so I can mute it if it comes up in time. Because I really don't want a content ID strike. I am going to, however, do that. Because they used copyrighted music as a promotional thing for me. I've actually upgraded the 486. It now has a full 32 megabytes of RAM, so in theory it should work. Yeah, I'm just going to keep the sound all the way off, just as a precaution. It usually takes about 15 seconds of audio to trip Content ID, so I should have enough time if I turn the gauge the wrong way. Okay, it's doing hardware detection. Hopefully it doesn't ask for disk 15, because I might die a little bit inside when it does. Don't worry, we're going to uninstall me. Wait. We're going to uninstall Millennium Edition. Okay. I mean, what hardware could it set up? There's nothing left. No, you know what's going to happen is it's going to ask for disk 15 when I uninstall Millennium Edition. God, apparently I'm doing a Michael MJD tonight. We are going to uninstall every version of Windows. But the thing is, I can actually think of a way to be able to uninstall multiple versions of Windows. Oh god, that's just a cursed thought. I actually don't hate Millennium Edition. Like we were talking about this earlier. I'm not going to call it good, but it does get a lot of hate when it really doesn't deserve it. Yeah, we're going to find and test the games. Don't you worry. It shouldn't take 2 hours to fully uninstall me. Oh god, that pen is going to... The only reason I know that intro movie is coming is because I know LGR talks about it. Okay, it's still searching. And we're walking. Oh, it's building the driver database. I think it's upgrading things. It's going. Like, this isn't even the first time we've gone to the 12-hour mark, so, like, you know. Goals. I've got the fire extinguisher right by my feet. Okay, the mouse still works. Hourglass. We're now down to 12 minutes. Hopefully it doesn't choke on that network card. Well, the thing is, if I make a floppy disk version of Millennium Edition, we're going to see that, and it's going to be painful. Uh, 12 hours is the... I can stream past 12 hours, but we would lose the VOD. 12 hours is the absolute limit that YouTube allows for a live stream to archive its VOD. Caps lock does not apparently toggle. Red alert! Red alert! The mouse still moves, though. And the hourglass is still spinning. My guess is that if you want more than 12-hour long videos, you probably have to be like PewDiePie levels of big. If I knew I was going to be streaming for 10 hours, this is like supposed to be a nice, simple, easy stream. Yeah, it's still going. Oh. Oh. Okay, it needs to reboot. That's a good sign. You know Windows is working when it needs to reboot. Oh, that just feels wrong seeing that on this laptop. What have I done? It's like LGR installing it on the Mega Aluminum Monster. I do wonder why the green is so out of whack on this, on the VGA out. I mean, you can see it on the passive, it looks okay. Well, I mean, all things considered, this has been easier than a lot of my other streams, because I'm just sitting here putting discs in. I haven't had to, you know, solve code, you know, I don't know, do a lot of pain coding. Still setting up hardware. I don't know what plug-and-play devices it's looking for. Maybe it's searching for other devices over IRDA. Vista, this laptop's a little too old to run Vista. We're now at 11 minutes remaining. Somehow I feel like that indicator was more accurate when we were installing from floppy disk. But I will just note that when I make a video, this is like one of like 3 weeks in the process of making a video. Well, we were discussing about how you install Windows 98 over IRDA. It's still installing. We're going to then just uninstall it, because I've never actually gotten the pleasure of uninstalling Windows Millennium Edition. Setting up the control panel. It's setting up the start menu. It's installing the thing that no one actually used. Oh, there we go. The thing is that, Linda, is I could set an unattended file for an IRDA install, let the camera record overnight, and then by the time I get up in the morning, it should be done. All right, I'm going to step away for a moment. I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. And that was me smacking the camera. Where's the camera pointed at? Okay. You can see my MacBook Pro in the corner. Okay, it's still going. 7 minutes remaining. With heavy compression, I could do it. But the thing is that I could literally set up an IRDA install and let it run for days at a time. I could set up a GoPro to time lapse it, and that would be that. Like, I don't know what the actual data limit is for IRDA, but I don't think it would be that bad. So, the main reason I have a MacBook Pro is because I need to be able to do video editing on the go, and I have not. I looked. I couldn't find anything remotely. Oh, look, it's doing cap extract, the thing that we really needed 6 hours ago. This is slow. I mean, it's not like it's a particularly fast laptop, but this is like. No, I know for a fact that IRDA doesn't even get up to 56K. It's more like, I think it probably tops out at like 1440, if that. It's not particularly speedy. I will say that Mac OS is very nice for what I use it for, but there's a lot of things it's not particularly great at. Even if it could do ECP, this machine is so old, I don't think it would have any chance of actually doing it. This is taking its sweet time. You'd think the overall progress bar would be moving, but it's not. Like, let me put the cursor there. Oh, well, the cursor moved. I'm really happy I have a full 48 megabytes of RAM on this thing. Okay, apparently it's moving a lot faster now. What I'm probably going to end up doing is when I finally get around to redoing my desktop, which will probably be next month, I have a dedicated Scratch SSD that I use for DaVinci Resolve caching. I'm probably going to put Windows 11 on that, and then I will probably end up depreciating my Linux install over time. It's going to be a slow, painful process. Yeah, I've had several ThinkPads and I have been incredibly unimpressed with Lenovo. But I can't find a laptop that's anywhere. I mean, this entire stream, Chrome has been running, not Chrome, the MacBook Pro has been running off battery. From a full charge, I'm now at 33% and it's 10 hours later. I mean, that's a success story. Okay, 4 minutes left. There is no way. There was no. I like the fact that Millennium has been less buggy than 98 First Edition. I just wish it gave you more info on what it was actually doing. Yeah, I think we're going to boot this up, we're going to uninstall it, and then that will be the end of the stream. I'm happy with that. Yeah, I didn't make the choice of migrating back to Apple lightly, and honestly, I would say it wasn't until the M2 that I was finally convinced to do it. The M1 was a little bit too anemic for video editing for it to be viable, but the M2 is very solid. So, you know, there's that. So at this point, it'll want to do the final reboot, and then it will be done. And then there will be Pi. I don't know. The problem is I've had 4 ThinkPads as an adult, and all of them have died in mysterious and strange ways not long after the warranty period expired. Like, people make jokes about the AppleCare chip, but they got nothing on Lenovo. I haven't decided what I'm going to run on the desktop. It will almost be the long-term servicing branch. I have no need to be on the cutting edge, so it'll probably be the Windows 10 LTSC. I have a Windows 10 Pro license, so I should have no problem actually installing that. And then I'll upgrade to the next Windows 11 LTSC. Well, the desktop has 64 gigabytes of RAM. The MacBook Pro has 24 gigabytes. and a 2 terabyte SSD. My wallet has not forgiven me for that purchase. But, I mean, literally everything I've earned as a content creator has gone reinvested into the channel. It's almost there. Well, Cymic, upgrading from M1 to M2 is questionable, but for someone who had a 2017 bargain basement laptop, the M2 was definitely worth it. I thought the LTSC could be activated with Pro. Okay, so then I misremembered that. Oh well, rip. Then I'll just stay on Windows 10 Pro until I am forced to upgrade. Okay, yeah, I forgot. Okay, I misremembered that. You can it shows you how much I actually run Windows 11. I am not going to move back to Linux, especially on this machine. Like, I'll run Linux in the VM if I need it. But at this point, I have no faith that Linux on the desktop is going to get any more usable, and this is a work machine for me. It's not a do whatever machine. Yeah, I'll probably install the last Windows 10 release, and then by that time, it will be either upgrade or not. But by 2015, I'll probably be ready to retire Absolution for a new desktop, which, if things haven't gotten better, will probably be a Mac Pro or similar. All right, we are now we are almost at the end. Come on. Stay on target. Stay on target. The lack of sleep is fun. I mean, how many more I wish it told you how many more components it was updating. Like, I would like a more solid, serious progress bar, please. The thing is, you can't really do video editing on a Chromebook. That's why I bought the M2. And then they'll probably do a bunch of stuff after the next reboot, you know, because it's Windows. So the thing that drives me crazy is after the cluster that was in Ubuntu 2204, I did switch to running KDE as a daily driver, but I very quickly remembered why I don't like KDE. Like, if I mount an SMB share under KDE, it gets run through KIO slave, and it doesn't get mounted on the file system. So now I have to do everything twice. I have to do one to make Dolphin happy, and then I have to open a terminal to mount the my blasted NAS, and that just got like... This is not an improvement, and this was a problem in KDE 3 that they still have not learned from. Like, Dolphin should not be operating like this. But as far as I can tell, KDE treats dbus as a suggestion. So. Oh, my neck just cracked. At some point, I really do want to look at the PostX environment for Windows. Like, I feel like it's going to be a cursed solution. Like, KDE comes so close to what I really want, and then just fumbles, but there isn't a lot of corporate backing for KDE like there is for GTK. But GTK has just proven that they are more interested in shiny than actually shipping something usable. Retro Game Plus, this isn't the first time I've done a 12-hour marathon stream on no notice. Like, I do these streams for myself. Like, probably do this regardless. I mean, at some point, it's got to run out components to update, unless it's stuck in an infinite loop. But the hard drive light isn't going. Maybe it's a random number generator combined with component progress. That would make sense. No, like, I feel like KDE could be a lot more solid, but poor integration in most distributions, combined with the fact that there's some not particularly great design choices in places, mostly dealing with Dolphin, has just made me like, what's the point? Like, right now, on multiple KDE distributions, if you are trying to go to network and pull SMB up, and you do not have a default password set in system settings, it will just say that SMB:// cannot be mounted. No errors, nothing, because KIO slave errors out and then Dolphin doesn't show it. Wayland does not solve a problem. I'm sorry. Wayland has literally been in development for over a decade at this point, and they have not convinced me that it does anything better than X. And it does a lot of things considerably worse than X. In theory, the Wayland driver stack is supposed to make stuff like GL and compositing a lot simpler, because it bypasses the entire network layer. But literally you have that on Android with Surface Flinger, and Surface Flinger works better than Wayland did, and was written in less than a year. Wayland is still not usable on a day-to-day basis. The thing that makes Xenix not die is the old Fox Pro applications have been handed down the generations. Well, the thing with Retro Game Plus is they still have, the thing is that they've been trying to make Wayland as the solution to all of X's problems for 15 plus years. No, I'd say 10 plus, maybe longer. I don't remember when Wayland went into development. But they haven't convinced me that they can do it. Wayland has worse problems with screen tearing and acceleration, even on Intel integrated and AMD drivers, not to even start with NVIDIA. Like, you can't run anything that does GL acceleration under Wayland and have it work. Like, period. Meanwhile, Steam has Proton and a lot of games working just fine under X, and Wayland just doesn't solve a problem. And then you have, what makes it worse is that you can't do any sort of remote desktop with Wayland unless you were to implement it on the compositor. And that has been considered out of scope for Weston. So something like XRDP has no way of hooking in to the compositor unless you're running a compositor that gives you a good extension. Like, doing stuff with OBS on Wayland, I'm not even sure how you could do it. I think this is stuck. Should I give it the free finger salute? Alright, I'm going to set a timer for 10 minutes. Yeah, stopwatch. Okay, set, go. The fact of the matter is that Wayland has the same design problems as System D. They don't consider anyone besides their use case as valid. And quite frankly, it's absurd. You can't do screen capture in Discord on Wayland. You can't do anything like OBS. It doesn't solve a real problem, and it introduces a lot of more. I'm sorry, Wayland is not developed by people that should be building core infrastructure because they are not willing to... They've proven that they can't deliver something. Let me see if... I don't remember what Control-Shift-Escape does. I don't think it brings up a terminal this version. No, it doesn't do anything. I mean, in practice, I know Fedora has been shipping Wayland for ages, and I also know that anyone who's trying to run Steam on Fedora, unless they are extremely lucky, has to switch back to using X. Yeah, I think this is stuck. I'm almost wondering if it's time to do a reboot. Well, the hard drive indicator light is not... Yeah, the hard drive indicator light is not doing anything at all. I thought the Steam Deck was still X-based. If it is Wayland, then I'm surprised. Yeah. See, I've never had any serious problems with Pulse after Pottering stopped developing it. Like, it suddenly started becoming reasonable. I mean, Retro Gaming Plus, though, Factorio is not a graphically complex game. I mean, in terms of graphical performance, Factorio is a sprite-based game that, realistically speaking, a graphics card from the early 2000s should be able to manage. Like, if you're getting GPU bound on Factorio, something has gone horribly, horribly wrong. Yeah, and I've gotten a lot of criticism over this, but, like, when I was working on Linux professionally about Wayland, and as much as I don't like bringing this up, I believe Canonical was completely correct that Mir was the right decision, because Wayland has proven, the Wayland developers have proven that they can't get it done. If Steam Deck is running Wayland, then credit to them, but then it really just shows that you can only run Wayland on very specific hardware configurations where you control everything. There's no Windows Boot Manager disk, Marshmallow. I don't know what you're talking about. It doesn't exist. This isn't the longest NCommander stream, but it is stuck. I don't know if we're going to get to the uninstall. No, because it's someone in chat will say it, but let's just say I don't have warm fuzzy feelings towards that company. I'm not convinced that Fedora, that IBM really is that worried about Red Hat Desktop, all things considered. The only thing IBM really pushes Red Hat Linux for is a Unix replacement, and for the most part that's server, not running desktop on Alright, so if Steam Deck is running Wayland, then I have to give credit to Valve. But it's also pretty damning that it only seems to work decently on a very specific hardware configuration. Alright, I'm going to do it because people keep complaining. Shift F10 does nothing on this version of Windows. That was not a thing until, I believe Vista was the first version with that. I don't even think that was in XP. Like, is the hard drive going? Like, I don't even hear the hard drive going. I'm tempted to force reboot this. I think it's stuck. No, Valve did an absolute miracle. I know firsthand what they had to do to make gaming on Linux even be viable, because I wasn't in the room for that one, but I was running adjacent to the room. I know what they had to do. The problem is there's no battery in this system, so I can't really think of what I could do. Like, if I give this the three-finger salute... Well, I said I was going to wait 10 minutes, so I'm going to. So 3... I am going to say that please keep it in English on the stream. The moderators don't speak Portuguese. I know someone with a Stream Deck too, and it works pretty solidly, but at this point, I think this is broken. Yeah, let me see what happens. If I give it an Alt-Control-Delete... Did that do anything? I don't think so. Okay. I'm concerned that I have 3 copies of the Windows Millennium Edition set up. So, I have this distinct feeling this is broken. Oh! Well, that didn't help. Is it doing something? Well, that did something. I don't know what it was stuck on. I've got hard drive activity. It's trying to do something. Yeah, I think it's trying to start Explorer. Oh, there we go. Now it's actually doing something. Oh! Oh! I don't think that was what's supposed to happen. Yeah, I don't think this is what's supposed to happen, but I'll take it. Oh, and there's the stopwatch, and there's the intro video. Is it completely possible that it got stuck trying to play this stupid video? Because full motion video on this machine is oh, yep, there it goes. It's completely deadlocked. I don't want to play this. Please stop. Yeah, go away. There we go. Alright. Are we in a high color mode? We're in 256, which I'm going to leave it in because it's going to lag if I change it. Do we have games? Oh yeah, we do have games. Pinball! Oh man, it's lagging. Yeah, this is actually lagging. I think I gotta reboot. But it does play. It's much easier to do it if I don't look at the passive matrix. Does the music work? No music. But it may not work in Millennium Edition, so okay, that's fine. Let me do a reboot. Okay. Alright, after a reboot, we're going to uninstall me. Oh, got that joke. And then I'm going to end the stream. Yes, we're going to downgrade. That's why I'm rebooting. No, this is a Pentium. The 486 would be Glacier. It's a 150 megahertz. This is well below what is Millennium Edition's minimum requirements? Windows ME minimum requirements. No, this is the minimum requirements. 150 megahertz Pentium processor and 32 megabytes of RAM. Yeah, that's about as low as it goes. I mean, you can't get lower than this. Alright, Marshmallow, I've now warned you about that multiple times. Alright, let me get the obligatory cursed screenshot. Can someone please screenshot this for me? Because I can't do it easily. Because, yeah. That's properly cursed. Alright, so I proved the game is there. I proved that we can do this. Let's now uninstall Millennium Edition. We're now uninstalling me. No, the video drivers are installed. This is in 256 color mode. I don't want to go higher because it's already lagging. Like, this is not fast. Uninstall removes Windows Millennium Edition from your computer and restores your previous version of Windows. If you uninstall Windows Millennium Edition, any programs you've installed while running Windows Millennium Edition will have to be reinstalled. Okay. Yeah, we're going to do the thing. And it's going to run check disk. Oh yeah, it's going to actually run check disk. Please do not do a full surface scan. Yep, we're going to uninstall me. I really hope it doesn't run a surface scan. I'm going to be really unhappy if it does. Okay, yep, we will. I've never actually uninstalled Millennium Edition, so this will be interesting. I wonder if it's graphical. I know I'm putting a lot of faith on that window uninstaller, but I put a lot of faith in the installer. Yes, I'm sure I want it completely removed. Wow, that is, like, boring. Okay. Yes, I'm literally uninstalling ME. I can always reinstall it later. I'm mostly, you know, it's not that hard. I feel like insert disk 15 has become an emoji on my Discord. I mean, it probably is, that's all it's doing, but I've never actually run the uninstall process, so I find it interesting to do. I do know that when you uninstall Windows XP, it actually does it actually loads up the pre-setup environment, so this is surprisingly primitive. I believe it's just copying back the Windows.old folder that was made and compressed during system installation. It really doesn't do much. I mean, I could run the uninstaller through a disassembler and take a look. I just like the fact that we're downgrading from Millennium Edition to something actually more broken. It existed for DAWs 3.3 to 5 because you can actually uninstall that upgrade. There's a specific way to do it. So, you know, things. I can't. Can you actually? I wonder if you can uninstall Windows 11. SFC did exist. I'm not going to uninstall tonight. One should not open Breedra past midnight. And how late is the Taco Bell open? I want to know. Taco Bell. Make sure my laptop isn't. Yeah, my laptop's not on the screen. Taco Bell hours. The Taco Bell closes. Unless I want to go all the way down to Bayonne, it closes at 2 a.m. It's nuts. I'll be fine. Something, you know, the 7-Eleven near me is 24/7. It's a bit of a walk, but I can do that. Yeah, I don't know. That's like kind of early for a Taco Bell. You'd think they'd be open much later. Now, the thing is that Taco Bell is a far enough walk that even if I stopped the stream like this second, I wouldn't get there in time. So, but there is a 7-Eleven not super far from here that is 24/7. So that's where I'll go for food. As soon as this is done uninstalling, I'm going to call it for the night. I was going to go for shawarma. Like, is that place? Let me see if it's actually open. Like, shawarma near me. Google doesn't have hours listed. The big shawarma place I know closes at 2 a.m. The cart is open later than that. But that's only 3 blocks away from the 24-hour 7-Eleven. So you know what? I'll head to the food cart after I shut down the stream, and if they're not open, I can hit 7-Eleven. You know, that works. The thing is that 7-Eleven closes in 8 minutes, or in 15 minutes. You know, I don't stream often, but when I do, it's for 12 hours. And if you enjoy this content, please like and subscribe. If you really enjoy this content, consider supporting me on Patreon, supporting me on Ko-fi, or watching this ad. It's still restoring files. At least I can get the hard drive going. Seriously, how's my phone looking? It's at 40%, so I'll be fine. Come on, phone. Just taking a brief look at my messages. Oh, my brain is starting to like fall asleep. So, no, 7-Eleven is 24-hour. We were talking about Taco Bell that closes at 2 a.m. Surprisingly, relatively few people tweeting about this. Like, some of my streams get a lot of traction, but I'm good with this. This has been a fun experience. If someone goes through the live stream and posts timestamps, I will add markers for it after the fact. There is a tool in YouTube's panel that can do it automatically, but it's hard to know in real time when I have to do it. Someone's going to take a screenshot of the disk 15 thing, and it's going to become a meme on my Discord. I just know it. I just know it. Oh yeah, no, I have a fire extinguisher. I love the fact that I just noticed that it's made by, it's called the Kitty United Technologies Fire Extinguisher. It's a model FA110G chemical ABC dry chemical fire extinguisher. It has a discharge time of 8 to 10 seconds, holds a charge of 300 psi, and it holds 2.4 pounds of dry chemical extinguisher. And it's intended for use between 120 degrees Fahrenheit to negative 40 degrees Fahrenheit, or in real units, 49 degrees Celsius to negative 40 degrees Celsius. I see what they did there. I see what they did there. It contains monoammonium phosphite and ammonium sulfite with some sort of fancy dust, and the fire triangle is a 100. It does meet Department of Transport requirements, and it was made in Mexico. Let's see here. Here's the approvals. Yes. Do not test. Any discharge will cause loss of pressure. Discard and replace after any use. Do not break or remove tamper seal until fire emergency. And it has a serial number. It even has a marine type BC size 1. So it's been apparently approved by the Coast Guard. Wow, we are actually at the point that I am reading the instructions of my fire extinguisher. And I was a firefighter. I shouldn't need to... It's literally pull pin and aim at fire. Oh look, it's checking modified files. I'm reading the fire extinguisher. Oh my god. It's like being on a 12-hour flight in coach and just reading the safety card over and over again. Yeah, dry chem extinguisher. Well, the brain is running on autopilot. It's uninstalling me, obviously. The truth of the matter is we're not uninstalling Millennium Edition, we're just uninstalling my brain. Well, I've been told that I could read the phone book and make it interesting, so we've done the close relative. I have read the fire extinguisher. Do you want me to go get the warranty card for, I don't know, Windows NT? I can get the warranty. It's still uninstalling. Uninstall faster. Uninstall faster. Man, you know what I need? I really do need a way to be able to set up cabinets in the middle of the night really fast. No, I'm not going to retry the... Do I need to go get the shampoo bottle? Yes, I have literally been set on fire. I have been on fire. I have been in burning buildings. Like you know, like my level of stress is like, this is nothing. I've been set on fire and I have fallen off a roof. The problem is I'm going to start reading the Microsoft EULA, and then I'll probably get a DMCA notice about it. So Stereo Bucket, we installed Windows 98 from Floppies, and then I installed Windows Millennium Edition as an upgrade, and now we're uninstalling Windows Millennium Edition. Well, I was a firefighter. Being in fire makes sense. My mistake was I was standing on a burning pile of hay that had run out of oxygen, and the ventilation team popped a hole in the roof, and suddenly there was oxygen where I was standing on smoldering ash, and thus let there be fire. I have my firefighting certificate somewhere that shows that I have met the New York State requirements for being set on fire. Well, the thing is, with firefighting, you can put the fire out, but it's still going to char things. With Linux, you can just erase the disk and try again. Like, it is the less stressful alternative. I wonder how many files it actually modified. I'm actually kind of hungry now, so I'm hoping this finishes soon. Can't take more than an hour. God, that was just tempting fate. This is fine. This is fine. I just made the mistake of looking at my inbox. That's gonna be a tomorrow deal. That's gonna just be a tomorrow deal. SA Mike, I would like you to watch my pinball video where I do in fact use WinDebug, and then WinDebug quits with a fatal error and asks me to attach a debugger. When I debug software, on multiple occasions in my life, the debugger has gone into a the debugger has decided that ending its own process is a less painful alternative. This is a spinning rust hard drive from 1997. So incidentally, in New York State, when a building is on fire, it's immediately transferred ownership to the fire department. So if the fire chief doesn't like you, we can in fact let it burn down with no repercussions for that. And the reason for that is that people get really upset that we're not willing to put people in danger to prevent their house from burning down. Like, because we will only enter a structure if there's immediate loss of life. If something has become what's called a oh man, my brain is not a working fire. When it comes fully engulfed, there isn't a lot left we can do, but it doesn't stop people from getting really upset that we're just going to let it burn to the ground, because at that point, it's going to have to be demolished anyway. See, the thing is that every once in a while, when you're in the fire department, we get donations of houses and stuff, because the property owner wants it demolished, and we're the cheaper solution. So I have this wonderful memory of I just have seen a lot of things burn down because the city wanted us to burn it down. No, but that's actually why the ownership law, the way it is handled, it's essentially, I don't know the exact legal term for it, but that was how it was explained to me when I was just a rookie, and I never really actually looked at the specifics of the law. But I mean, I still remember my MTO. My MTO and I had really different different statements on what is acceptable conduct on the roof. So there are actually some fire departments that are run and owned by insurance companies. They're usually ones that are called protectorates. The job of a protectorate department is actually to prevent loss of property. So in cases where there's like a fire raging nearby, they will be the ones that are diverting it and doing fire breaks in urban environments. Wildfire is a very different thing. I was a structural firefighter. No, that's not the way it works. Essentially, more specifically, for the duration of a working fire, the fire department has full authority of what happens to it. And the ownership of the part of the building essentially is with the city. So today on NCommander, we are going to show you how fire. No, I'm not going to finish that particular sentence. Oh, it just beeped. Windows Millennium uninstall will now restart your computer. Okay. So let's see if that NetWare error comes back. Hey! It's slightly less crap. Oh look, NetWare is broken again. Fire is only terrifying if you don't understand it. Like, there are a lot of things that are much more scary than fire, and it generally involves, like, to put it bluntly, a lot of things that the general public are scared of are like, no, there's a lot worse. Wait a minute, that was the Windows Millennium sound, wasn't it? I didn't imagine that. That was the Windows ME startup chime. Like, I heard that, right? It's called the Microsoft Sound. Where's the mouse cursor? Yeah, that's the Windows Millennium Edition sound. Well, can't find ding.way. Oh man, that's there's an error message you don't see every day. So what survived? Somehow the online services remain, but the games are gone. I'm going to say it's a little broken. Yeah, I'm going to say it's a lot broken. It is Windows 98 First Edition. Windows Millennium in 2000, I thought used the same startup noise. I'm having problems with that because that was not what was supposed to happen. We have full drivers, we have full configuration. We even have the network neighborhood. Yeah, we still have the network neighborhood. I think on that cursed bombshell, I'm going to end it. So I'm going to last chance for messages. Let's do this. Is just going so I can see the latency. Thanks for watching. This has been unexpectedly cursed. So as soon as this catches up. Oh wow, I can't type. I mean, I've only been streaming for 11 hours. So I'm waiting for myself to catch up on YouTube. And then... Yep. Yeah, it literally messed up the sound just a little bit. But if you've enjoyed this content, please like and subscribe. If you really enjoyed this content, please support me on Ko-fi or Patreon. It really does make a huge difference. On that note, this is NCommander signing out, and I will catch you at the next one.